Nozaki Hitoshi steps in and says, "Yep, I'm the hero, 31, single," and everyone around him swears his name and looks make him some kind of wild legend. He plops down in the middle of an alien forest, totally exposed except for a rough leaf wrap around his waist, while he keeps a fire going and fries something over it. As he chews the meal laid out before him, his mind races, wondering how this whole thing could have gone so wrong. On his way to work, Nozaki tried to help a student, then a truck slammed into him instead of her. As his consciousness started to slip away, the guy wondered if reincarnation might actually be real, then immediately thought, "Why am I even stuck on this?" Hitoshi jolted awake, and the first thing he saw was a blinding white room, then a stranger's voice cut through the silence and called his name. The man grills the hero, "Do you even know who I am?" and he can't wrap his head around the fact that someone's standing right in front of him. The stranger claims he'll resurrect Nozaki in another world, and says the call's already been made, so the poor guy doesn't even get a choice to refuse. The hero is stunned by what's going on, but the stranger is already cutting him off mid-moment with a goodbye, and the man moves in, trying to detain him. The stranger skids to a halt and points at Hitoshi, shouting that his pain has one home, one single spot. He explains that the old god once struck a deal with the god of reincarnation, swapping souls like clockwork, and even after he took over, that contract never died. Nozaki's jaw drops. He can't shake the sick feeling that things are going horribly wrong, especially since he was supposed to be reborn in another world. With dread crawling up his spine, he whips around and confronts that stranger, demanding answers before rebirth even happens. But he shoots it down, saying that as the hero envisions, there'll be levels, abilities, magic, and monsters, and Hitoshi's blown away because the guy right in front of him can read minds. The stranger leans in and tells the boy he won't come back as a kid, he'll be reborn right inside his own body. He insists this isn't reincarnation anymore at all, it's a full-on transference, like a soul on the move, like a journey. The unknown figure smirks and says he'll rebuild a body identical to the hero, then reveals the twist, because he'll be reborn into a brand new one. This is reincarnation. Nozaki blurts out that he doesn't have some cheating power at all, and that answer floors the guy so hard he starts backing off, practically already saying his goodbyes. As the reincarnation kicks off, he snaps that Hitoshi can handle it all by himself, and admits he's already sick of him. The hero lunges to stop him, but there's no time, so they get swept away and start falling into nothing. Nozaki jolts awake, buried in a bed of leaves deep in the forest. Totally naked, he starts ranting inside his own head about that god, like, why did he get neither a cheating power nor even a single piece of clothing? The guy snaps at himself to calm down. First, he has to scan the area. He scrambles up a towering tree, and when he finally reaches the top, all he can see is an endless stretch of forest for as far as the eye can reach. Hitoshi rips into it, yelling that they shoved him into a completely ridiculous world, and warning that walking around there is going to be deadly, frantic stuff. He tells us right now we've got to hunt down water, then the second we find something to drink, we build our base right there and start grabbing supplies. Before he climbs down, he rips off tree bark and fashions it into a straw skirt. After he finished it, Nozaki grins and says, not bad at all, but admits it's kinda uncomfortable, and yeah, moving around in it is gonna be a struggle. The hero shoots a huge thank you to the Discovery Channel, because now he can finally stand up, defend his honor, and prove he's human through and through. With the problem finally shut down, he wastes no time. He decides to dive headfirst into survival training. As Hitoshi scrambles over those giant plants, he's like, this is brutal, how are we even supposed to walk here, let alone find water? Nozaki hears wrestling coming from the bushes, and his body locks up instantly. He says it sounded like a tiny beast, then he realizes his eyes don't cut it in the forest, but his ears are a goldmine of clues. He swears he has to keep his eyes and ears wide open at all times, and even as he pushes through the bushes, he zeroes in on every sound around him. He hears that specific sound and breaks into a sprint straight toward it. The hero spots a massive stream cutting through the land. Hitoshi plunged into the river, splashed water over his face, and grinned because he finally found her. After that, he snaps to a decision. He's hunting shelter, and he tells himself, animals swarm by the water, so don't camp too close. Nozaki slips down to a massive hollow at the base of the tree. He squints at it, says the water's just a 2-minute walk, then points out how this tree dwarfs a 300-year-old one-story wooden house. He finally chooses to stay put in that hollow right after everything, like he's claiming it as his own. He spills fruit juice on his skin, waits 5 tense minutes, then the irritation vanishes and he grins because it's clearly safe enough to drink for survival. Hitoshi bites into the fruit, tells you to wait a couple hours and warns that if no allergic reaction shows up, then you're safe to eat it. He's relieved to spot a bunch of nearby plants that look safe to eat, and the hero decides to slowly, but surely, start widening the menu. Nozaki strikes a match and brings the fire roaring to life. He busts his tail to get the fire roaring, then tosses in every leaf he can find to keep it burning hotter. The hero bursts out praising his own work, calling it absolutely wonderful, then plops down right beside him. Hitoshi lets out a long yawn, stares into the trees like they've got no end and thinks, how many days until I'm out of here? Then he admits he needs food that won't quit for ages and he decides he's making smoked meat. He figures if he pulls this off, he'll finally get the skin, and the very next day he's itching to start gearing up for the hunt. The man spots a sign ahead and immediately starts guessing what it could be. He stares at the system in front of him, stunned. Hitoshi spots it and reads his own fate level 1 and karate skills already marked. The hero can't believe it, he's got only one power and that's it. He grins and says the karate suit fits him like it was made for him. He tells them it's plenty, then rolls up his sleeves and dives straight into action. After scrambling up the tree, he keeps his eyes locked on everything. He rigged a trap for herbivores and sprinted straight for the water, trusting it to his memory since Nozaki isn't even sure it'll work. Then, out of nowhere, he hears a sound. From the bushes, a rabbit-like creature with a huge nose suddenly bursts into view. He tells the creature it's way too small to be a trap, but then he spots it, like the rabbit just heard someone and froze. Footsteps hit the ground and the animal bolts into the shadows. The hero whips his head around, scanning for who's coming, and then he spots the person closing in. A trio of goblins bursts out from the trees and bushes, closing in fast. Hitoshi's jaw drops in disbelief. These aren't the same classic fantasy monsters at all, goblins, really? And they don't speak a single word, just rattle off a few sounds like they're trapped in silence. He realizes they're steering straight into his trap. The hero thinks, this is it, I finally get real experience. One goblin creeps up to the trap, then freezes mid-step like it just sensed something deadly. After a brutal stretch of silence, the monster starts sniffing the air and scanning the room, and the man's stomach drops as he realizes they've finally clocked what's really happening. The goblin snaps orders for his comrades to sweep the leaves away, then boom, they spot a huge hole. Nozaki keeps his eyes on them, and then bam, he tumbles out of the tree like it's on fire. As he drops, he yanks a massive branch up and swings it hard, shouting that he has no choice but to step in, then he lines it up right for a goblin's head. He smashes the head with such force the branch snaps, and the goblin tumbles down from the impact. The monster crumples to the ground and the hero wastes no time, he charges the second one straight away. Stunned by what it's seeing, the creature freezes, then Hitoshi snaps into action and kicks it hard in the neck. The goblin shoots back into the air and the hero locks in, alright, time to take down the third one. But the monster is already lashing out with its weapon, swinging straight at the man. Nozaki snaps into a fighting stance, already convinced the enemy's got himself wide open with that massive swing. The goblin lunges to strike the man, but he snaps aside before it even lands. With a clenched fist, the man blasts the monster, sending it rocketing away like it's been hit by a cannon. The hero cheers himself for landing a Seikansuki strike straight on the goblin's nose. But this same monster just gets back up, surprising the man, and it makes him realize the weak spots of people and goblins aren't the same. The creature launches a brutal combo and he whips out of every strike, but the rage-fueled assault keeps him trapped at a distance, unable to close in. The tree root snags his footing, and he instantly loses his balance. The goblin whips its attack at the guy again and the guy smirks, I opened myself on purpose, I baited it to strike from above. The hero slips the punch to the side and snaps into action, planning his counter as he swings his hand to strike. He swings in and smacks the goblin clean on the back of the neck. The monster slams into the ground and Nozaki lifts his leg to stomp down, crushing the enemy's head with a brutal, hard press. Staring at the dead goblins, he couldn't help grinning, he'd finally wiped them out. Night fell as embers popped, and he impaled the monster's ears on a fresh tree sprout like trophies. Hitoshi taps his status screen, and boom, his level jumps to 2, making him grin like he just won. Gazing at the sky, the man grins and vows he'll survive this world no matter what. Nozaki, already sporting a beard, dressed up, and geared to the teeth, charges after the animal, yelling at the top of his lungs that it's not getting away. 3 months in this world and he's already hit level 8, every new level sharpens his senses like a blade. Now he watches the animal's center of mass shift and realizes, right away, they're turning left. He yanks the creature by its hoof, slams the brakes on it, and with that power surge his physical abilities level up fast. With his catch slung on his shoulder, the man suddenly spots a strange plant. It was a chili pepper and the hero lit up like he'd just struck gold. Peppers can help sterilize and drive insects away, they pack tonic powers too, and this plant is basically the same as chili peppers. He grabs them, reaches for his belt, then suddenly he hears something in the distance. Peeking from behind the tree, he spots a couple of goblins creeping in. The monsters bicker back and forth, and Hitoshi just tries to remind himself that all this noise is never-ending. He tells me that once he hit level 8 he never climbed again, despite already wiping out 50 goblins, while the hero just brushed them off like they didn't matter. Nozaki can't stop thinking that, somehow in just the last 3 months, he's worried he's turned into the king of this forest. He clocks it instantly, those goblins go dead quiet and their eyes snap to something off-screen. A thunderous roar rips through the entire forest, shaking the trees and drowning everything out. The hero freezes, wide-eyed, and asks himself, what the hell was that roar? Behind the leaves, goblins lurked in the shadows, then a massive monster silhouette loomed right in front of them. It was still a goblin, but this one was gigantic, decked out in gear far better than the rest and swinging a huge, razor-sharp weapon like it owned the battlefield. Hitoshi couldn't believe it, this evolved hobgoblin actually looked like the real deal. He spots how massive it is and he watches the tiny goblins freeze, confused, terrified, and staring at the giant monster. The hobgoblin clenches his weapon like it might slip away. He swings once and rips 2 goblins in half. Ever since Nozaki showed up in this world, he'd never faced a monster that outmatched him, until now. That massive monster locks eyes on the man, lets out a thunderous roar, and charges straight at him. As he bolts from the hobgoblin, it hits him. This time, he isn't the hunter at all, the hobgoblin is hunting him. As Hitoshi sprints forward, he snaps his head back and spots the monster still creeping just a little behind him. The hero snaps that the goblin's still on his tail, but the gap keeps widening because that monster's huge body keeps thudding into trees and wrecking its own pace through the forest. He adds that goblins can smell you from nowhere and he's terrified he won't be able to slip away, especially since this one has evolved. That hobgoblin won't quit hunting Nozaki and this forest has turned into a death trap, so the man finally makes his move because he can't take them down all by himself. Once he'd grabbed every last supply, he bid the hollow farewell, treating it like his first home in this world, and thanked it for carrying him for 3 whole months. Hitoshi scrambled up the rocks, pushed through the trees, then came to a stop by the water and took a tiny sip. A 2-headed hoofed beast slid up to the same pond, like it had been summoned there. In the pouring rain, a man dove into a cave and demanded to know how many days had slipped by since he'd left his home. Shaking all over, he blurts that he just wants a city where he can finally sleep in peace, and right now, all he craves is meeting another human being. Another day, that hungry predator stalks through the forest, then it finally slips out of sight and Nozaki bursts out of the swamp like, "I'm alive, it saved me." After scrubbing off the dirt, the guy pushes deeper into the forest, desperate to find at least one person to talk to. He catches a few strange sounds, realizes someone's close and bolts behind a tree, praying it's just an animal or maybe not a goblin. The hero's keeping watch on someone, then he spots it, bolts out of his hiding spot and snaps his head up. At the very top of the hill, he spots a man staring down at something clutched in his hand. A total stranger snatches plants and stuffs them into a basket like they've done it 100 times. This girl spots Nozaki and the hero shoots his hands up like, "Yo, nice to see you." She screams for him to stay away, shocking the man, then she drives him straight into a full sprint. The stranger blurts out a goblin comment and Hitoshi fires back, "Who are you calling a goblin?" But before the argument can land, the girl has already bolted. He starts grumbling that he finally found someone, and then, boom, he realizes it's already happened, because right when he's talking, a deafening roar rips through the air. He clocks that the roar is coming from a hobgoblin, then bolts straight toward the noise. The man can't believe the monster is still circling him, and the moment they met, that goblin looked him dead in the eye and decided to kill him no matter what. He claims he might have been lurking in hobgoblin territory, then Hitoshi spots him, plus that same girl sprawled in his arms, and the hero finally exhales, certain she's safe. Nizaki yanks the monster back and barks for it to rip its hands off the girl, then the goblin finally spots him. But the guy rockets upward and drops straight toward the monster. He snatches the vine and bolts straight for the goblin. Hitoshi slammed the monster in the face, yanked it off balance and ripped it away from the girl, sending her crashing to the ground. Touching down on the ground, the man spots the goblin still upright, clawing at the spot on its face where the blow landed. He rushes up to the stranger and asks, "You okay?" Then he pushes for one more thing: can they go and get the good news? Nizaki tells her to hand the monster off to him and bolt, and when she asks if he's been cut off from the rest of his group, he snaps, "Don't worry about me, just run." The girl bolts and the man snaps into a fighting stance. No way out now, so he steels himself and chooses to fight. The evil goblin stares straight at Hitoshi, and Hitoshi can't believe it, because the only time he's felt that kind of fear was back when he wrote a love letter. He's desperate to break out of there, but he can't move an inch as long as she's still trapped inside. The hero hurls a challenge at the monster and the goblin charges straight at him, weapon spinning as it swings. Nizaki snaps into motion and dodges the attack at the last second. He feels the hit land slow and brutal, then spots his opening, lunges in to strike, and the monster counters, slamming a punch into his side. After that hit, he smashes into something rock solid. Turns out the goblin's body doesn't budge, and his punch is totally useless. The hobgoblin lunges again at the hero, but this time Hitoshi clocks it instantly. The monster's strikes are landing way faster now. Dodging blows, he races through options, because that goblin's hide is rock hard until he spots it, the one soft spot, and he charges to strike there. Nizaki rams a vicious kick straight into the enemy's groin. The monster reels from the hit, stumbles back, and the man raises his guard, ready to strike again any second. He slams his head straight into his opponent's face with everything he's got. The hobgoblin scrambles to dodge the blows aimed at his face, but the hero drives a finger straight into his eye. Hitoshi cheers because he landed the hit, but the goblin just keeps pounding the man right after. He darts out of the way, blurts out that the enemy's power is unreal, and then the monster whips its fist straight at him. The brutal hit launches him backward and he slams into the ground, rolling hard the whole way back. He struggles upright in raw pain, then wipes the blood from his mouth like it's a warning. His eyes fly wide as the goblin tears straight through his block like it's nothing, and he can't even wrap his head around it. He finally realizes how naive he's been, then the monster slams him again and the hero keeps dodging like his life depends on it. Hitoshi is hunting the enemy's weak spot because his left eye is crushed and he's got a blind spot that can't be ignored. The man lunges to his right and leaves his opponent reeling in pure shock. He rockets forward and smashes the monster's head with a vicious kick. The hobgoblin wobbles and lurches off balance, and the hero's praying he goes down hard. But just like that, the monster jolts upright and lunges for Nizaki. He yanks the man in clothes and sinks his teeth into his shoulder, bit by bit, until blood spills and the guy erupts into a raw, ripping scream of pain. Hitoshi realizes the enemy is about to tear off his hand, so he jerks up his middle finger and refuses to let this end that way. He shoves his finger into the goblin's ear, and it screams right back, writhing in agony. The monster slammed its foot into the man's stomach, knocking the air right out of him. Nizaki gets blasted back and smashes into a tree. With strength slipping away, blood all over him, and a snapped finger screaming in pain, he realizes his consciousness is draining fast. You think it's over for him, then he spots a chili beside him, grabs it like a lifeline and keeps going. He still remembers the first bite, those peppers blasted with an unbearable heat, but somehow they were still just barely edible. Hitoshi snaps at himself for even thinking that, because a monster is coming straight at him. Rage crackles in the hobgoblin as it charges the hero, and the second one can't stop wondering, am I really about to die? Nizaki swears he'll never get stuck with that same fate again, then he downs the pepper. The goblin creeps up on the man, closing the distance fast. Tears blazing in his eyes, Hitoshi darts out of the way just in time, dodging the strike. He hurls every last pepper right into the monster's face. The fragments crash onto the goblin's second eye. He yanks his hand up to smother it instantly. He snaps at his enemy that if the pepper burns your tongue, just wait, your eyes will feel it even worse, like a bomb just went off in your face. He rockets upward and drives a knee straight into the monster's jaw. At the same time, the hero whips his elbow up and smashes the enemy right in the head. They crash to the ground and the goblin's head gets smashed flat like a pancake. Hitoshi freezes, stunned at what he just witnessed. He still can't wrap his head around it, he actually won. Rage drains out of him, his body turns to stone, his muscles won't listen and his eyelids slowly sink shut. Crushed against the dirt, he hears a voice calling his name. Right then that same stranger yells, "Mr. Goblin," and charges straight toward him. Nozaki spots her and before he even realizes it, his eyes start shutting by themselves. From the road you can see a little town packed with cozy houses. A man jolts awake indoors and pure shock hits him so hard he can barely breathe. He sprawls on the bed, totally lost, trying to push himself up like he can't even find the moment he's in, then a sharp, brutal pain shoots through his shoulder. He stared at his bandaged wound and the last thing he could recall was battling a hobgoblin, then crashing into a tree. Hitoshi can't stop wondering if that girl really was the one who helped him. He realizes, oh man, he's inside a human's home. Perched on the edge of the bed, the man grips his head and blurts that after months of getting lost in another world, he's finally clawed his way to his destination. He still can't believe it. After everything, he's actually lying in a bed again. Staring at the bed, the hero realizes the girl's whole family has been sleeping in it for ages. A stranger crashes into the house blaring, "Oh, thank goodness, you're awake," and she keeps on calling him a goblin like it's the funniest truth in the world. He flicks his hand and declares, "Don't worry, I haven't grabbed a single thing yet." The girl blurts that he's got to bolt out of there, right now, no excuses. Pointing out the window, she blurts that the villagers are here for him and that they're about to storm him, leaving Hitoshi completely stunned. They close in on the window and the hero snaps, "So why are you trying to pull this off?" He spots this massive crowd, swords, pitchforks, and scythes, charging straight for the house, and Nozaki blurts out to the girl, "So you really saved me?" The man snaps, "Why do you all want to kill me? What did I do?" She snaps back that hobgoblins' bones and skin are insanely rare, and if you can get them, you'll rake in a fortune. He demands one more time, are these villagers here to murder him and steal the materials? And the fear hits hard, he's convinced there are savages hiding in their midst too. A sword-wielding resident barks an order at everyone, "Hold up, wait right here." He pounds on the door, demands they open up, and then calls the girl a healer like it's the key to everything. Hitoshi asks her if she's the local doctor and the stranger shoots a hushed gesture at him like, "Don't you dare." She storms up, screams at the guy outside to go home and tells them they can't touch the patient, then he fires back that they'll get along just fine. He tells everyone his father is the mayor of this city, then admits he already ticked off an old woman just to start bragging like his dad is the biggest deal in town. And he pointed out they're totally different, then, straight up, offered to swing the door open for him. And if they can't stand each other, he'll straight up murder Hitoshi. She snaps back that nobody's proven her patient killed the goblin, and then she orders everyone loud and clear not to go through the back door. She slaps some ointment into Nozaki's hands and orders him to rub it on those wounds at least 3 times a day. The hero blurts out, "What are you gonna do?" And she's stunned because he's not just helping, he's worried about her too. The girl snaps that patients need to be left completely alone. Hitoshi overhears it, those residents are already plotting to kill them. He's convinced they're out of their minds because everyone keeps whispering that if they kill the witch doctor, trouble will come later, and that she could end up being useful. The mayor's son grins and says he can't wait for sweet days with her, and if his father gives the okay, he'll drug her and go wild. Then Nozaki hears every word. Fist clenched, he insists he can't hear a thing, then the girl snaps, "Be careful, and don't you break your arm again." The hero notices the hand still isn't fully healed, and then gets blindsided by something that shocks him clean through. He can't stop wondering if she can hear the villagers gossiping, and the healer snaps back that she's fully qualified, then warns it's reckless, unprofessional, and downright dangerous to drag a patient into that wild forest. She swallows her pride and apologizes, because this treatment is all she can offer him. The girl begs the hero to stay on guard, then straight up thanks him for rescuing her from the hobgoblin. She bolts for the exit but Hitoshi lunges to stop her, then pain hits and he can't hold on anymore, crashing to the ground. From the outside, the girl throws herself at the door and blocks it with her whole body. Lying there on the ground, Nozaki howls that he can't stay down and has to force himself back up. Deep in the forest, the hero surges past every shadow and hauls himself to the very top. He realizes his strength is draining faster than he ever expected, and if it keeps going, he's about to black out. Now that everything's over, he finally spots it. The mayor's son bursts out of that house and screams that the prisoner has escaped. He strides up to the healer, only to find her pinned by a resident, and he starts laying curses on her. The man roars that she tricked them, then swings his fist and smashes her in the face. Hitoshi sees every single thing that's happening. The mayor's son storms out and barks at the residents to hunt down the hero. He's gotta be close, and he swears he'll drag him somewhere the sun can't even reach. And he demanded they hunt him down, alive or dead. Nizaki locks eyes with them and vows, "I'll remember this." When night falls, the hero crouches by the fire and roasts food until it turns golden and smells like victory. While he eats, the thought hits him hard. He can't shake the feeling that she did all that for nothing. And she shoved him into a treacherous forest, so drained of strength that he barely survived, while she risked everything to do it. Staring up at the sky, the man blurts out that he has to get back there. The very next day, after scoring a brand new base, he strikes a fire to light the whole place up. He's convinced she's shining more and more, and he can't stop pointing out how many flaws the last one had. Down in the pit, Nizaki digs around, spots what he's been hunting for, and grabs it fast. After he lays out everything he found on the ground, he claims the plants here match the ones on Earth, and then he spots a fruit that looks like a jacama, though he initially swears it's just a sweet potato. He admits that with wounds like these, he can't possibly last by hunting, so root vegetables are exactly what he needs. Hitoshi is putting this food off for later, like he can't deal with it right now. Inside the base, he catches the new update on his status. He's leveled up 2 whole ranks, and it hits him like a wave of power, kickstarting his recovery. Now he can finally see the status again, and after that brutal goblin fight, a surge of rage crashed through him in waves. Hitoshi told everyone he just stepped into this world and already fought a hobgoblin, and now the villagers are sharpening their blades because they want him dead. And yep, turns out the people in this world are exactly like the ones from those hits. Thinking of the healer, he admits some people treat him with kindness. Then he remembers the mayor's son, and you can tell not everyone's that kind. If they don't back out, the ones hunting to kill him are going to end up dead. So Nizaki steels himself, fixes up his body, and starts mentally preparing for war, grilling himself with one brutal question. Can he really kill a man? Right as he's about to fall asleep, a wild dream hits. Someone's coming for the girl and she's begging, "Help me." Man jolts awake in pure shock, like his whole world just got ripped open. The snake lunges to bite him, so he snatches it out of midair fast, mutters that it's not the good stuff, and moves on anyway. He cooked it up and broke into pure joy. Now he can finally sink his teeth into meat. As he chewed through the snake, the mayor's son's words slammed into his head, and then it hit him. The girl's parents were murdered and she inherited the healer's calling. Because nobody's coming to protect her, or even lift a finger to help. He decides he's going to do it, even though right now all he can think about is recovery, not this. By completing the snake, he buys himself 1 more week to hammer his strength back into full power. So right up until that moment hits, he keeps telling himself, "Hang on, don't let go." A week later, Hitoshi hauls himself up out of the swamp, bursting back into the world like he's not done yet. He says battling humans won't be any easier than taking on a hobgoblin, and you can't step out into the open. The man wipes the dirt from his face, wipes out a stripe of sweat, then keeps repeating the movies, insisting over and over that you should never use contractions. He bursts out of the swamp like a storm, shouting that it's time to hit the road. 2 city residents sit right outside the healer's door, waiting like their lives depend on it. One of them snaps, grumbling that they're stuck sitting here way too long, waiting and waiting. Another person shoots back, "At least we're getting paid." But then, what the hell was that girl even thinking? His friend tells him, "Sure, the mayor's young and still learning, but don't you dare piss him off." Hitoshi crouched behind the house wall and watched 2 people go by, so he decided it'd be smarter to slip around and hunt for a back door. Then the resident snapped, asking how much they'd get paid if they actually found the man. At the other entrance, there's only one lone guard, and the hero can't hide his grin. He flicks a rock to the side to yank the villagers' attention away, then barrels in behind him and strikes. He storms inside and spots a healer bound up and helpless. Nizaki checks on her, and she stares back at him in pure shock. He blurts out, "Are you hurt?" And she shoots back, "No, you really came for me." The hero nods and gives a bright answer, telling her to pack up and leave the village. She grabs his attention and demands he unbonds the knots holding her. The girl announces she's staying in the village, and it totally shocks the guy, who blurts out why. The healer snaps back that every single one of her patients is there, and Hitoshi blurts out, "How could she say that when she looks like this?" Smiling at him, she tells him, "Don't worry, I'll be out soon." and then she throws down this truth: just because people from good families did something like this doesn't mean they're bad at heart. He shoots back, yeah, I'm a fool, no question, but then he glares and adds, and so are you. He rips her free. Hitoshi spots rope marks digging into her legs, deep enough to make them bleed. He was reaching for the knot on her wrists when a shout tore through the door: his partner had been knocked out. The resident demands a full house inspection, and insists that Nozaki stays put. The girl snaps, there are way too many of you, then she orders them to run. No answer, so she blurts out, Mr. Goblin. One of the guards bursts into the house, grinning as he shouts that they've finally caught the man. Then right out of nowhere, he gets blindsided by something surprising. He rockets back with such force that the door shatters to pieces. Hitoshi kicks him out, and he stumbles away from the house. The man clenches his fists, ready to take on the rest of the residents. The mayor's son charges at them with a shield and sword, barking orders for the rest of his men to swarm and attack. Blonde admits he messed up last time, then vows that this time he's not letting that man slip away. One of the residents yanks the victim up and snarls, get up now, we're going to finish off the hero. Nozaki leans in and warns the mayor's son, obey his demands and he'll spare their lives. The guy leans in and demands he repeat every word. Hitoshi grabbed him and demanded a promise, no more touching Akashi's daughter, and forced him to apologize for everything he'd done. He says the pay will be the hobgoblin's materials, but the blonde shoots his demand down without blinking. The mayor's son snaps his fingers and orders one of the boys to strike, and Nozaki can't help thinking, yeah, that's exactly what I expected from them. He slips the hit, then drives a vicious punch straight into his attacker's face. The guy slams to the ground and the villagers rush in, peppering him with, are you okay? While the blonde cuts in that he'll handle it himself. Nozaki suddenly realizes, whoa, he's feeling way better now. The blonde woman bursts into the room, screaming that the hero better show up and take her on bare fists, no tricks. He smirks and promises the man will be nothing but a nasty memory from here on out, yet the trembling villager blurts his name anyway, Philip. The mayor's son doesn't even hear it. He keeps screaming that he'll cut Hitoshi into pieces and dump him in the forest, and the resident keeps yanking his attention back, which sparks Philip's rage. He jabs a finger at his injured comrade and shouts, he's gone, he's dead. He blasts so Hitoshi killed Ruben. The hero snaps back to reality, stunned by what he just did, and he can't stop himself from thinking, did I really just prove people are that weak? He told the other residents, I'm not shocked at all, just look around, you're all wasting your lives. After a crushing stretch of silence, Philip finally whips around to the man and declares, I didn't even touch a weapon. Villagers swarm Nozaki from all sides, brandishing weapons and closing in fast. He's convinced his fighting skills can shut them down, 1 lesson per punch, 8 targets total, 3 are armed with real weapons but the rest are stuck with farm tools. Still, he knows he can't take on a whole crowd, so he keeps his distance from weapons and stays on guard. He's counting on the fact that they're not watching every move of his, and as long as he's close enough, he figures he can pull it off. Hitoshi sprints toward Philip and spots him raising a shield. The blonde whips his sword through the air, then the hero snaps out of the way before it can even land. The man raises a leg, and the opponent instantly thinks he's about to smash the shield. Nozaki suddenly lifts his leg higher than expected, and the enemy is caught completely off guard. The hero drives a brutal kick into the blonde's face with every ounce of power he's got. Falling, Philip can't stop thinking about how bad this reception must be, and at last he crumples straight to the ground. Hitoshi lies utterly lifeless now, yet one more villager with a spear barrels forward, ready to strike him from behind. The man slides out of every strike and the opponent snarls that, now this first one isn't so cool anymore. Right from behind Nozaki, a villager whips out his sword and swings it straight at him. The hero catches it in a flash and slams the guy straight in the stomach with his elbow, right where the sword lands. He snatches the enemy up and slams him to the ground, then clamps his hands around his throat and starts to choke him. After the win, he whips around to the villagers, clocks them backing away and spits, cowards. He's convinced there's only one last step standing between him and victory. A spear-wielding villager barrels up to Hitoshi and growls that it's going to hurt. The hero snatches the spear by its handle, and the opponent lunges to rip the weapon back. The man snaps his grip and throws the spear free, and the villager gets launched backward like he got hit by lightning. Nozaki promises he'll go all in and wipe them out for good. He slams his fist into the enemy's face, and blood erupts across his knuckles. The remaining residents are terrified out of their minds, and some bolt from there as fast as they can. The panicked crowd screams that Hitoshi is a monster as they run. He thinks he's finally done with them, then, right when he lets his guard down, he hears someone shouting for Philip. It was his father, and panic hit him hard as he blurted, "What's happening?" He rushes to his son's body, eyes spilling with tears, and turns to Nozaki, choking out the question, did he kill him? The hero corners the mayor and demands to know if he's really the one running this place. The mayor commands Haggard to kill Hitoshi. An armored man steps in and he keeps talking, saying he's been holding him back for this exact moment. Haggard hears the truth. Because his wild behavior went too far, his father, a feudal lord, threw him out of the city, and now he's going to have to pay the mayor back for taking him in. The armored man thrusts his sword up and snarls at Nozaki, calling him the imposter, then vows he'll bring him down with a blade. The hero snaps into a fighting stance, and then he spots the iron armor on his opponent. He's scrambling for a plan because the guy in front of him is nothing like the rest, and even worse, his stance has 0 weak spots. He can feel it. Standing right there is a brutal, battle-worn fighter who's seen it all. He thinks, with this heavy armor I might grind him down, but then he realizes time is running out fast. Mayor roars at a resident to get on their feet and drag the others back. Nozaki's like, "We're handing women and kids weapons just to kill Hitoshi at any cost," and then he snaps, realizing he has to calm down because his breathing is totally wrecked. He takes a few controlled breaths, then convinces himself he's finally ready. If he just charges straight in, Haggard will pounce on the opening and start by breaking down the enemy's moves first. Staring down his opponent, he tells himself he can't afford to miss a single detail, no matter how tiny. He spots the enemy shift his stance and his instincts scream, that steps off, like he's sneaking his weight over to mask what's coming with his left leg. Hitoshi suddenly gets flashbacks to the day he tore his meniscus while hurting his own men. Before his leg could be truly back to normal, he had to grind through brutal rehab because that knee is the engine of both attack and defense. So he figures if Haggard crashes in with a massive lunge, he can slip in and smash straight for the opponent's knee. Nozaki snaps at his opponent, admitting he's scared out of his mind of a naked, unarmed guy. The armored man stomps forward, swings his sword straight at Hitoshi, only for Hitoshi to skid out of the strike and dodge it clean. Still, the hero ends up with a nasty scratch on his neck. He's convinced that if his opponent's knee was still healthy, he'd wipe him out. He's raising his fist, like the next second could shatter everything. He spots the enemy bracing himself from above, but the trap he has in mind goes in a totally different direction. Nozaki's eyes snap to his opponent's knee, and in the blink of an eye he yanks it, sending them crashing to the ground together. He lunges for the hit, and in his mind he tells Haggard, armor or not, none of it will protect his joints. The man clenches his grip on his opponent's leg, squeezing down hard. He lunges straight for his opponent's head and clamps down hard, squeezing until it's over. Hitoshi lunges forward and snaps the armored man's neck in one brutal move. He drops it on the ground and realizes with a jolt that he never thought the day would ever come when he'd snap a man's neck. The hero declares it's finally over, then, out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. He closes in on the mayor, only for the mayor to scramble back and bark at him to stay away. Nozaki leans in and asks, so, did you order your own death? The city's ruler begs, spare me please. The hero snaps that every drop of blood is on the mayor's hands. The guy in front of him rips out a scream, swearing he'll curse him, and if he lays a hand on him, he'll drag him straight down to hell with him. Hitoshi swears he doesn't believe in gods, but the second he mentions the one he met, you can feel the memory hit him. He says he still can't wrap his head around why the mayor even belongs in hell, like God is just too lazy to handle him, and right then the mayor explodes, shouting back, what are you even talking about? He screams that the witch doctor caused all of it and rips into himself for not reacting sooner, like he should have sent Philip away the moment it started. Nozaki snaps that he's had enough of this talk, then strides right up to the man. He murders the mayor, then snaps that it's all the second one's fault, because he wants the hobgoblin materials from him, and he even injured the girl along the way. The hero clocks the healer can't know about this, but it's too late, she's already calling him over and racing straight to him. She blurts that she's just relieved he's okay, and Hitoshi snaps, asking how she managed to get herself untied. She snaps back that another patient clocked something was off and stepped in to help her. She spots the mayor's corpse and the man tries to force out words, but nothing comes out right. The healer snaps that there's nothing to worry about, and then she drops the bomb. She overheard every word of that talk with the town mayor. She whips around to the hero and basically tells him, since things landed like this, get out of town right now as fast as you can. He told him, take her with you. Nadezki leans in and asks if she wants it. The healer nods with a steady smile and admits the truth. After all of this, the residents will shun her and her skills won't be needed anymore. The hero realizes that to everyone else this girl is his ally, so now he's the one they fear and the one they look down on with contempt. So he let rage take over, kicked her out of her home and still sided with her. He orders her to grab everything she needs from the house before they leave and swears he'll carry it all for her. The healer snaps back at first, but one calm, confident push from him smooths her nerves fast. After a while, a massive backpack loaded with supplies drops into view in front of him, and even though he admits the girl packed a ton, he still tells her to get out now. She gazes over the town, then spins back and beams, accepting his proposal with a smile. Nozaki fully believes he'll never forget the look on that girl's face in that exact moment. As he trudges through the forest, he swears that in just a couple hours they'll burst out, because the main road is right behind the trees packed with taverns. The healer can't believe it. Hitoshi wiped his own memories in that forest, and she knows that kind of terror has to be absolutely brutal. He nods along, goes, "You're right," and admits she's the first person who's ever met him, then calls him a goblin, laughs and teases, "Are you ashamed of me?" They kept chatting nonstop as they pushed deeper through the dark forest, talking like every step carried a secret. Nozaki can't shake the feeling that after everything that just happened, he still has no clue who he even is. And honestly, traveling together is pure nonstop fun. The healer tells them it took about 2 weeks to reach the rock, and that her older sister and younger brother are the ones living there. Then the hero clicks and realizes talking to her is surprisingly easy. He can't forget that girl who looked at his new acquaintance and swore he looked just like someone from her past. 3 days later, when the night settles in and the campfire crackles, Nozaki leans in and admits, "Yeah, I messed up." He said it because he swore they'd reach the next tavern before nightfall. Then the plan crashed, and he had no choice but to sleep out on the street, keeping watch over the girl all night long. Hitoshi whips around to stare at the tent, then darts his eyes for anyone watching before deciding to check his status. He remembers the healer's words from earlier that day. Apparently, the masters of this world rely on magical devices to measure their power levels. So yeah, being able to see his status at all is not *normal, which means he's got to be careful and keep it hidden before anyone catches on. He swings open his status, and then slams into a loud gasp because of what's written there. He clamps his mouth shut. Could this be real? His level shot up to 15 and 2 brand new abilities just unlocked, Charm and Stealth. Then 2 more titles burst onto the scene, Monster and Evo, and Goblin and the hero are left completely clueless about what they even mean. He rips into the status card for calling him a goblin, demands to know if the system is truly run by some god, and tells it to stop messing with his titles. Nozaki suspects that the monster title might be a cruel punishment for the people he killed. He says this is the first sleepless night since the murders, and that's why he figures he finally deserves the title. After he wiped out the hobgoblin, his level shot up like crazy. He basically got hit with all that experience at once, totaling a full 10 points. The man blurts out, "This is probably gonna be bad, because if wars are happening here, you already know some people's levels will skyrocket." The very next day, the healer storms back and demands answers about the war again. Hitoshi leans in and asks, "So, getting to the top level is really that hard?" The girl nods and tells him she gets it, so he doesn't have to worry. He's convinced there's some rule system running the world, and the healer shuts it down. When people of the same species slaughter each other, they don't earn a single bit of experience. She presses her palms together and declares with trembling faith that God is merciful and overflowing with compassion. Again, as the footsteps keep going, the truth comes out. Skip the monster hunt and grind your power by slaughtering other species, so humans, elves, and beastmen stay locked in non-stop war. She whips around and finds the man has completely stopped in his tracks. The healer leans in and asks if he's really okay, and if he's worn out. Clenching his fist and staring at the ground, he replayed her words in his head. If 2 members of the same species kill each other, none of it stacks, but every time he took someone down, experience rained in. He can't stop asking himself one terrifying question: who is he deep down? The hero recalls the status screaming "monster," then stares up at the sky and snaps at God like, "This isn't funny at all." The healer steps up to him and asks, straight to the point, if he needs any medicine. In a dusty tavern bed, Hitoshi broods over one brutal truth: humans never earn experience points for slaughtering their own. But then he realizes he's the kind of human that doesn't fit the rules. He's dead certain he can't let this secret slip, because if they find out, they'll brand him a threat in an instant. He snaps his head toward her as her shocked cry rings out. The naked healer grabs a cloth to cover herself and shoots. "Why are you here?" Then she insists she needs to get dressed and orders him to get out right now. She slams a pillow over Nazaki's face, tells him, "You said you'd wash all this trip's dirt off," and orders him to head to the dining room without her. He rushes to her, blurting out an apology and insisting, "I just needed a moment, I was thinking for a bit." At the table, the girl leaned in and told the hero, "Good news, we're finally making it to Rockcliffe tomorrow." They clink their glasses together and the healer lifts his cup, urging everyone to drink to a safe, successful journey. They dig in and the girl lights up with a smile at every single meal. Hitoshi clocks it right away, and it hits him that the ride's finally going to end tomorrow and he can't help but feel relieved. He warns her that if she keeps stuffing herself, she'll balloon into fat, then quietly realizes he has to stop letting this girl get under his skin. If he sticks with her, he's going to drag nothing but bad luck down on himself, so he warns her and she laughs it off, saying they're celebrating, meaning they're eating. He's convinced people slip in and out of love way too easily, and honestly, he says that's just how life works. The very next day, the healer strides up and points at a nearby city. There's a massive wall wrapped around it like it's been forged for war. She whips around to the hero and tells him she can see Rockcliffe, then his face lights up with pure joy. They pushed up to the city gates and slid into the crowd's line, waiting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else. Nazaki grins and says the closer they get, the more insane those giant walls look, and of course a fortress city would be like that. The girl chimes in, then adds that once the military's job is done, trade starts booming everywhere. Guard barks next, and Hitoshi leans in, telling them it's their turn now, their turn to get searched. The girl digs through her bag, mumbling that she doesn't know if what she's got will count as an entry document, but before she can finish, the guard snaps, barks at her to pull it out, right now. The hero's mind races over what he'll do if his name lands on the wanted list for what happened in the city, and the guards are stunned when the healer's documents hit their hands. She claims it's a letter from her older sister's assistant, and then one of them shoots back that it's actually from Claire Sama's people. They let them in, and Ozaki fires off to his partner that they slipped inside way too easily, so he asks if Clairsund is really that big a deal in this city. The healer leans in and says it's because this girl is the adopted daughter of feudal Lord Earl Megan. He's stunned by the news and the healer just laughs it off. "I never thought anyone would go this far just to become a healer." Hitoshi nods like he gets it, then she admits she's done trying to bargain with the guards and her partner snaps that they've gotta take the other route, now. They stride through the city and the hero's eyes snap to a fruit stand, like, of course it's here in a place where the trade's thriving and the streets should be overflowing with life. He scans the other people and realizes there are tons of different human races here, and somehow he still blends in like he doesn't stand out at all. The witch doctor grabs Nazaki and barks for him to hurry, and Nazaki shoots back, "I'm coming," but in his head he's thinking the guy looks like a total country bumpkin. Near the house, a girl steps in to help her ailing grandfather and he gratefully thanks her, then she smiles, waves goodbye and hopes he never gets sick again. She spots the healer, rings her bell and can barely process that she's actually here. Then another girl dashes in, shouting, "Claire." They break into a tight hug and Claire blurts, "Why did you show up like that? Did you scare me on purpose?" Then she finally spots the man. Hitoshi flashes her a quick hello and she snaps, "So what happened to you?" The two travelers lean in and spill every last detail to Claire, leaving nothing out. She tells him, "You did an amazing job escorting Belle," and thanks him like it really matters. The girls rush into the house and Claire leans in to tell her sister she's probably worn out, then urges them to take a breather right away. Elle whips around and yells at the hero, yet he just doesn't answer. Her smile flips in an instant as realization hits her like a sudden punch. Hitoshi swears he'll probably head there. Claire tells him the mayor she dealt with is actually the son of the old lord, thrown into exile for messing around, but stillborn royalty, and now he's asking everyone to stay on their guard. The hero throws her a thank you, but Belle blurts out to stop him, only for her own sister to grab her and cut her off. Claire insists he's doing it solely for the healer's sake. Izaki grins and tells them to go crush it in the leaves. After that long, crushing silence, Belle finally breaks in good luck. At the city fountain, a man stares into the water like it's judging him, then snaps back because he can't afford to drown in sadness. He's got to remember the days he lived in a tree and stay on guard no matter what. He strides up to one of the residents and fires off a quick question for directions. Hitoshi storms away thinking he should have shoved even farther from that town, but the truth hits hard: he's got zero money. He makes up his mind, he's going to become the town's next big adventurer. The hero stumbles into the Adventurers Guild, and the whole place feels like it's buzzing with possibility. Hand on the door, he's about to swing it open, because right this second he swears a whole new chapter of his life is about to ignite. He steps inside with the certainty that everything's about to flip, and right on cue the tavern's owner, like always, is a beautiful woman glowing with pure happiness. He starts picturing the moment a girl rushes up to greet him at the Adventurers Guild. Behind the counter, a mustached man locks eyes with him and explodes into a storm of swears at the hero. The man leans in and asks if Hitoshi has come to register, and the moment Hitoshi nods yes, he slams the form down and tells him to sign. He says a close match is good enough because lots of people can't even write, and all that matters is one thing: whether he can actually pull off the job. At the table, he spots travelers downing drinks and gossiping, and the man behind the counter snaps at Nozaki, "Don't you dare listen to their chatter," because the moment he looks around, it's clear they've turned the guild into a full-on bar. He turns in a slow circle, and every single visitor screams adventurer. Like whoever they are, they all look downright deadly. Even though they act unimpressed the second he walks in, every single one of them clocks him and studies him, so you better not try anything dumb. A man holding a glass leans in and warns you that Hitoshi looks downright dangerous. The mysterious stranger leans in and calls the kid Simone, and the boy can't help but wonder what that name means. The shaggy guy abruptly stops chewing, locks eyes with Nozaki, and just stays silent. Another guy nearby leans in and growls that he hates it. He snaps at Hitoshi for staring, then grabs his weapon. His partner clocks it instantly. He's about to start up again, so he snaps, telling him to back off and leave the hero alone. He calls him Gonza, and the big traveling axeman swings in, threatening to smash Nozaki to pieces. The man barrels up to Hitoshi and starts yelling like he's trying to pin down exactly where he's looking. The hero's jaw drops because that man's massive size just throws him off instantly. A traveler lobs an insult at Nozaki and the mistake hits him. He'd been careless all along, while the guy behind the counter swivels to Gonsu and warns, "If you're itching to fight, take it outside." Hitoshi tells himself he can't go around fighting on day one, not when there's no point in starting trouble, especially since that opponent looks downright terrifying. But then he realizes there's no escape, he's gotta fight. He's just trying to butter up Gonsu, and the second he opens his mouth, he starts apologizing like crazy, raving that the guy is incredible and he can't stop admiring him. The giant man's confusion hit him like a storm, he just couldn't make sense of it. Nozaki keeps going, and the second I step up to the guild building, a huge aura hits me like a wave. He bursts out that when he walked in, he instantly clocked the sound gaunts, and his shock hit him like a punch, and that's when the traveler's companions overhear the whole thing. Hitoshi's convinced that nobody, not even once, has ever managed to resist his slick, suck-up tactics. Gaunt snaps that the hero won't shut up, and the boy fires back, saying every word he's thrown out has gone nowhere. The big man's cheeks flare red and he blurts out that he should have said it way sooner, while the hero grins because his words hit dead on and worked perfectly. Nozaki clocks the guy as way too straightforward, flashes him a friendship smile, offers to buy him a drink, and Hands laughs like the idea's hilarious and happily agrees. 2 hours later, the guild was nearly empty. Most people had already vanished. Gauntz clutches the girl and keeps firing off the compliments he got while his partner raves that their general is magnificent, then boasts that when he spots prey he finishes it in a single blow, so Hitoshi just laughs awkwardly. He suddenly remembers he never introduced himself, then blurts out, "My name is Al." The traveler stares at Hitoshi and thinks, this guy's insanely careful, because his gaze never once loosens. The hero stared at Al, realizing those words sounded way too brutal, and warned himself to stay sharp. Then the blonde demanded his name again, and Hitoshi finally answered, "I'm Air Yajin." Nozaki tells them his grandmother was shipped in from distant lands and forced to serve as a subordinate, so his name and face ended up a little different from everyone else's. A1 snaps back that the hero's been through hell, and right then Hitoshi realizes, when he got dragged into this world, the old him basically died the instant it happened. The boy beside them blurts out that even his little sister got sold too. Al beams and introduces his partner, telling everyone the name, Tasaturn. The hero greets him, "It's nice to meet you," and Simon immediately snaps that Gansei has slipped away to steal a little privacy with the girls. Hitoshi starts telling Al about the lands here, and Al cuts back in, asking him again. He shoots back that since his mom, freed from servitude, spent her entire life in some far-off farming village, she never really learned the lay of the land around them, so he's got no clue about the surrounding areas. Al snaps out a map of the nearby regions, points to it, and shows that Rockcliffe is barely hanging on at the very edge of the world. Hitoshi stares at it and thinks, "This is already wild," and then the traveler keeps going. Way up near the north is a quote called Forest Refuge, ruled by a self-proclaimed leader, the Sacred Forest Country. Al lays it out: west is the kingdom of Aslart, east is Chrysar, south is the kingdom of Mariano, and it just keeps going like that. Nozaki swears the closest kingdom is out east and he's seconds away from remembering it. Then he spots something weird on the map and blurts, "What is that?" The traveler fires back that the Empire of Megid is an insanely great place to live, perfect, as long as you're just an ordinary resident. After some time, Al keeps firing off wild stories to the hero, then the hero, stunned, blurts out that these places are a monster paradise, and that he absolutely has to go there. At night the friends part ways and Al dials Yajin while Yajin heads upstairs telling him thanks for a great evening, because he's genuinely liked him. Hitoshi grins at his new acquaintance, and right above him from one of the rooms, loud sounds start to rumble. The hero storms into his room, hurls a heavy bag of coins onto the bed and lets it land with a loud clatter. He counts what's left and realizes it's barely anything, so normal armor is out of reach. Now he's got to hustle, find some quick cash and make it happen fast. Nozaki remembers Bell shoved the money into his hands, and at first he refused to take it, saying he'd rather haul his loot to the tavern and sell everything, because if trouble hits he can always scrape by on the street. The girl demanded to know why he needed it, warned him he'd need that money for something else, and snapped that he had to stop being so stubborn. She grinned and told them, "Don't worry, I'm not just giving these away," and then promised he'd get it back twice as much. Hitoshi sat on the edge of the bed, legs pressed together and arms crossed, and the moment the girl's loud sounds hit, he snapped, wanting them to shut up right now. The very next day, the hero splashed water on his face by the well, stared into the ripples and realized he can't risk charging in alone with his knowledge this thin, so he decides there's only one way forward. He says he's fully ready, and with everything he learned from the past gatherings, he's sure he's going to crush it this time. At the guild, Gansei slams his demand down. He wants them to repeat exactly what Hitoshi said. He tells them, "I want to join your crew, let me in." He blurts out that he wants to be an adventurer just like him, then Gans snaps his gaze to Yajin. Nozaki, right there, anger blazing in his eyes, he demands to know why on earth he chose to profit off them. The hero's jaw drops at Al's words, and Al blurts that Yajin hails from some far-off rural backwater. The blonde spins toward Hitoshi and demands to know if he even knows Yajin's basics, but Hitoshi just stares back, completely clueless. Alex breaks it down. Those basic qualities are the core 5: strength, endurance, intelligence, spirit, willpower, and agility, and if you're an adventurer, the real deal is strength and endurance. He says the hero doesn't earn those traits out of nowhere, he starts with them, and his qualities and level decide the whole outcome, so if his base stats don't hit the required threshold, he'll never reach the top. Hitoshi pushes, demanding to know exactly how those basic qualities get decided. Al tells them strength and endurance get locked in at birth, by his very physiology. He brags that every adventurer out there is better than him, except Kimin, who he somehow can't rank beneath. Orton tells them they'll never smash through the 6th level, despite the fact that they're the mightiest crew in Rockcliffe. Unless Hitoshi had a power like Kimin, they'd have no spot for him in their crew. The hero refuses to quit and fires the question off again, demanding to know about that special ability. Al shoots back that these aren't just basics, they're skills, and on top of that he says there are special abilities picked specifically for certain professions. He points out their problem: right now they're hunting for a specialized scout, but they can't find anyone, because landing that kind of killer charm is brutally rare. Gantz snaps his hand up in front of Hitoshi's face and demands to know, "Are you listening?" Izaki claims he's got the gift of charm and the kind of stealth that lets him slip in unseen. Travelers are left totally stunned by the way he delivers those words. Al says only a tiny group of people can use those artifacts to pull off real abilities, and here's the catch, only they can even sense them with their own eyes and instincts, so he can't exactly expect everyone else to believe him. Gonsa says that's why Hitoshi has to earn it from them right there during training. As the hero racks up gear and weapons, he swears it feels like a full-on show. Kimin flexes his power to pick the perfect armor, Gon charms the store owner with his words, and Al bargains back with that unsettling smile like he's hiding a secret. Izaki's first set landed in his hands for an insanely low price. He slams out an apology to his comrades for the costs, and they wave it off like it's nothing at all. The hero shoots a grateful grin and tells them they'll give him a real shot, letting him prove himself and join the group, and even after all that, they still made sure he walked out with the right gear. He grins and tells them he'll crush this test for sure, and that everything they did had a purpose. Gauntz tells him don't sweat it, but then warns that if he bombs the test, he'll drag the armor off his corpse out and sell it. The man says the real test hits tomorrow, then tells Hitoshi to sleep like it matters, and Hitoshi gets it instantly. This world is brutally cruel. He insists it fits him perfectly, like it was made for him. Next morning, the whole crew storms out of the city and hits the road. Kimin strides out front, cloaked up with a bow and arrows in hand, while Nizaki follows right behind. Al keeps pace beside him in full armor with a shield, and last comes Gonz, armored and gripping an axe. Hitoshi tosses and turns, convinced he still can't fall asleep. Men stride across the field, and Al snatches a sheet of paper covered in strange inscriptions. He reads that the quest is to hunt down a dog-like monster, a gray wolf, and he instantly realizes it's trouble because that thing rips through livestock. He checks it out and realizes it's doable in a single day, and the pay is seriously good. Nizaki is convinced that since they can hustle, endurance is the one thing adventurers can't afford to lack. The hero is about to ask something and Al's already guessing. The question's basically, so why did nobody step up for this task? They grab rewards for finishing the quests pinned on the notice board. Every adventurer does it. But because Gonsa has been sleeping for ages, this is the only quest left standing. Al says gray wolves usually hunt in packs of 5 to 10, but since nobody can confirm the exact number, everyone avoids that job. They show up in the village, the very place where that request came from. They stumble on a dead sheep, and one of the villagers snaps that there was another attack this morning. He adds that this is the third time this month. Hitoshi swears the residents are always on edge and they just can't get any sleep. The little girl steps up to her grandfather and he leans in, asking if she wants to bury the animal the right way. The kid clings to his grandpa, sobbing as he blurts out the sheep's name, and the old man chokes out that his daughter adored that poor lost animal. He whips around to the adventurers, warns that if this keeps up the village will be wiped out, and begs them to help. Al promises we'll definitely help, but first they have to dig up every detail. Grandpa beckons the boy to come along, and Al snaps at his comrades to stay put. Once the blonde walks out, Gansei snaps that Alu will take over the talks, because if anything turns sketchy, he'll shut it down without hesitation. He tells them to stay on full alert and orders Hitoshi to report anything odd right away, because they can never, ever let their guard slip. Gauntz realizes Nizaki's dying to ask why they're so on edge, even though the residents look like genuinely nice people. Al storms back and asks why Yajin's got that weird look on his face, and the big guy immediately fires back, so how'd the negotiations go? The blonde flashes a reassuring smile, says everything's fine, then pushes them to start hunting monsters, insisting they're crawling in from the east. The squad marches out of the village and Al leans toward Hitoshi. Sometimes employers straight up lie just to get the job done quicker, and if you got played into a lower price, then you only have yourself to blame. He says the guy owns his own life, and Nagachi snaps that instead of feeling sorry for people, we should side-eye them, and he goes right back to calling this world cruel. The group locks eyes with the forest ahead, and the hero's heart pounds because he knows this is it. The task is finally about to be finished. Gansei tells them we'll hold here, and Hitoshi, playing scout, dives into the forest to track down the gray wolf's lair and come back with the location. Al leans in and tells the hero, stick to your stealth, no scent, no mistakes. If you reek, it's over because the wolves will track you down first. The hero's already gearing up to leave when Coleman yanks him back and dares him to prove what he can do. Hitoshi shoots back, "Are you only hyping me up by calling me older?" And Al answers coldly that he's still holding Kimin back from anything like that. As the hero pushes deeper into the forest, he suddenly realizes way too much time has slipped by. He tells everyone he feels totally out of place, like he's trapped in a stranger's house. He snaps at himself for saying that, insisting the forest isn't his home. He claims that because gray wolves are basically bigger wolves, their noses should be brutally good. Hitoshi starts by burying his scent under a blanket of leaves. He spots that cool mint-like plant again, the same one that's saved him countless times before. The hero rubs every inch of his body and says, "Later, you've gotta tell Gonsu and the rest to do the same." He cranks up the charm and drops a mind-blowing revelation. With his power, he can kind of feel animals nearby, but spotting a single monster in the chaos is brutal, until Al chimes in, "Gray wolves hunt in packs of 5 to 10. So Hitoshi is going to spot them the instant they show up in the abilities area of effect. He spots massive animal tracks everywhere, one huge set, then dozens more stamped across the ground. Man shoots a glance to the side and spots something he can't ignore. He spotted a pack of wolves slipping into the cave. Hitoshi charges his comrades straight into the monster's habitat, and Jensei wastes no time praising him. Man leans in and asks Ella what they're going to do next. The blonde whips around to Nizaki and asks, "You're sure it's only 5 opponents?" And he nods back, confident as ever. Al grins and says, "All right, then we'll hit them head-on and show Hitoshi exactly what our crew is really made of." Men surge right up to the cave. The hero remembers Al's plan. Since they're fighting against the wind, they'll creep in close to the monsters, wait for the wolves to spot them, and then unleash the attack with a signal. Nizaki spots wolf-shaped shadows and blasts Kimono's name to sound the alarm. The guy whips his weapon up and zeroes in on one of the monsters. The arrow slams into the wolf's eye, and the wolf ghost comes lurching straight for him. The man grits his teeth, swings the axe in a brutal arc, and hacks the monster's head clean off. 2 more wolves come charging at him, but Gaunt snaps one of them down in a flash. Hitoshi can barely believe it, just 2 brutal hits and 2 monsters are already wiped out. But he spots that the man's exposed himself and another wolf is about to pounce, so Al slams the enemy with his shield. The blonde swordsman hangs back behind Gaunt's, blade ready to strike. Nizaki figures out Al's, filling his comrades' open spots. Kimin and Al hammer in pinpoint strikes, draining their opponent's mobility with every move. At this exact moment, Gods ends every monster with a single, crushing strike. The hero can't help but marvel at how perfectly everything clicks into place. Hitoshi strides up to them, eyes wide, thinking, "You guys just wiped out 5 monsters in a blink." Gauntz fires back at the guy, staring him down and saying he stands there like a damn pillar. He fires back, saying his work isn't done yet, and orders him to keep doing things the way they're supposed to be done. After that, they hauled the dead wolves to the river, chopped them up for parts, and dug out usable materials. Nizaki even pitched in, helping Kimin as he trained him. By the time they slipped back to the village to report, night had already swallowed everything, so the whole group decided to take the villagers' advice and hole up for the night. They must have done it because the hero looked wiped out, and right then the whole crew was huddled with the villagers at the table, digging into a meal. At the table, the guy swivels toward Nizaki and blurts that he's heard rumors about him tracking down the gray wolf's lair all by himself, and even that Gons sang his praises, so Nizaki shoots back that he didn't really do anything. The little girl grabbed a man's attention and thanked him with all her heart. And the resident even thanks the guy, because now they don't have to live in fear anymore. Though Hitoshi smashed through his very first adventurer's mission with flying colors. The very next day, the hero bursts into the Adventurers Guild, practically beaming as he rushes up to his comrades. The guy behind the counter shoves over part of his reward, and Nizaki blurts out a huge, grateful thank you. Gon says it's a bit under their share, but it's still plenty to let the boy live comfortably for a whole week. Then the hero, clutching the bag, shoots back, "So, is that too much?" The man fires back that they only snagged the wolves by surprise because of Hitoshi, then straight up asks for a reward. Al tells everyone they'll grind a bit more tomorrow, but right now, the hero finally gets to breathe, he's free. Nizaki quickly spots it, everyone's split across the city. Gon's vanished to the brothel, Al heads straight for the tailor, and Kimin races off to the gun shop. He's frozen, not knowing what to do next, because being an adventurer means your life is always dangling by a thread, and even just watching from the sidelines, you can feel that crushing pressure in your mind. The hero figures he has to chase the same sparks everyone else has, then, boom, his stomach growls so loud it shakes the moment. He slammed in an order for a whole chicken, then shot the waiter a quick thanks for bringing it out. A man stares at a bird's leg like it's magic, convinced nothing on earth has ever tasted this insanely delicious. A newbie girl steps up to him and hits him with the question, does he even realize how insanely pricey meat and vegetables are? Hitoshi smirks and says he's blowing his money on food because he can only earn it with his own strength. The waitress bursts into laughter and says most adventurers only hunt drinks and women, so it's a real rarity to meet weirdos who get this hyped about food. And that it's a brutal, thorn-choked route, meat and veggies are basically nowhere to be found. The man demands answers and the girl tells him monsters rip through the livestock, plus taxes are strangling trade, so most vegetables are grown at home and never make it to market, same goes for spices. She tells him if you want real food and a good life, you've got to start earning real money. The very next day, Nozaki bolts through the streets, chased hard by an ostrich-like monster. On the rocks, Alan Kimin plots a brutal attack, and Gonkei's waiting right ahead for the hero to walk into the trap. The swordsman snaps a signal to the archer, and the arrow rips through the air the instant it's let go. The arrow slams into the animal's eye, then Gonsi darts in and swings his weapon hard at it. The man swings down and chops the bird's head clean off. After landing a handful of missions with Gonsei and the rest, Hitoshi finally synced up with them perfectly. They're heading to the tavern to chow down, and right in front of the hero sits a steaming plate of pork. Al catches on, studies his food like it's a nobleman's feast, then leans in and demands, so all your partner's money really just gets dumped on food. Nozaki shoots back that health comes first, and you've gotta load up on protein, vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber. He also insists that adventurers must eat a balanced diet, something gods calls downright strange. In Hitoshi, the big man and Hitoshi started a heated argument over wine barrels. Hitoshi insisted it was 15, but the big man slammed back and swore it was only 10. The hero demands, why do you think there are 10 of us? And Gauntz shoots back, because people only have 10 fingers, one for each of us. Nozaki bursts into laughter and tells him, you can use your toes and count all the way to 20. The man stares at him with pure rage, and that fury scares the hero straight out of his skin. Gauntz lifts his leg and swears that, yeah, using it you can actually practice counting. Hitoshi strides down the hallway, glances out the window and lets the view steal his breath, like he's actually starting to get used to life in Rockcliffe. Then, out of nowhere, a fresh squad of adventurers gets thrown right back into the chaos. 5 gray wolves are the next problem they have to face. Al fired the question at his friends, what did they think? Last time they went up against these guys it was way too easy and the reward was absolutely worth it. The villager rushed to greet the travelers, thanked them for coming, and admitted that the whole town had been itching for their arrival. Al grabs his attention and demands he tell them what's going on, right now. Hitoshi clocks that everything is playing out exactly like last time, and he can't help but pray the residents are okay. The crew marches into the forest with the same plan as last time and Jensei clocks it instantly. Nozaki slips back fast, like the forest barely got a chance to keep him. His comrades fire questions at him, and he snaps back that he tracked down their lair. Last time the lair's entrance was wide open and they fought right there, but this time the path is choked with plants and bushes so they can't pull off the same move again. He tells them he spotted a clearing just near their place, and if he pulls it off he'll lead the wolves straight there. Al bursts out, I can't do this, because fleeing from his opponents is suicide. He shouts that they'll close in, rip him apart and finish him. But Hitoshi shoots back that he's got this, he'll tear through the forest faster than anyone, and he demands everyone trust him. He says a scout's real mission is to throw the enemies off their game and keep them busy. Al fully backs his plan. Nozaki closes in on the lair, slices the animal's flesh away, and slings its blood down as a blazing trail. He crouches and waits, eyes locked on the cave entrance until the wolves finally spill out. The monster lunges after him and the man snaps into a full-blown chase, sprinting to get away. Hitoshi sprints straight toward his comrades, and they're already locked and loaded for the fight. Al can't stop panicking, something's keeping the hero from arriving. Nozaki rockets out of the bushes like a secret burst into daylight. He bursts out shouting that the gray wolves are closing in, then yells at his comrades to get ready to fight. The boys beam with excitement and Kimon snaps into focus, aiming right at one of the wolves. The arrow slams into the monster's eye, and Al lunges in, chopping its head clean off. Gaunt's barrels after the wolf, axe swinging hard and chops clean through his head. Hitoshi's convinced the whole operation is running perfectly, then out of nowhere he hears something. He rallies his people and warns them, something terrifying is on the way. The man felt those creatures closing in, and the wild thing was he never saw the twist coming. Gray wolf reinforcements were rolling in, even though he figured there were only 5. The hero snaps Gon's name and warns him, reinforcements are closing in. Al heard it and shot a question, how many are coming, and Hitoshi answered 10. The hero is terrified of the wolf at the center because it's nothing like the others. He's utterly horrified by that wolf and he spits, monster, like it's the only word his fear can find. Nizaki's panicking wolf reinforcements are about to slam into them, and if they're going to escape, they've got to bolt right now. Gods fires the question at Al, are they retreating? And Al snaps back that they've got to clear the monsters right in front of them first, while Hitoshi starts thinking only about his own survival and decides, yeah, he might as well bolt right now. Rage and guilt hit him at once, so he sprinted straight for his comrades, convinced this disaster was his fault as a scout, and that if he walked away now, he'd never forgive himself. He lifts his phone, calls Alla and promises, I'll get through this, you'll help me. Nizaki's moments away from decking the monster. He's bragging that he's never faced a 4-legged monster before, but deep down, he knows the head is the one spot you can actually break. But the wolf snaps out of the way at the last second. The hero catches how fast he's reacting, and right then the monster lunges onto him. He realizes he's left himself wide open, then he throws himself out of the way at the last second, but the dodge still knocks his balance off just a bit. He totally misjudged how the wolf would move, and if he didn't swing with everything he had, the hit wouldn't matter at all. He's seconds from blasting the ball with the tightest angle, then he raises his leg to swing. He slams his opponent right in the neck, and the guy crumples to the ground. Nakaji realizes the wolf's neck is snapped, and even with those monsters' insane speed they drop fast, so he barrels toward the final 2. Gon hacked the wolf's head clean off, and right after that, Al swung for the second one and did the same. The swordsman is already trying to back out, but when he spots Hitoshi's terrified face, he yells for him to come, only for Hitoshi to insist they never had time. 10 wolves already lined up in front of them, and right in the middle stood a monster, towering so far above its pack mates it didn't even feel real. Nakaji clocks it instantly and says the truth hits him hard, like it was his own presence she was sensing. Al says folks like that don't usually move with the pack, then he sizes up the monster and labels it an elite gray wolf. The massive wolf starts roaring into the night with a howl so loud it shakes everything. Hitoshi yanks out his weapon, plants his feet and snaps into a deadly fighting stance. A pack of regular wolves barrels toward them, and God screams at his comrades to go all in. The hero notices the elite wolf hasn't moved at all, it's just standing out there in the distance, silently staring him down. Gaunt grips an axe, Al squares up with a shield and sword, and Kimon snaps out a pair of knives like he's about to pounce. Nizaki lunges and slips out of the monster's deadly attacks. He realizes with a sinking gut that he can't dodge every single one of them. The wolf fiercely rakes the man's legs, and right as he jerks back, 2 more figures close in from the sides surrounding him. Yet another monster digs claws into his leg and Hitoshi snaps to it. Those things aren't just attacking, they're backing off on purpose, taunting him like he's playtime. Their behavior couldn't be any more different from the earlier wolves, like the elite wolf has thrown the whole pack into a new league. The monster struck his legs and he knew that if he just fought back everything would spiral even harder, yet the bleeding still felt manageable at first, but as the seconds ticked by, the pain only escalated. After everything he survived in this cruel world, the thought of becoming wolf food is so unbearable he can't even let himself imagine it. He's locked in, certain he'll survive, then blast his opponents out of the fight. A wolf barrels in behind him and the man snaps. He knows he's got to take the leap, so he swings his weapon for a brutal counterattack. He drives the blade into the wolf's throat, then blood still sprays and a nasty scratch marks his face. The second monster lunges and clamps its teeth into Hitoshi's leg. He drives a blade straight into the wolf's head. The third monster lunges at him and he whips out a dagger to drive it in. Then the wolf clamps down on his weapon-wielding hand and claws across his eyelid. Blood clings to Nakaji's face and arm, and then he realizes his field of vision has shrunk to a terrifying sliver. He's still brutal even without the dagger, but in this state, he can't keep up with the wolf's lightning-fast speed. The hero figures a distraction might be his best move, then remembers he tucked something away in his clothes, silver coins and a pinch of spice, just in case. He snatches the coins and hurls them straight at his opponent. While the wolf's guard is down, Hitoshi rockets forward and smashes it in the face with everything he's got. The monster crashes to the ground, and the man suddenly feels an elite wolf breathing down his back. A huge wolf barrels in and slashes at Nozaki, tearing into his armor and slamming him hard to the ground. Al dashes to call his friend back, but the hero clamps both hands on the monster's face and keeps it pinned. Hitoshi feels the wolf's claws tear into the metal plate of his armor. His arms are at the breaking point, and the monster's raw strength leaves him stunned. He knows if he freezes, he's done for, and right now, he's frantically trying to think of a way out. He snaps up a plan on the spot, then rips away from the wolf's face. He darts in, clamps his hand on the monster's neck, and yanks out a bag of spices from his sleeve in one savage move. Right in front of the wolf's eyes, the two scatter, then Hitoshi lunges, snatches the paw with his hand and kicks the other one away. The wolf stumbles and loses its footing, and the hero lunges on top, clamping his hands around its throat and beginning to choke him. The monster fights back with everything it's got. He lunges and hurls the man off him, breaking free in a burst of power. Nozaki knows one thing for sure: he can't ever let the enemy slip away, because the second he does, it's game over for him. The wolf is totally drained, and the moment the air runs out, his whole body starts to tremble. The monster finally collapses to the ground. Once he's confirmed his opponent is dead, he finally releases him. He drops to the ground, drained and spent. Hitoshi finally snaps to the truth: everything's done, and he can't even muster the strength to rise. He hears the news: his partner's finished too. Gauntz closes in on Nakaji, who just realized he'd been careless in the chaos of that fight and never saw other opponents coming. The truth hits him hard: it was all his own mistake. Gonza grins and tells his friend, "Don't worry, I'm not bad at all." The hero froze at those words, then his partner lit him up with praise for taking down the elite wolf solo. Al nods, then tells him Yajin is absolutely cut out to be a fighter. Three men loom behind Kimin as he hacks open the belly of a massive wolf. He digs around, and then, right in the middle of everything, he uncovers something unbelievable. He yanks out a glowing magic stone. Hitoshi presses again, and Al hits back, saying that stone is enormous, and people either burn it to power magical gadgets or use it as the catalyst to kickstart alchemy. He explains that those monsters that have lived for ages forge the stone deep within themselves, yet outside high mana dungeon zones, these huge magic stones almost never show up. Al says those stones are hot commodities and worth a fortune, so Hitoshi practically lights up. Then the blonde grins and says, "Now that I've gutted that wolf, I've got to swing by and introduce myself to someone." The crew bursts back into the village, right where their story started. Gauntz and Owl grip a stick between them, dangling a wolfskin from it. The blonde man whips around to face the village chief, and you can tell something's got him on edge. He can't believe they actually managed to take down the elite wolf. Gun tells them, "I swear, we almost died right there because of me." He whips his weapon toward the village chief, snapping so close it almost clips him. Gong's rage exploded out of him, and you could tell he finally understood those customers had tricked them. His comrades scrambled to calm him down. That man would have lopped the customer's head off if Al hadn't barreled in and stopped him. The village chief snapped and confessed on the spot. He'd known from the very start it was probably more than 5 wolves, but he stayed silent just to dodge the payment. So yeah, for normal groups, 5 wolves are the absolute ceiling, so he hatched a plan and conned everyone. Rage boiled in Alo's veins because he couldn't smell the lie at all, so he snapped that the customer must be quoting some kind of duplicity. After that, Al started squeezing even more money out of the customers, and rage boiled harder in him than in Gonza, because he couldn't shake the guilt. On their way to Rock Cliff, the crew crashed into camp for the night, and even though Hitoshi was wiped out, the stacks of cash they'd earned kept everyone charging forward, because a lousy week had no right to hold any of them back in the ranks of adventurers. They traded stories about the girls their comrades crushed on, dug into past missions, and spilled everything: family secrets, brutal enemies, the whole mess, until the group talked like there was no tomorrow. Strapped into the fight at the edge of life and death, Nakaji finally felt it. He wasn't alone anymore, he was part of something massive. The moment he spotted those rocky cliff walls, he froze, because even after just a couple of days he couldn't believe how badly he'd missed them. Public safety in ruins, this city looks like a breeding ground for bandits. Hitoshi won't let it go, he keeps insisting he'll come back to this place claiming I'm home. Late at night, alone in his room, he cracked open his status screen, and this time it felt like the world had one more surprise stuffed just for him. He couldn't believe his level hadn't budged after all that impatience, all that excitement, and the elite wolf he'd just slaughtered. He's convinced that to level up, he's gotta get his hands on some special item. The hero's eyes snap to it, some brand new title just popped up. The status pings, balding has officially started, and Hitoshi immediately starts cursing like, God's at it again, totally baffled by why this title looks the way it does. Clutching his hair with both hands, he blurts out, "Relax, I'm not going bald, not at all." He tells himself it all makes sense, getting dumped in a dangerous forest with nothing but bare skin, then having to hack through goblins, hobgoblins, and even humans. He somehow clawed his way into the city, kicked off a normal life at last, and then, like clockwork, kept whining that he deserved every bit of that treatment. Hitoshi snaps at God, furious that he keeps turning a blind eye to all his pain. He's basically telling God, I'm not playing by your rules, and now, yeah, he's about to be thrilled for real. A couple days have already slipped by since the last quest got finished, and somehow the adventurers still haven't learned how to save a single coin. Meanwhile, the gods and everyone else are refusing the next quest until they've squeezed their wallets dry. The man cracks open one eye and for the first time in his life realizes he's got real free time, only to find out it's already been half a day. After lunch, he heads straight to the registrar at the Adventurers Guild because he's desperate to learn more about the world, and this routine has already become his daily stop. He greets the registrar every single time. Honestly, this guy is seriously cool. People swear he used to be a legendary adventurer, so he knows all kinds of wild tricks and secrets, and he still remembers where the talk cut off, that level ceiling. The main character finally figured it out. Every 5 levels, a brutal barrier slams down, break it by hunting and killing a monster with a higher rank. Level 5 monsters hit rank 2, rank 10 monsters jump to rank 3 and start growing bigger and tougher, and by level 15 they're rank 4 monsters stronger than ever. The man says, why has nobody in my crew ever busted through the 15th level ceiling? And then he leans in and drops the truth, because the 4th rank monsters are freakishly strong. He tells the guy, those metal weapons you're using won't even leave a scratch, and then pushes for black steel instead, the kind that costs an arm and a leg, so the money they just earned suddenly feels like nothing at all. And honestly, if he scrimps for ages to build up enough cash for a weapon, then gets wiped out, all that effort goes straight down the drain, so why gamble? Level 15 is more than enough to clear the tasks. The moment he realizes what it means, if the danger's real and the pull is weak, he'll grow stronger. Everyone agrees to freeze right at level 15 and he just nods like, yeah, that's exactly it, even knowing the truth himself. The night drops and he sprawls in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying that brutal level 15 barrier in his mind. If he loses, it all collapses. Every tiny piece of happiness he finally clawed back slips away, so he starts racing through his head, thinking of what he can do next. He lifts his fist in the air, wondering if this is the moment he should get stronger, then his eyes snap open and he hauls himself out of bed, still clueless about what's even been bothering him. Next thing you know, he starts throwing punches at the air like he's fighting for his life. He stared at his fist, and right then, nope, it wasn't imagination. His whole body got heavier for real. Sitting at a table across from him, the other guy watched closely and said, yeah, I know this feeling. He tells Yajin that the second a combat skill kicks in, his body gets a serious power boost, and 9 times out of 10, his sword technique rides the wave too. Once he decides to strike and grabs his weapon, the skills snap to life, drop the weapon, and they shut right off. Once his strength and speed finally bounce back, his own body suddenly feels awkward and heavy, like he forgot how to move. This is probably exactly what he felt, even if he didn't fully understand it yet. The skill he bragged about wasn't something he learned today or even yesterday. He's convinced he'd feel the shift in power right away, so he shrugs off it, thinking his karate skill gives him 0 extra strength. Suddenly it hits him, grab the sword, and the skill explodes into action. So what's the real trigger to make it activate? His breathing isn't like a normal person's at all. he uses it to slip his movements past anyone's read and stay razor stealth, and this is a karate technique people have relied on for ages. Because he kept using it non-stop, the skill never stopped firing, right when he lay sprawled in the safe room bed, breath turning ragged, and that terrifying first wave of weakness finally hit him. The protagonist snaps, "Al, tell me everything you know about skills, everything," and the room feels like it just went silent. A lone guy strides down a silent street, scanning every corner, then freezes as he realizes there isn't a single person in sight. Good thing he managed to slip into a training spot no one could spot right as he eavesdropped on that conversation, and he froze dead in place. The real payoff of those skills is brutal. Every move gets sharpened, optimized, perfected, and even when he's battered and hurt, no matter the situation, he still lands his perfect hit. If this movement optimization thing checks out, it's unrealistically powerful, so we have to verify it ASAP. Yajin drops into a battle stance, realizes he has to burn every move into his mind, because the power has already awakened. Then his body surges forward as he stops fighting it and fully submits to the skill. Then he fires off a single punch, and it's so incredible it leaves him breathing easy. He loosens his knees, drops his center of mass at just the right instant, and turns the rebound energy into a clean, focused strike right through his knees. From there, drive that knee power straight up your body and slam it into your fist, then lunge forward, snapping your arm through a full 180-degree rotation. He couldn't pull it off solo, because that move is pure muscle and precision. A fist that rides the full weight of his body, landing with insane power, and that's exactly what mastery looks like. Darkness clamps in from every side. Only a single candle burns behind bars, and the main character keeps training, lungs pounding with heavy breaths. The boy can't stop laughing. He remembers his tiny old self, and it hits him all over again. It's the same hilarious moment as before. The protagonist throws the punch, breathes a silent thank you to the world, and then to God for giving him that power. Under a full moon, he tears into training in the dead of the night, and even in this new world, no one forgets his grind, because he knows right now his power is about to skyrocket. The main character sprawls on the ground, arms and legs thrown wide, and when morning finally hits, he's still there, eyes open, staring into the day. Wide-eyed, the guy blurts out that he hasn't slept a second, he's itching to train more. But then he realizes the city is already fully awake, so he grits his teeth and figures he'll have to delay it because people are flooding into the streets. Two people are posted up at the notice board, and the main character shoots them a look like, "Wait, am I just in time?" He can't stop hoping the one he needs is still there. He scans the ads with laser focus, and then, boom, he realizes he's just stumbled onto exactly what he's been needing. The boy hands the paper over, and the man immediately asks if this is a job to gather medicinal herbs. He nods, then tells the man to handle the rest. He admits one of their own is stuck with this miserable job, but Yejin snaps back that it's a golden chance to grab medicinal herbs, and if he makes potions while he's at it, he won't even have to pay to get into the city. The man demands to know who taught him to cook, or what they're doing to him, and Yajin snaps back that it was the healer he was headed here with. Yeah, if this means getting personal training from a healer, he'd heard the method actually works, but how did he talk her into it without ever forcing her under the threat of death? Most healers keep their secret recipes locked tight. Unless you're willing to spend years helping them, you'll never earn the knowledge. Still, our main character stays silent, then the man steps in, says everything's set, and tells him he can go. Yajin shoots back a wish of good luck before he heads out. He strides up to the gate where spear-wielding guards block the way, flashes his permission, and they step aside, letting him slip through. Then the main character finally barrels up to the road signs, stepping past the river, then climbing along the ramp and riding past the hills. Then he barrels through the forest and finally comes back with it. He's found exactly what he needs, this gnarly plant. If Yujna's memory is right, he has to pull the thing up by the roots and swaddle it in damp cloth, so he does exactly that, then grins and claims, "At this pace, I'll be done in no time, and then I'm back to training." Right there in the blazing sun, the main character's bag spills a whole stash of herbs onto the ground. He's got to make sure he can move at all times, because even when the skill isn't running, there's still zero promise that enemies or dungeons won't lock up his powers. Once he discovers just how deadly his karate really is, he gets a whole new itch to master other skills too. First on his list, test himself when his sense of smell kicks in, because that mix could be terrifyingly powerful. Even with everything still left to do, he plopped down on the ground, exactly like he feared. Sleep deprivation hit hard, yet somehow it was still a blast, and then he suddenly noticed something. Suddenly, his mind flashes a deer, then he grabs the back of his head, stunned, because he knew it was a deer without even seeing it. Without warning, his mind jolts. There, clear as day, the silhouettes of a bird and a spider crawl into view. Then he suddenly feels every insect and beast around him. Before, they were just ghostly shapes in the dark, but now he can clearly see their outlines, sharp and distinct. He grins because his sense of smell has upgraded, and once he starts studying the power, it sharpens like crazy. Then he looks up and realizes he's about to get way, way stronger. The main character slams another ad onto the table in front of the registrar, and the man squints, then mutters that he works hard, because lately he's been noticing it every single day. Yajin tells him he wants to brew potions for his comrades too, and the guy grins back that he'll do it just for him so he can sell them later. Yajin thanks him fast, snatches the paper and keeps moving. With a stone-cold stare, the man snaps to the protagonist that someone out there has their sights locked dead on him. They say the newcomer from that powerful crew isn't some spendthrift at all. He's saving every coin like it matters, and that makes him the perfect snack for bandits. Yajin can't believe it. Bandits who get kicked out of the league or megad, they scramble into smaller local crews, and the sharpest of them all eventually wind up in Rockcliffe. These crews will snuff you out for cash without batting an eye, so Yajin's gotta stay sharp. Then the man finishes talking and the protagonist pulls up his hood and strides straight down the street, weaving past everyone in his way. He racked his brain for how to stop bandits from showing up in everyone's face. Then he walked straight past a robed man, and only when the guy looked up did his own hidden face snap into view as he stared at Yajin. Right as the main character storms out of the city to go wherever his destiny points, 3 more sets of legs suddenly pop up behind him. Right behind him, 3 more people slam into pursuit. One of them wears that robe, and the other 2 don't bother hiding their faces. He stares at their silhouettes in his mind and finally gets it. What he only felt before is real. Since he left the city, they've been hunting him, and there's no doubt about it, they're coming for him. He knows these 3 aren't some pathetic thieves. This is Rockcliffe, and weak abilities get you killed, so yeah, they're professional killers, the real deal. If those bastards have been tailing him, they'll strike the moment he slips into the forest. No witnesses, no chance to scream, just darkness closing in, and if he fails to escape, it's all over. To survive inside the city, he has to fight, and he'll hit back the instant the opening appears, because this world doesn't forgive, it just crushes. After a while, the main character snaps and charges straight into the forest to fight them himself, until hours later, he realizes he's right in the middle of it. All 3 kept pounding after Yajin, but then bam, they blinked and he was gone, out of sight and nowhere to be found. The protagonist fires off, "Do you need something from me?" And they whip their heads toward one spot right where Yajin's peeking out from behind a tree. The robed guy grins and demands every last bit of his jewelry, then orders him to spill where his savings are too, or else he won't make it out alive. The protagonist snarls that he's lying, because they're not letting him walk out alive and they're desperate for him to spill everything to Gonsu and the others. He says Gonsun and his crew won't let anyone off the hook after they lift a hand against one of their own. Touch the adventurers and you're finished. One of them blurts out that he understands everything, then challenges Gaunt's, "Tell me, is that really true?" And the other 3 snap around to find out who's getting answered. The main character bolts, yelling that he lied, but the man at the bend sprints back, screaming that he won't run, he'll kill him. Then it hits him. If he backs into the city, the local bandits are going to hunt him down. Once they dared to strike the adventurer, it was over for them. He'd planned every move so he'd live through it, and then the hunt would finally kick off. The hero hurls himself through the forest. Then the screen fills with enemy silhouettes sprinting after him, yelling for him to stop dead in his tracks. The 3 of them keep hot on his tail, yelling for him to stop already, but Yajin just keeps sprinting. His mind races with their silhouettes behind him. The protagonist can't help but stare at how the gap between them has stretched, exactly what anyone would have expected from the armor they're rocking and the stamina that's running out. Out of nowhere, one of his pursuers trips and nearly eats the pavement. Then the main character clocks it instantly and knows this is his shot. The protagonist tucks himself behind a tree, holds his breath and vanishes from the world, while he watches the silhouettes of his pursuers play out in his mind. Two guys come sprinting past him, glancing left and right, fully baffled, like, where did he vanish to? The man tries to ask where the guy vanished to, but Yajin's palm shoots up in front of him. Then Yajin bursts from behind the tree and smashes him hard in the face with his hand. This leaves the guy frozen, gasping for air as his partner behind him stares in shock. Then the main character snaps forward and kicks him hard, sending him flying back. He crashes straight into his partner, and that impact knocks them both down hard. He sucks in a sharp breath, tries to push himself up, but his body won't move a single inch. Then our main character closes in on the two fallen guys, ready to stomp them out with his foot, until their third, battered partner finally stumbles in, charges forward, and yells Yajin's name like he's warning him to back off. Then he dashes away from the first two and barrels toward the third, only to find him already mid-swing, sword flying straight for his face. The attacker figures this is where he finally flexes all that training and charges in with full force. Thanks to lightning-fast reflexes, the protagonist simply yanks his hand up and halts the guy's sword like it's nothing, totally unshaken, while his enemy is left staring in shock. Then the protagonist grins ear to ear and drives a punch straight into his enemy's face, ending the fight and dropping him for good. After he smashes his enemy in the face, he doesn't drop, he just stands there glaring like he's daring the next move. The moment the main character steps away, his opponent drops face first to the ground, knocked out cold. The protagonist stared at the downed enemy, thinking, I deflected the hit, redirected it, and now everything's lined up for me right up until the final second. Two of those guys are still awake, one slumps on his sword and lifts his head, and when he sees Yejin charging straight at him, fear hits him hard. The boy yells at Yajin, begging him to spare his life and swear he'll never look his way again, even swearing it with all his might, while Yajin just glares down in disgust. The main character whips around and walks off, and his opponent just stares after him in shocky, tears spilling hot in his eyes. Then he throws his hands over his face, wipes his tears away with his sleeve, and snaps, cursing pies, vowing he'll remember this. In the next instant, the main character slips behind the guy clutching a stone, whips his arm back and swings it to slam straight at the enemy, who smugly believed he'd been spared. On the table sat the equipment, and the man swore he had it all figured out. Then he said Yejin threw a stone and killed him, so staying back was the smart move, because if it had gone wrong, she could have still closed the distance and cut him down with a sword. The protagonist recalls the guy sprawled there with a sword clutched in his hands, and he's blown away, because the man never loosened his grip, not even until the very end. He claims everyone out here is trapped at level 15 because nothing ever changes, says the competition is brutal, then orders soup like it's business as usual, still warning that plenty of people don't make a single coin and live off mindless routine jobs. And yeah, some fools even ditch the straight road and team up with bandits, but hey, if you've got real skills, you can earn money without turning criminal. Yajin just wants to know one thing: are these guys hunting him? He's claiming it might not be about money at all, maybe it's envy, or maybe he's trying to wipe out a rival. And the real show is this: top-tier adventurers always hit this wall, they just have to prove themselves hard enough until everyone starts shaking in fear. Selling his hard-won finds at the market proves how strong he is, so he better move before dark, because under the rules, if the time comes, those goods get pawned in the slums. In one of those buildings, right above the door where a coin bag sign swings, a bag gets dropped onto the table, right in front of the main character. He's asked if this is enough. He goes quiet for a beat, then finally nods and says, yeah, that's enough, and the guy immediately announces that Yajin is now officially his client. The main character sprawls on the street staring at a bag of money like it's a death receipt, and the brutal truth hits him hard. This is what life costs, and his life is worth nothing at all, just pure, awful reality. But now that he's inside these walls, he knows he's got one job: survive the bandits waiting outside. He storms into the building and instantly feels eyes on him, like somebody's already calling him over. Right then, three guys at a table crack open drinks and stare him down, ready for whatever happens next. The bald man leans in and asks the protagonist, so you finally sold everything, that's easy money, right? Yajin asks if he should foot the bill since his pockets are basically empty, and the guy fires back that this is his golden chance to show off generosity to their neighbors. Then they can all drink together, right? Protagonist hesitates, but someone immediately shuts him down. The bald man leans in and offers Yajin a drink, telling him to stop brooding like some grim, wandering adventurer. The main character weighs it over for a second, then nods, because worrying won't change a thing, so he decides to stop spiraling and go grab a drink with everyone. They clinked their mugs together and things spiraled into trouble, and for the first time in a while, the main character's heavy, gloomy mood finally eased up a bit during the chaos. A bald man barks that they should say goodbye to his jewelry, and the protagonist stares at him in total shock like his brain just froze. The guy in front of them looks totally lost, like he can't figure out what's happening, while the bald man just stands there with an axe resting on his shoulder, and then the guy raises his hand and asks if he's trying to get money. After spending some time with him, Yajin finally clocked it. Yeah, he really is doing all this, and it hits him hard. He's an idiot. He always trusts his instincts, picks fights with anyone he can't stand, and when he's craving money, he squeezes it out. Gonsi even leans in and tells the guy to fork it over faster. Most newbies bail the moment it gets rough, and some even swing back, but this one skips the fighting and hands over his money to Gonsu. Gansei is insanely strong, maybe the strongest in the village, and he keeps his weapon tucked behind his back like he's ready to strike the second things go wrong. Until now, every soul who tried to challenge him got crushed, and now only the clueless have the nerve to contradict him. If he doesn't want to be hunted, he better prove he's strong, so the main character whips around and sees two guys talking about Gansei, calling him sick. Gon tells Yajin he's heading to the weapon shop, then shoots him a quick question. Where's he going this time, since Gon always heads out to grab medicinal herbs? But yeah, this world has fighters who'll challenge you to the death, and if you move like Gaunt's, they'll cut your head off. How is he still playing along like this and somehow not getting swindled or controlled and not getting caught? I'm going straight to his Yajin and asking if he's leaving. Al has a hidden power, don't let his look fool you, he moves like a snake. Yajin insists he's on a mission and Al counters that he just came back from meeting a man. Al pulls intel from every corner of the city through the network he built, so if anyone even thinks about striking at Gonza, Al clocks it instantly. After it finally clicks, he realizes they ran into each other inside the intelligence building. Then the protagonist tells Al that Gon just shook down that guy for money right in front of him, and Al shoots back, he did it again. But he was grinning about it, and Alex tells him it's probably because the guys he robbed are under the god of war's protection. Yajin demands to know who kicked off that dumb rumor, and Al nods along, because he already knows exactly how to twist the information in his favor. Yajin says that with this, their team's glory lives on and they'll meet again someday. Al starts to speak like he's got something he can't hold back. He tells Yajin the hair growth medicine he's hunting isn't sold anywhere in this city, so now the real question is, does he actually know where it's at? The protagonist freezes in shock, blurts out, "How did you figure it out?" Because deep down he knows it now, Al really is a snake. And yeah, with street violence running wild, folks keep saying Gonza, and right beside him is Isla. Both of them are chasing the day they finally earn their names. Suddenly, the main character snaps his eyes to the side. There's a man with a bow and he immediately thinks, that's Kimin. Kimono's way smaller than him, but everyone still fears him. Maybe if he watches how it's done, he'll finally learn how to show his power the right way. Kimin's wild, bizarre lifestyle. He heads straight for the hotel and the main character can't stop asking, why? The guy rockets out the window from inside and sprints past the main character like he's escaping his own shadow. He says he turned her down and went to drink, and yeah, he could have killed her, but who knew she'd be out here with this guy? The main character is totally lost and Kimin blurts out that he asked for one thing, protect that girl, then it clicks as he turns the corner and finally understands. He leans in and asks Yajin if he can use the search to hunt him down, then Yajin's jaw drops because the moment he does, he's already tracking the guy. Kimin steps in and offers to follow, then turns to Yajin and begs for help, so they bolt together and Kimin fires back, what happened? This dude lunged at the girl he just met, then bolted before anyone could stop him, then Yajin puts it together. The old guild man had been hinting there was someone they knew on the friend list. She's seriously hurt, this is really bad, so Kim makes himself a promise. He's going to catch up and put this guy down. Kimin grills Yajin for why he hasn't budged, and the protagonist snaps back that yeah, he probably gets it. He was pissed, so he chose to cool off by sinking into a seat at the tavern. Yajin knows he's got to stretch the ability out for the long haul, but Kimin pushes him toward the tavern, and that's a terrible idea. The second he walked in, he started chatting with someone and his friends were already rushing to the tavern. Go there and you're asking for trouble. Yejin tells Kim-un, if you take care of me, we're good. and once he understands, they just hold their breath and wait until it finally starts moving. Right then, the main character snaps his head up, spotting movement, and blurts out that he's up on his feet calling for the waiter. Yajin tells Yumin the waiter's about to bring the bill, so while he's walking up, look above the door, you'll spot it on the left. Kimon yanks the bowstring tight and fires an arrow, then the protagonist snaps from 3 to 1, shouting a warning, I'm coming. Then this guy fires and lands the shot straight through the enemy's head, and the whole tavern erupts in terrified screams. Kimon stares at it and reports they're heading back, then his worry spikes because the girl's condition looks far from okay. Then they burst into the hotel and stop dead in front of the bed where a girl lies in serious condition. Kimon is relieved she's finally stable, but he can't keep her safe, no matter how hard he begs her to protect him this time. She realizes she means everything to him, and then he reassures her everything's fine, the city's top healers took care of him and she won't even be left with a scar. Kimon goes quiet and Yajin's stomach drops. He's back to being himself, and he murmurs that she looks like someone he knows. He blurts out that she looks just like his younger sister and that she was sold for real. Then the main character is left absolutely stunned. In the end, he couldn't keep up with that example, because the way he proves his strength is through stealth killings. He might be the worst of the three, but he can't do it, because he can only kill in the open, and it looks like his peaceful days are still a long, long way off. He stops dead, locks eyes with the truth, and realizes there's only one way to prove just how strong he really is. Al admitted the competition got way tougher since everyone's trapped at level 15, and that's exactly why the city's public order is falling apart, like there's a hard level ceiling crushing everyone. In a cramped alley wedged between two houses, a sketchy man shadowed the main character. Then the hero yanked out his sword, but Yajin just stayed quiet and watched. A few days after that incident, after countless clashes with robbers, his heart already turned to stone, and now he snaps, asking, "Is this happening again?" before he urges his enemy to make the next move. His enemy is a short-haired blonde with a nasty scar across his face, and Yajin, sword gripped tight, stands right in front of him, locking in a full-on fighting stance. The main character just stares at him in silence, then strides toward the enemy, only for the enemy to step up right after, dead set to meet him head-on. They end up inches apart, closing the gap fast and lock eyes. Neither of them looks away for a single second. Then the enemy starts backing off, and after a little while he shoves his heel against a stone wall, eyes wide with worry, when the main character grins confidently and tells him, "You're trapped." First he beams at Yajin like he can't wait, then his grin drops and a hard, determined stare takes over. Then the guy charges the main character, but the hero snaps his dagger up and blocks the hit, only for his strength to crack and everything finally breaks. Yajin realizes that with this lunge he's finally got the upper hand, so he goes straight for a left jab. He thinks he's finally closing the gap for the strike, then he slams him right in the stomach and his opponent's body writhes in pure agony. And the hero doesn't let up, he rams into him again and again, landing hit after hit in the exact same spot. He ignores the main character completely, then snaps his chin with a sharp grip and hurls him straight to the ground in a single, violent move. He slams him down onto the brick ground, and the guy's body goes limp, his last breath leaving a bloody mess smeared on the pavement beside him. With that, the main character strolls down the street in his hood, calm on the outside, quietly thinking he's finally adapted to this world, until his face hardens into something serious. He gets it, this is just how the slums run. He has to stay razor-focused on every corner. Out here there are no rules, no laws. If he's stepping into this mess, he better move like his life depends on it, because it does. The crew's boss runs this whole area like a puppet. He's tied straight to the Lord himself, and he pays him with 30 unregistered coins while keeping his gang safe from the law's boot stomping their doors down, acting like a walking, talking shadow of the Lord. This place is basically a playground for criminals. No laws, no rules, they brag, yet the boss runs tight control so nobody feels free to run wild, and the kicker is, the guy can't even figure out why the guy behind him keeps staring him down. Sanitation here isn't any worse than back in the city. You don't see piles of bodies rotting in the streets. But he's sure it's not only about hygiene, because right there are these creepy bags and something red is oozing out. In the slums, lives are treated like currency. Bodies get swapped for cash, hair turns into wigs, and even bones get burned down and powdered, then sold off as fertilizer or cheap alchemical junk. And honestly, the meat down in the slums isn't worth a second look. At first it feels calm enough, sure, but the main character can't shake the feeling that eyes are locked on him from the moment he steps in. This place was thrown together in pure chaos, so the view is cramped, but here, your skills are the only thing that lets you scan the area nonstop. The main character can't shake the feeling that he's stomping through a monster-lurk forest, like something unseen is waiting in every shadow. Yajin can't shake the heavy fight hangover after facing a powerhouse. Staying sharp feels brutal, and he dreams of escaping the slums just to finally breathe easy. Because yeah, he wouldn't step into danger unless he truly had to. That local crew doesn't just run scams, they also smuggle illegal gear, so if you don't want trouble on your hands, skip the street deals and cash it out at a pawn shop. Still, he grits his teeth, tells himself everything's okay, and forces his mind to believe he's doing everything right. He spots a hidden passage in the wall and relief hits. No one's clothes, no alarms, no danger in sight. He finally broke out of the slums and stayed totally unharmed. So the main character makes his call. He's heading back to the guild, and that's exactly where he rushes next. Right behind him, something starts to move, and with a wicked grin, the man leans in and orders Yajin to hand over every last coin he's got. First, he smashes the main character in the stomach, but the latter shrugs it off like it's nothing, shoves him back, then fires off a kick. His enemy stumbles back, but the protagonist grimaces through the pain and stares at the man he just crushed. A dagger juts out of the main character, and the second he feels it, he realizes he dropped his guard the moment he left the slums, because this guy knows exactly how to vanish without a trace. The main character straightens up, slumps against the wall, and curses through his teeth, replaying everything he did like it just happened. Yejin can barely stay on his feet, but he's got to reach the hospital ASAP. His eyes start to double, then he jerks his gaze to his own palm, shaking his head like, no way did I just get poisoned. Then the main character crumples to the floor and just lies there, spent to the bone, while a dagger jabs out of the wound. Suddenly, the protagonist jolts awake, snaps his eyes open, and stares ahead like, where am I? Then he glances at himself, and there it is, a dagger jutting out of his body, slamming into the truth that he'd been stabbed earlier. Yajin flings his arms wide, and then he realizes he's sinking, drowned at the very bottom of his own consciousness. Then he rockets straight over the water, only to freeze in total confusion and plop right into the pond, staring at his own hand like it betrayed him. The liquid around him ripples to life and the main character stares in shock. Then a hand snatches him, he thrashes to break free and he screams. Then the liquid starts birthing monsters that look exactly like people. They crawl out and stretch their hands toward him, and the main character lets out a full-body scream. These creatures shout that he murdered them, calling him a murderer to his face, and they curse him for all eternity. The main character erupts in a scream of pure horror, and more people swarm onto him until he's fully swallowed and drowned in liquid. Then the main character huddles in the dark, shaking so hard he feels like he's freezing from the inside out, until the chill bites deeper and deeper. The protagonist finally gets it. This is exactly how he's going to die, and it's only a question of whether he'll be branded a sinful murderer when it all ends. But yeah, he's a real sinner, and tell me how anyone's supposed to keep living with that kind of weight on their chest. He doesn't get it anymore, he's sick of everything, drained to the bone, and at this point he just doesn't care, he's had enough. So yeah, the main character has nobody left, just him and a whole ocean of cattle around him. What kind of world is this supposed to be? And honestly, what could he possibly regret anymore? Eyes shut, the main character lies still as a single point of light lands on his face. Then he snaps his eyes open to find a hole in the dark, light pouring through, and a guy sitting right in front of a sign, waiting. The main character spots a message that says Karate's one of the skills, and right away he's like, yeah, but where are the people? Because all he can see are silhouettes, several of them sitting shoulder to shoulder. He watches his drinking buddies cutting loose, and realizes that, to him, it's like all that's left out there are mindless cattle. Fresh beam of light breaks through, and boom, he spots a smiling girl's silhouette. She snapped her eyes wide and the liquid started to swirl, then her hand shot out from it like it had been waiting the whole time. Yeah, Jean's eyes bulge wide as he claws halfway up out of the liquid, fighting with every ounce of strength to get free. He barrels ahead even as those creatures clamp onto him with everything they've got, yanking and trying to drag him back, and he refuses to quit, no matter what. Yajin rams the head of one creature first, and the moment he realizes he's going to survive, a ruthless grin takes over. He vows to mow down anyone in his path, spits off curses like they mean nothing, shrugs at the evil spirits, then strides straight through the liquid. Then the guy thrusts his hand straight into the air, surges upward in the water, and lifts his chin with total confidence as he looks up. Somebody swears he's heading to the store and back in a flash, then you hear footsteps pounding down the stairs. Right after that, a girl steps out of the house. The shocked girl drops the basket to the ground, bolts straight to the main character sprawled unconscious in blood, and screams at the top of her lungs for anyone to come and help. The main character weakly tries to lie, barely holding himself together, and the girl demands he hurry. Yajin realizes with certainty that he's going to make it out alive. He snaps his eyes open, jolts up, and blurts, "Where am I?" As he stares out the window into the bright light, then someone tells him, "You're finally awake." With dark hair framing her face, she points at the table and tells him he blacked out right outside the hospital. Then the guy blurts, "Who are you?" Klein tells him his name, says the cut isn't deep, but the poison already crawled through his whole body, then admits he's lucky help came in time. The main character stays perfectly still, breathing low, and thinks, "So I really made it after all of this was worth it." The guy grabs Klein and thanks him for keeping him alive. Then Klein snaps back that Jean should thank the girl instead, and Jean's left staring, baffled, and suddenly dying to know who she really is. Clay says it was her who found him, then she stayed by his side for 3 straight days, never letting up, fully taking care of him the whole time. The protagonist shuts his eyes and blurts out that it's painfully awkward, and Klein just shoots back, "All right, second time, like also who the hell are you supposed to be?" Klein tells her the poison is out of her system and the wound is finally starting to mend, and honestly she just wanted to push that danger away herself. While she's out gathering medicine, the main character sneaks a look at the spot and realizes it's healing for real. The guy told her, "I don't want to mess up your day," and right away, just like that, she'd thank him and vanish. Klein says, "All right," but she grabs the moment and tells him, again, stay away from Belle, no exceptions. Trouble keeps chasing him, one hit after another, basically the whole point, right? And yeah, the guy buys it. Klein tells him straight up, "I'm leaving tomorrow and I'll handle the payment for your treatment, so don't let them inject you again." And she even begs him to take the knife back. He stares at it and thinks it's harmless, even though it just sliced open his stomach, yet he's hit with a shocking surprise the moment it happens. The hero's mind flashes with the girl who saved him, then, boom, the door swings open and she's right there. The moment the girl stepped into the room, she stared straight at Yejin, who just met her gaze in total silence. Then the girl's composure snapped, and silent tears spilled as she clapped her hands over her mouth. Then she drops her hands and flashes a smile. Boom, the main character is stunned by how gorgeous it is because it fits her perfectly. He grins back, thanks her, and tells her this is already the second time. He's convinced Klein was right, then out of nowhere, someone drives a knife into him right in the heart of the city, and his situation turns even more deadly than before. Get close to her and don't forget they'll hurt her too, that's why he has to bolt from here right now just to protect that smile. On the street, the main character faces his savior head-on and tells her, straight to her face, that he's gone. The girl stumbles through it, hands him a mysterious bag and tells him it's the recipe to cure poison, plus every ingredient he'll need, then makes him swear nobody can ever know she gave it to him, and Yajin, shaken, thanks her. Suddenly it hits him, he yanks something out and shoves it into her hands, a gold coin from the Magato Empire, then he pays off his debt to the girl as she stares at the shining coin. She thanks him and then they just lock eyes in silence across from each other, while he admits it's with real interest. Yajin leans in and asks, "Is this enough?" And the girl nods with a bright yes, then Yajin can't help it, she realizes with a grin that a smile fits her perfectly. So they split up on the spot, no bye, no goodbye, and she just watched him fade away. Right near the house, under a flag waving from the roof, there are several tables lined up with benches, and one of the visitors is posted up at a table, sipping a drink. Someone drops off food for the main character and they tell him to enjoy it. Eugene's grinning, fully thrilled because he knows this is the moment it all starts. A tall bald guy strolls arm in arm with 2 girls, spots the main character and bluntly asks if he's Yajin. Then the main character snaps his head up from his food and locks eyes with him. The man tells Yajin, "I haven't seen you hanging out with any girls in forever," and the guy snaps back, "None of that because I got poisoned, stabbed in the stomach with a dagger and woke up in the hospital." That man admits poison is pure torture, and he's the one who's teetered on death's edge more times than anyone can count. The main character can't wrap his head around it. How are they laughing at all of this? He's staring at the dangers everywhere and it feels impossible that any adventurer would find it funny. Kimon strides up, snatches the dagger and studies it like it holds secrets. Yajin's jaw drops as he blurts out, "So, how are you doing?" He asks if that knife is any good, then laughs and claims it's razor sharp too. Kimon can't help but think of the beggar Kaso. The main character blurts in total confusion, and the other guy snaps back that it's the name of knife's owner, the killer beggar Kazo. Out of nowhere, a random guy shows up and blurts that, like always, the main character still can't believe the so-called killer is right there. The hero demands, "Why are you suddenly hunting me?" And the killer shrugs, "No, it's not some shadowy command, not the slum boss's orders," and he insists it's probably nothing more than a straight-up robbery, like that's supposed to make it any better. Kimon plops down beside them, says he's carrying on like always, and then they all dig in together, while the main character clutches his stomach, a heavy weight sinking into his heart. He tells him to slow down, go rest, and don't overdo it, then they'll celebrate when he's better. The main character nods, agrees, and heads out, only to whip around and turn to Kimon as well. Then he turns to Gansu too, and with a grateful nod he thanks all three, while Gansu practically tells him, "Go on already." By the time the story kicks off, our main character is already level 15 and his kit is stacked. Karate, charm, stealth, poison resistance, plus titles like Evo, Goblin, and Monster. He thought he'd scored a real win, then reality hit hard because regret and it happens only come after it's too late. His level stayed the same but his poison resistance somehow awakened. Yajin checks his level, then swings his leg onto the bed and flops down like he's done for the moment. After everything that went down, it hit him. This was way too dangerous to keep pretending it was fine, because if it keeps going, one day he's going to slip and drop straight into the abyss. To break that level 15 ceiling, he has to take down a rank 4 monster, and to do that, he'll need a black steel weapon in his hands, which he's about to get. In this place with a shield and 2 swords carved into it, someone gapes like, "Whoa, this has got to be insanely expensive." The man jabs a finger at the weapon, and the protagonist finally realizes it's forged from black steel. He figured it'd cost around an average car, but nope, it'll hit you like a luxury model instead, and the guy even shrugs that selling just one a year is already good, because it's mostly snapped up by rich aristocrat kids and wealthy merchants. Anyone but a highflyer can't possibly pull off something that costly. Only the upper class with deep pockets and the right know-how could even afford it. Then the man leans in and asks, "So are you here to do something, or are you just taking a look?" He grips the blade thinking, "I'm just here to scope things out," but somehow it turns into a purchase, and it's this wild bow shuriken that might just save his life later. He strides down the street wrestling with his next move because now he knows the truth. A black steel weapon costs a fortune, so even if he scrimps and saves every day, the money still never adds up. The more money he saves, the longer he grinds at it until it starts costing him his life, and he has to find a way to pull in the whole amount at once. What if you stop messing around and go all in on the big tasks, then crush them in record time? He replays the tasks in his head and then it hits him. Today, for the first time in ages, there's finally a meeting coming where new quests get handed out, and he can't wait. He's planted in his office when the crew tells him a new task just landed. And this time he demands revenue be the first priority because they've got to snap back on track fast. Everyone gets handed these 3 papers and the monsters on them are the exact same for all of them. Then the main character locks eyes with the bald man. He catches it and Yajin whips his face away, no backing out. He's taking the job farther just to get some distance in his legs. Right on the way, Gans slips off to the toilet. The main character snaps his head toward Alu and demands, "What happened?" And you can tell Gansey is absolutely not in a good mood. "I heard the same curse, no money, no friends, but then he fell hard for a girl and she ditched him for someone else and now he's nowhere near himself. Everything's falling apart," and Yajin starts noticing people. The crew huddles up and swears that spotting a gray boar on the way home from the mission is the best kind of bonus. The boy blurts out, "So, leaving this miserable village, was it really worth it?" And the girl smiles, "Yeah, it was, because you took us with you." He's about to grab a drink when it hits him. Gonzo just got dumped by his girlfriend, and now that couple won't shut up like trouble's seconds away. People were buzzing about how gray boars almost never show up around here, and honestly, they got lucky. Yajin tells himself he doesn't feel those judging eyes from every direction even as a total newbie. Too careless. Out here, you don't last long if you don't watch your step and someone's closing in right now. The protagonist can't shake the fear that he might not make it through today, then Gauntz rips into the moment by shouting at them to stop making all that noise. One of the guys demands to know why he's messing with him, like seriously, what's the big deal? Making noise in a bar isn't illegal, so is this guy hunting for trouble or what? Gloom hangs over hands as he grips his weapon, then everyone stares in shock because they can't believe what he's about to do. With a smile, the main character steps right in front of the sword guy and tells him to calm down. Then the guy snarls back, asking who he even is. Without blinking, the main character grabs his shoulder and warns him to stop swearing. Yajin grins, slams the hard part of his palm into the guy's stomach, and the man immediately writhes in pain. The protagonist slams his palm into the solar plexus, then snaps a bent palm press right after, blasting that shock straight through his whole body. From the side, it looks like a palm-level blast of pressure, like a warning punch, forcing the guy to realize he can't stand a single step and that he's got no choice but to sit down right now. The main character leans in and calmly tells him, "Yeah, I started that fight because there were ladies nearby," but then admits the guy who yelled at him is no nobody, a respected big shot ranked higher than him. Yeah, Jean tosses Hans a bag of money, and then the kid immediately asks Mr. Gans for forgiveness and treats him right. The main character laughs and says, "Of course I know, everyone knows about that weird sign for Gonza, even the little guys." He can't wrap his head around it. How did they even figure it out? The guy's partners corner him, grilling him on what he did since they ended up paying over that money. He spots their contempt and can't help thinking, do you even get what he just did for you, saving his life? At least one thing's true, he's still alive. Yajin gets told nice work, and Gon says he split up the tasks, so yeah, now it's time to kick back and have a drink. No matter how tough or easy he is to handle in a city packed with lies and betrayal, straight shooters like Godis are rare. And yeah, Godis can't help himself, he likes Yajin. He swears that lesson barely cost them a thing, and somehow they rode off into a happy ending. Hiding behind a tree, he just barely has time to duck. Then an arrow rips into the trunk right beside him, the archer yells that they've got him, and the whole crew rushes in to surround the target. In his mind, he sees shadows of people forming, and he realizes 8 adventure seekers are right behind him, hunting him down to kill him. He cranes his head, checks who's leading, and there they are, strange creatures with sharp pointed ears and a long, twitching snout. The main character whips his head around and his confusion hits hard, because somehow just like that he's surrounded. Strangers pace around, hunting the main character until one of them pops up right over Yajin's hiding spot. He's underground and barks, "Where'd you go?" Yajin is sure he's close by and he starts gearing up fast, because what else happened? He only came into the forest to train with Boshuriken, and then out of nowhere someone grabbed him and tore into the attack. He realizes he messed up, thinking those were just another bunch of rabble, but damn, turns out they're tough as nails. After a quick talk, the guys point out that based on the trail, he must have passed through right here. The protagonist realizes 3 sides are shut tight, so he barrels west anyway, straight into the forest, only to find a whole pack of goblins waiting there. Eugen spots goblins ahead and adventurers closing in from behind, so they start arguing, is this him? But Eugen forces a calm grin, thinking, nah, it can't be that bad yet. 8 of them, no profit in sight, they're hunting one thing, his life, not his money. Yajin doesn't know why, but they show up with one cold goal, killing him. Even if he escapes, they'll hunt him down again, so we've got to cut them off right now while he's still standing on his own turf. Think about it, this is his shot at survival, and he has to bet on it, whether he's facing 1 person or 8. The main character bursts out of cover and one of the seekers spots him, shouts he's here, then lunges for an arrow. He sprints and leaps straight into the bushes, bursting through them, and the next second he's face to face with a whole gang of goblins. Every goblin gasps and snaps their eyes to Yajin, then he just keeps sprinting, bolting for his life. He sprints forward, screaming like a banshee, and the moment his knee smashes a goblin right in the face, it all goes down. The goblin crumples to the ground and the main character bolts forward, while every other goblin freezes, staring in sheer shock. A whole crowd barrels after him, yelling that they've got to speed up, pushing right through the bushes. Then they freeze in shock as they spot a furious pack of goblins, weapons raised, hands up like they're about to strike. Everyone's screaming, "Goblin nest, retreat!" But it's already too late, the scent hits and the goblins charge straight for the nearest guy, now they're trapped into a fight. One of the guys plants himself in front of a goblin with his sword drawn and screams at his partners to wipe every last one of them out. Then the battle erupts, people charging while goblins scramble, and for now the humans are on top, cutting goblins down with swords and tearing them apart with arrows. The goblin slayer says it's a piece of cake and asks how many more are out there. Then he whips around and spots Yajin's silhouette and his stomach drops like, wait, that's one huge goblin. Right then, the protagonist drives a punch straight into his face, drops him like a sack, and Jean just smirks. Do you really think you're a goblin? Yajin finds the guy crumpled on the ground, snatches his sword, lines it up on the goblin fighter, then slams it down and drives the blade straight into his leg. The man shrieks in agony as one goblin swings a club straight for his head, and Yajin lunges at a different goblin mid-fight. The protagonist slips past the goblin's swing, then boom drives a kick that floors him, and in that instant he realizes, these goblins are nothing but weaklings. Yajin was counting on a bigger mess, sure they'd get handled fast, because there were already 2 left and those goblins didn't stand a chance against level 15 seekers. Suddenly, every adventurer and Yajin too freezes when they hear a blood-curdling scream above them, and they look up to spot several shadowy silhouettes. 3 goblins stood there, one sporting a huge beard, one gripping a sword and covered in scars, and the third wrapped in a robe. Everyone stares and realizes it's a higher goblin right there with a mutant, a goblin warrior, and a third one dressed in robes, but who are they really? The second guy finally clocks him in person for the first time and shock hits again. He's a mutant too because he yanks off his robe right there. So yeah, it all goes down with the goblin. Then Meiji, the main guy right now, sprints up a tree, realizes he's finally safe, but what happens next? A brutal clash is about to erupt between the 6 remaining adventurers and a swarm of goblins. Soon enough, 3 of them are already down, one gets his head lopped clean off and the other 2 are killed outright. A massive goblin looms there, staring it all down in dead silence, while his 2 partners stand shoulder to shoulder beside him. The goblin creeps in on the last people who are ready to strike, and up in the tree the main character can't help grinning like, this is awesome. First, they slammed straight into the goblin vanguard, crashing their attack on a 3-man detachment, 1 hobgoblin, 1 warrior, and 1 magician. Behind that, the vanguard stood at 4, with the rear guard holding back a couple more detachments in tight formation. Tucked away behind the forest sat yet another hidden squad, and when the surprise attack hit, even Yajin's jaw dropped. These goblins moved with scary teamwork and ruthless organization, so tell me, did they seriously have this kind of system? If you hit the rear guard from behind, panic will explode the moment the vanguard swings back and finds no support waiting there. Then the magician gets full reign to do whatever they want. Right there, he found the spell that lets him hurl a fireball, and just when he thought it was over, Freyjin, the magic of this world, suddenly burst into existence before his very eyes. That fireball felt glorious the moment it slammed into its target, especially with warriors like those adventurers standing in the way, and he got so hyped he nearly tumbled out of the tree, clutching on for dear life. And with the flames swallowed by the last scream, a warrior mows them all down, cutting their numbers to just 5 survivors on his side. Right from here, the counterattack kicks off. Once the rear guard gets its footing, it surges over the goblins like a raging wave, sweeping the little ones away. Right now, the adventurers can wipe out the little goblins without having to tangle with the hobgoblin and his crew, just as they start to think they've finally got the upper hand. The goblins' whole formation shifts. Once they peel off from the rear guard, they surge straight for the vanguard and slam into their attack. Because their target wasn't the front line at all, it was the backs of the hobgoblins' fighters. 2 by 2, they crashed into the rear guard and swung at anything that moved, and just like that, all of them got sliced down. Right as another brute clamped onto the adventurer's leg, the adventurer swung his sword overhead to smash it down. Then, at that exact second, a hobgoblin stepped into his path. He somehow clocked him, then a blade came down hard and clean, cutting his head off with zero mercy. One of the guys yells in horror and immediately vows he's going to avenge his partner. He lunges for the goblin's back, slashes clean, just a cut, then freezes in place and whips around to stare the enemy down without even moving an inch. Right then, the goblin lunges in and slices off his enemy's hand, and the moment it's gone, he jerks his head up and rips into a brutal scream. He realizes that this cry is the opening strike in the battle for him, and it's more than a sound, it's a vow to his comrades, the ones who carved a path with their lives and blood. The goblin keeps staring off to the side and suddenly it hits, 3 versus 3 is all that's left up front, but the space between them has blown wide open and it's not even close to forgivable. The crew finally believed the fight was about to split up, one-on-one, the people's leader versus the leader of the crew, so they planned it perfectly. He'd draw the hobgoblin's leader's attention while the archer and swordsman stayed locked on the goblin warrior and magician because it was going to be a 2-on-2 showdown to end it all. Alright, so what wild tricks are they gonna pull next to turn this into a no-holds-barred battle? Yajin suddenly snaps his eyes to it. The goblin mage lifts his hand and starts chanting, driving the spell straight forward. He snaps at the archer to calm down, line up your aim. He's furious, callous, and clueless, and somehow his spell just drags on way too long. The archer just locked onto the mage, and it looks like he'll smash his head before the spell even finishes. Then the swordsman warrior charges in, blades up, trying to keep that mage alive. The spell never even gets a chance to land. Bam! The arrow rockets from the bow and streaks straight for the mage, while the goblin hurls an attack the moment it sees an opening. The attack slams into the human warrior's arm, the arrow rips straight through the goblin's collarbone, and the human warrior convulses with raw, brutal pain. The goblin seals the human warrior's fate and the protagonist snaps to it. He moved quicker than a shot, the spell's casting time is ridiculously short, and he must have intentionally stalled right from the start to draw them off, but that's basically impossible. In a pure battle of wits, the adventurers still get wiped by goblins that play it smart, charging straight for the archer, who panics and loses their nerve. The protagonist panics in his head, begging him not to step any closer, because Yajin's presence would give away his hiding spot, and then, like lightning, Yajin himself drops to the ground right in front of the archer. The main character tells him, "I've got your back in this fight because whoever your enemy hates, my enemy and me are on the same side," and the archer nods. Then they both lock eyes and charge their gaze straight onto the goblins. The next second, the protagonist delivers a brutal kick straight at the goblin, and he's instantly convinced there was no other option. He charges the mage, and even if it's only stones, he's willing to try, because no way is he letting the guy cast a single spell. He's already clocked it. The mage's physical skills are trash and there's nobody up front to shield him if things go wrong. After all, he's just a goblin, so the main character fires off a punch straight into the goblin mage's face, drops him cold, and then he keeps rolling forward. He rushes up to the warrior and instantly knows this guy is built different, stronger in a straight fight than any magician out there, and the goblin's scream tears through the air the moment it spots him. The hero swings at the goblin, but it twists out of the way like lightning, and that dodge totally shocks Yajin. In the very next instant, he launches a kick straight into his head, and the guy crumples to his knees, drained to the bone. He stares at the downed goblin and realizes he didn't just win, he got the edge because he had time to study its moves before the fight. He realizes this place is already done for. The last guy's dead and there's only one survivor left. This is the same healthy goblin Yajin already knows because now he's the only one left. They stare each other down. The first time they met, the hobgoblin calmly wiped out the lower goblins, because that guy was a full-on monster. Then, for some reason, the other guy's face crumples with pure heartbreak, because the goblin spots his dead partner, and Yajin finally confesses that it was him. The main character plants his feet in a battle stance, locks eyes with his opponent, and dares him to end it right here. The next second, the hobgoblin whips around and attacks, and the guide instantly jukes aside, feeling the crushing atmospheric pressure, and somehow slides out of the second strike too. He has to smash the enemy right in the chest, only then will that guy finally break free and move. He spots the goblin whipping a weapon into place, so he snatches it up and defends himself. Then, in a blink, he clocks his own weakness and locks in a perfect block. In the blink of an eye, the main character drives his foot into the goblin's knee, pain jolts through him and his leg buckles out from under him. He realizes this proves he can do it, but it also means his body's going to get stuck and he'll lose mobility on this side. Then Yajin shoots in with a brutal kick straight at his foot, knocking him off balance like the ground just vanished. The hero drove a clean punch straight into the goblin's chin, blasting it back, yet somehow the goblin kept its footing and didn't go down. The hobgoblin wipes his chin and Yajin realizes, somehow, that he didn't fall after all. Even after that reaction, then boom, the goblin barrels straight at the guy. The protagonist slams right through his attack with one clean move, then, without warning, bursts forward and hammers him with fists straight to the side. Yajin swears he cracked a rib, but sure enough, he's still standing tall. Out of nowhere, danger slams into the main character. Then a hobgoblin swings in with a brutal kick and he barely scrapes out of the way. He realizes this goblin is pure trouble, and before it can blink, he swings his weapon. He thinks that from right here he can land a huge oblique swing. Nah, it's not happening. Surprise hits him as the hobgoblin hurls his weapon straight at the guy, right for his head. The main character freezes in shock. He can't dodge anymore, so he locks eyes with his enemy and hunts for the one split-second opening he has to strike. Yajin finally slams the weapon free from the goblin's grip, and the goblin just freezes in total shock, staring at his own empty hand while it stays stuck, painfully outstretched. A goblin swings for his face and the guy whips aside, only to realize it was a left uppercut meant to test him, so he deliberately lets it land, using the moment to practice because he's got real fighting skill. Yajin realizes that if he eats this hit, it'll slam him into the air, and there's zero way to block or fight back. The goblin slams a hit straight into the main character's forehead, but it barely even leaves a mark and he just backsteps like, yeah, that didn't do anything. Blood streams down the guy's head as he glares at the enemy and spots the enemy's wounded fist, still dripping red. He thought one punch would end it, then the moment he struck, he shattered his own fist in shock because the skull is the toughest shield that can stop a fist cold. Ever since the days of the Street of Rage, that kind of defense has been painfully obvious. They square off and stare each other down. Yejin's mind races on what he's about to do, but his broken shoulder throbs and his vision tightens, darkening at the edges. Behind him, there's a fresh cut on his back, ribs shattered and a fist wrecked too, all of it soaked in wounds. Will he try to finish the job, right as that goblin swings a fist to clock him? The protagonist nods and says, just as I thought, then pushes forward, all right, time to wrap this up for good. Yejin slips out of the enemy's first strike, but before she can catch her breath, they whip out a second attack right away. The protagonist snatches the goblin's massive hand and slams him in the face with the other fist. Then he drives a punch straight into his chest, shoves his finger into his eye and hammers a kick into his stomach. Right after that, the protagonist drives his final strike straight into the goblin's head, then everything stops and he freezes in place. The protagonist stared at the fallen goblin and knew this wasn't just a win, it was a statement. Then he dropped to his knees and declared that among every opponent he'd ever faced, this one was the toughest of them all. Yeah, Jane straight up admits he's a real warrior, pours out his respect with all his heart and begs him to rest easy peacefully. The protagonist steps up to the unconscious guy and the moment his eyes snap open, he sees a shadow and blurts, "Is it over already?" Yajin answers coldly, "Yeah, you're already supposed to be dead." The protagonist tells him, "I'm mortally wounded, so tell me, do you want to end my suffering?" The guy gives a quick nod to the deal and then Yajin pounces, "Why are you chasing me?" He stays silent and the Aegean warns them, yeah, they're marching straight into the monsters with death waiting right there for them. The guy swears he was there again and the main character presses him. Then he spills how, the first time he showed up at the guild tavern and hooked up with the Gaunts, he was there the whole way. With sharp, skillful chatter, he won them over, and his smooth words handed him victory, allies, and even a powerful recommendation from the squad's toughest member. Right from that moment, he stayed completely unscathed, and everyone started to get weirded out like, wait, what's going on? But right there in front of the tavern, he settled things with him in the most shocking way, with a grin-worthy reception nobody in this place had ever seen. He made a mistake. Gon's squad didn't just land anywhere, he earned it through relentless service, and deep down, even they started to feel fear creeping in. Didn't he realize how weird he was acting? They already figured he'd snap and take revenge one day, and now he's out there calling himself an idiot. Yeah, they don't use it here, but a goblin mage's eyeball, and this kind especially, is pitch black, so rare you can't even hunt it down on the market. Honestly, after he sold the gear from those 8, right up to that moment he'd kept himself away from brothels, yet his wounds were brutal and guilt crushed him for what he'd done to her. He swears monster rare materials are worth triple, but then he finds one rarer than rare itself, so he stacks it with goblin scraps and the little fry's loot, and yeah, that's how it all adds up. The protagonist tells her he's listening, then she fires back, "To get you healed up after you put the dislocation back in place, why not go to the church and ask them for magical healing?" The girl snaps that she's the one starting this and she tells him to finally get it, he's the real fool standing right here. He's daydreaming up a storm, but then reality hits. This guy actually goes straight to the great gods and begs them to heal the wounded. The main character suddenly convulses with pain, then blasts into terrifying screams, shouting that it hurts. 3 days later, he shoots his arm out, marvels that the magical treatment is working insanely well, supercharging his healing so the bone knits itself back together. But the second it kicks in, it also rips with brutal pain. Everyone greets the protagonist and fires the question, did he come back from treatment? Yajin meets his eyes. He's on his second session. Al straight up says 1 round is enough, but to pad the payout, they split it into 2 sessions. He shot off an apology admitting it sucked that he landed the job while I got hurt, and then he swore, from here on out I'm putting in double the effort. Yajin whipped around to Al and demanded, can you rally everyone right now? The entire company crowds into one spot and Gonsi, completely stunned, blurts out, wait, what did you just say? Yashin admits he somehow hurdled the level barrier even though it looked like they'd tried everything. Then he drops the real reason. For the past month, injury has kept him down, so he's been cooking up a whole new plan. So yeah, he cracked the real problem. They finally got a black steel weapon that can take down a high-level monster because they're not getting another shot like this. Al fires off the question, what do we do? And Yejin snaps, lean in toward me. Guntz claims it's the ultimate military strategy, then Al snaps that it's totally absurd, and honestly, who thought he'd even answer like that? Still, they're both sitting there like, wait, is it really absurd? The protagonist's grinning, everyone's on the same page, and Al blurts out, so what's our goal? Because while he was stuck in treatment, he finally had time to think everything through. Then Don answers, we've already got a target in mind. The goal set for conquest is. The 4th raid monster is the stone lizard. Just thinking about it makes your whole body buzz with nerves, and today they're raising a glass to it. All 4 guys clink their mugs together, slam them down in unison, and chug every last drop like it's a toast to the future. In front of Yajin, perched on the rock, a giant bear sat there, pointed ears sharp, and a shaggy fur beard hanging down like it owned the place. The man lifted his hand with fearless confidence and greeted him like it was nothing. The beast snapped and chased the main character without mercy. Yejin bolted through the forest, but the monster refused to fall behind, stalking right after him along the tree-lined path. Saliva dripped as the bear yawned its monstrous maw, snapping shut on the boy by just a few millimeters, until the man finally decided it was time to strike. At the very last second, Yajin exploded backward from the cliff right as the unlucky hunter crashed into it, still frozen with his mouth hanging open. The beast launched off the cliff, tumbling headfirst through the air like gravity was trying to crush it. As the bear crashed down with a loud thud, the protagonist shot him an apologetic thought in his mind. Down the path, his heavily armed friends were already lurking, waiting to strike the monster that was left battered and broken. Yajin dropped in on them, preaching that you don't pray to gods, you trust your comrades, and right beside him, Al stood guard with shield up, weapon ready to finish that bear. And then Gons came roaring in, swinging his axe like a storm, while Simon kept his bow fully drawn, ready to strike the second an opening showed up. The protagonist clocked it instantly. This thing is the crazy bear, rank 3, battery, and that hide, it sells for a fortune, and honestly you'd be shocked if it didn't with power like that. Up to now, their company had been dodging this monster like a plague, but once they decided to take down a 4th rank beast, they needed to cash in on the prey, and right then, the bear's skin was already peeled off and hanging up. A week had flown by since those adventurers teased that the wall between the levels was nearly cracked, and Yajin could instantly tell something was different about Gansey and the boys. While Gansey laid out their plan to head back to the city tomorrow and jump straight into their next job, Al chimed in that nobody was hurt, and even everyone warmed up a little more than before. The protagonist kept replaying the new limit in his head, convinced that breaking it wasn't just some easy phrase you toss around, it carried a whole flood of meanings behind every step. The man kept telling himself that in every smaller group, 70–80% of adventurers couldn't break the wall that split the ranks, so at Rack Cliff, anyone who failed just hunted for another kind of work because they refused to sit there alone. According to Yajin, becoming an adventurer here means smashing through a bunch of brutal tests, but everyone's eyes are locked on the ones who hit level 20 because that's how you earn the 5th rank. Reach 5th rank and you're basically the chosen one, the real deal. Position, fame, money, everything starts pouring straight into their hands. He couldn't help but clock it. These adventurers were stacking victory after victory until each one was carving out their very own legend. Since he was a kid, he'd been chasing the kind of hero he read about in books, born the 3rd son in a noble house, growing up protected and blessed. yet still dreaming of becoming an adventurer or at least anything that kept the famine from turning into a death sentence for everyone, even if it meant getting kicked out to thin the mouths. Because revenge burned hot in his chest and made him a stubborn, determined warrior, and all those legends kept flashing through his mind, right before his eyes. In his eyes, every adventurer is trapped by a burning regret asterisk what if asterisk they'd done more before betrayal shattered everything, and if those ghosts keep gripping them they'll never smash through this wall. Staring at his company, Yajin realized even the so-called successful Gonka guys weren't immune to it. Heavy thoughts smoldered in their chests, and hope kept kicking more kindling onto the blaze, cruelly fanning the flames higher and higher. Glancing at Al and Kimin, he saw it plain. Al, sacrificing sleep, was hunched over information like it was lifeblood, while Kimin, despite having time to spare, poured himself into brutal training. Both of them had stopped hiding the fire blazing in their hearts. But in Yajin's eyes, the biggest transformation belonged to Gans. He remembered it, granted power but zero education, so Al was his brain and his guide. Gone, he'd burned every single day's earnings on women and booze, but when the chance to smash through the wall to that coveted 15th level finally showed up, it was like a whole new Gon had taken over. Today, the main character picked up the phone and sneered at his comrade, calling him a hollow shadow of the past, just like the guilty Gonza. Yajin realized Gonza's usual, always-on-edge irritation was gone, like the man couldn't even bear his own worries anymore, because he'd vanished from that frantic search for what to do next, and now the serious face had slipped into something awkward. Right then, Gans showed off his newly learned calm, crouched over the carcass of the beast he'd beaten, and traced the exact spot where the cut landed. Meanwhile, while everyone's minds were racing a mile a minute, the team had to square off against their opponents. The beast finally fell, defeated, broken, and out of the fight. That final strike shattered the monster and victory hit like a thunderclap. But while it ended, Yajin couldn't stop replaying how that wild moment happened out of nowhere. Gon tore through the enemy and ended it without breaking a sweat. After that, Al leaned in and asked what he thought of the blade, and the only answer he gave was pure, proving admiration. Turns out the adventurers snagged a blade forged from black steel, and with it, Gonza finally pierced straight through those creatures' shells for the first time. He tried to snap out of it, splashing cold well water over himself like it could shake the whole mood loose. Someone cut in mid-moment and demanded to know if the man and the rest were about to leave. Yajin spotted the old man with those huge features and the scar across his cheek the second his face hit the light, no mistaking him for anyone else, and the old man greeted him right back. The karateka asked politely but directly if the guy was scared he'd left the stand unguarded, then the old man snapped back fast, "I've got the day off today." Then he leaned in and demanded to know if the protagonist had heard about the kind of total madness he swore was real. The old man pointed out they didn't have a one-handed sword, a short blade, or even arrows, yet they were still set on wiping out a fourth-rank monster using nothing but a black steel axe. The boy blurted out, "Yeah, of course, it was worth grabbing something besides a carving knife," and the old man smirked, warning that even if they hid everything perfectly, anyone sharp enough to smell money would still sniff it all out, then added that the faster you stack the cash, the better. The old man even warned them to drop the idea, but Yajin snapped it down, explaining they didn't want to quit, they wanted to smash the wall between the levels. An old man leaned in and told me how he and his loyal comrades had busted their asses to stockpile gear and rake in a pile of money. Then, one day, every last bit of their carefully planned cash vanished into thin air. The caretaker grilled him, demanding to know what happened and whether someone had robbed him. The old man snapped back that it wasn't strangers at all but his own comrade, the one he'd always called his closest friend. He swallowed that experience like poison, and it hurt every single second. The old man also felt a wave of relief since it was all fear and nothing like an instrument had even been involved. The man kept listening, silent and tense, until the old man's grin steadied him, telling him there was no point in empty talk and to head over there with his chin up. With a sharp goodbye, he walked out, promising he'd stay put for their victory tale, and while the cheers rolled in, he'd be prepping a toast for the moment they earned it. As he watched the fighter disappear, the karateka realized every adventurer carries his own legend, and that truth hit hard, so he clenched his resolve and set out. The man strapped on his armor, then raised his blade like he was ready to carve the world apart. And he leapt into the boots. Just when the main character stepped out, his armed team was already lined up and waiting, like they'd been holding their breath. The sun blazed overhead, lighting everything up like it owned the sky. The adventurers tore away from the fortress's walls and sprinted into the wild. With the wall fading in the distance, the travelers spun around and took in everything around them. Then Gauntz and Al grinned at each other like they just found the next move. Timon and Yajin were absolutely glowing with joy. Something sinister glinted in the stone lizard's eyes. Meanwhile, the adventurers huddled around a crackling fire, letting the night's cold fade away. Al snapped back to his comrades with one fierce reminder: tomorrow's fight would decide everything. He declared there was no turning back, then pushed for the plan to finally get greenlit. The boys' game plan was simple. Yajin would lure the enemy to the same spot as always first, like he always did. Yajin shot back that they could trust him and said eyewitnesses swore the lizard was slow, which was exactly why they picked it. Al then warned that the second the stone lizard hit that location, he and Kimin would rush in to trap it, but they had to stay razor careful because nobody had ever made direct contact with the monster. Kimin nodded hard like, got it. Then Al snapped his focus to the tense Gauntz and drove home why the mission mattered. Because only he had the two-handed axe of black steel, meaning he'd have to be the one to bring the monster down. The three of them would have to cram into the right moment, while Al stayed hidden until the killing blow and the Gauntz just stared back, rattled and totally lost. Then Al pressed on with grim, frightening focus. He insisted they had to hold their ground, even if one of them got killed. Yan stared at Yajin, and the way he met his eyes answered everything, no doubt in that look. Then he swung his eyes to Kimin, and the moment Kimin met his gaze, pure determination burned right back. Gantz nodded, jaw set, and slammed back with a confident, got it, I understand the plan. The very next day, the travelers stomped across a sand bridge like it was their mission, and the desert was their battlefield. Al skidded to a stop the moment he spotted the village the informant came from. He tracked down the informant and sent him straight to the next lead, a shepherd who eyed the protagonist with calm eyes, while his goats practically welcomed him, and Al struck up a conversation with the owner. Crouched behind jagged rocks on the slope, the adventurers peered out over the rolling, hilly land like they were hunting their next move. Turns out this wasn't their first stop. Al, clueless, kept hunting somewhere else until the karateka stepped in and cut him off. Yajin jabbed his finger at a summit that stood out like it didn't belong. Everyone's eyes snapped to the horizon. There, looming in the distance, a black giant silhouette stood like a nightmare, and it was the monster they'd been hunting. Then Al snapped his command. Everyone hit the battlefield, prep fast. The protagonist's boots tiptoed forward, silent as a secret. Karateka looked at the road ahead, nodded, and chose it like it was the safest way through. Then he spotted Simon, crouched low and digging into something on the ground. A kid was furiously poking and digging in the dirt with a stick, and Yajin just couldn't figure out what he was trying to pull off, so he asked. Kimin broke down exactly what the deodorant did, but the man still fired off more questions the second he caught the smell. Then Al swooped in, praised his partner, and said those fragrant herbs would help them slip right under the radar, before he casually revealed it was made from water, earth, and even rock lizard dung. He jumped in to help and sprinted off to grab even more fragrant herbs. Then he suddenly worried the droppings might be too much for the Gauntz, but before he could finish, Gauntz shoved in and snapped at him to shut up. With arms crossed over his chest, the man flat out said he'd smear himself right now, if it meant helping their cause. Gon demanded they smear it on his face too. The man insisted this was the safer way out. If the enemy found him, it would all be over in an instant, and Yajin watched his resolve in silence. After a while, Al leaned in and asked, "You ready?" And every single one of them nodded without hesitation. Then he clapped his decision into the air, "That's it, we're ending this," and the others squared up, fully ready to go. Karateka braced himself, crouched behind a pike nearby, and kept the monster in his sights. Then bam, something snapped my focus and pulled me right in. When he stared at his own hands, they were trembling with pure nerves right at the worst possible moment, and it pushed everything into a dangerous situation. Then he sucked in a deep breath, let out a bone-rattling scream, and the animal's attention snapped right onto him. Yajin stood there, nerves buzzing, waiting like trouble was about to explode. He gripped his resolve and declared that the moment to begin had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the lizard was already right on top of them. Karateka gripped the stone in his fist, bracing himself for whatever was about to hit. Then the main character clenched a stone in his hand and raised it high, ready to hurl it. The rest is lying in wait, right there ready. Alan Gonka sat on the edge of his seat, tense as a drawn bow. Amon peeked out from behind the rock. The boy stood there silent as stone and waited, like something big was about to strike. All at once his eyes went huge and he blared that they were coming. Yajin's boot. Then he burst out from behind the rock, sprinting for his life as the beast tore after him. The karateka bolted from the monster in a full sprint. This thing was a towering chameleon, plated in brutal armor. The main character sprinted right past Al, leaving him in the dust. Yajin made a sharp move, luring the monster away from his comrades as they geared up to fight. Then they ended up stalking behind that giant, overgrown chameleon. As the man kept sprinting to escape, Al and Kimin slipped into place behind the enemy, laying low and ready to strike. Then the karateka whipped out a dagger and baited the monster's attention, pulling it straight toward him. The beast erupted in a thunderous roar, lining up for the kill. The main character tensed up and geared himself to strike. Yajin clocked that his real damage came from his bite and that sharp front paw slash to drop his target, so he had to stay razor careful. Then he vowed to keep pressing forward, dodging non-stop even when a brutal kick hit him. It hit him. If that was the move, the others would just swarm and attack. And the second he finished, Kimin and Al exploded forward, pouncing the lizard. Al slashed into the enemy with his sword. The karateka figured that striking the joints, where the armor thins, might nick its speed, but their hits barely even scratched the monster, so they braced for a long fight. Then Yajin suddenly spotted Al's strike and realized his sword had slipped right into a joint. Then snap, those lizards stretched their paws right in front of the swinging adventurer. He couldn't even breathe, his eyes almost popped out as the joint kept growing bigger and bigger right before him. Right in front of Al, the beast's tail suddenly burst into view. He shoved Al away. And right after him, Simon got slammed with an attack too. Both adventurers got slammed backward. They zoomed straight to the stones and slammed them with pain. Yajin shouted at them in a panic, still rooted beside the beast. Then the chameleon locked onto the karateka, and the man, without even realizing it, slid into a fighting stance. Fear hit him like a wave as he stared straight at the monster. Then the kara snapped in a sudden jerk. The rock lizard bellowed at this moment, and then it twisted through terrifying transformations like something out of a nightmare. The chameleon's neck has stretched again and again, growing longer with every single blink. The main character stared at it like he'd just seen the impossible. Then the enemy struck again. Yajin couldn't dodge a single hit. The monster casually hurled her enemy aside like they weighed nothing at all. Still gripping the dagger in his fist, the karateka slammed it into the stone, and pain tore through him. The hit rocked Yajin so hard he dropped his weapon, and that dagger crashed to the ground with a sharp clang. The hit landed hard and the main character groaned, doubling over as he fought to catch his breath. The karateka clocked the danger in a split second, because if he hesitated for even a moment he'd be dead. Gazing at the stretched, transformed chameleon, the man realized this was the enemy's real form. Then the beast shot back at him with those slanted, predatory eyes. Right then, Al barked from behind and charged straight at the enemy, closing the distance fast. The monster clocked it instantly and snapped into action, lashing its tail to smash in another devastating hit. This time, the man, grinning like he'd just won, somehow threw up a shield just in time to protect himself. He snapped the monster's tail upward with a brutal knock. Then the chameleon lunged forward and rammed its head straight at the adventurer, and with one brutal smack, its powerful head drove into Al. The adventurer slammed to the ground and the stone lizard leaned in on the fallen foe, while Yejin in the distance started to panic for his comrade. Meanwhile, the chameleon yanked open that huge mouth, popped out its long sticky tongue and slammed it onto the guy who was still reeling from the hit. Then the main character snapped into action and yanked a stick from his sleeve like it was already waiting. He swung hard and blasted the thing straight at his opponent. The stick slammed straight into the beast's eye, and it roared in agony as it jerked its head up. He dumped Al to the side and charged the man who'd attacked him, while the karateka snapped into a fighting stance. Yajin leaned in and slammed his fists toward the chameleon's charging face. He slammed his fist into the enemy's reach, snapping straight for that exposed neck. The stone lizard didn't even flinch, it twisted past the strike and slid in behind the main character. The man flinched as the chameleon locked onto him, watching like it knew exactly what would happen next. Yejin felt the danger slam into his gut because the enemy's face was practically right in front of him. Even worse, that wild, elastic neck kept throwing off his timing, and he couldn't stop watching his back as the threat closed in from behind. The monster's head tracked the karateka, and the moment the main character steadied his stance, he went into battle mode. Right side, left side, he had to guess where that strike was coming from. The stone lizard suddenly struck, slam crashing to the ground, then springing up like a missile as it charged straight for Yajin. He compared the impact to smashing into a massive boulder, but before the pain could even slow him down, he grabbed his enemy by the face and the neck. The protagonist clung to the monster from above, even as it stretched that long neck higher and higher, and his allies stared in shock, screaming out as they watched. Al blurted out that their comrade was going straight for the eyes, and apparently there was nowhere else worth hitting. He froze, totally clueless, because this wasn't how they thought any of this would go. He kept scanning, jaw tight, thinking there's gotta be a weak spot. This chameleon can't be perfect, right? He clocked that the tongue looked like it could be sliced, but that didn't feel like the way he'd fight it. And just like that, Kimin's eyes lit up. Cutting off his own thoughts, he blurted that he was handing it all to Isla, then sprinted straight at the enemy, weapon blazing in his grip. The chameleon snapped his eye, and there, right in front of him, a boy came sprinting, gripping two daggers like he meant business. The stone lizard snapped its tail up and drove it straight toward Kimin to land the hit. Then he slammed into the barrier with a thunderous crash. Al held a shield up to guard his partner while Kimin burst out from behind him, sprinting forward with pure determination. The monster roared like it was being gutted. Turns out Kimin had jammed a dagger right into its back end. Meanwhile, Yajin kept both hands clamped on his head as the chameleon's scream tore through the air. Drenched in sweat from exhaustion, the protagonist snapped with tension, wondering if Kimun's attack really landed. Then he felt his strength drain away fast, like he could barely move, and still he pushed the thought aside because right now it didn't matter. The karateka saw it. This was their only shot, so he roared, urging his comrades to dig deeper, and every single one of them locked in with fierce resolve. Al bolted toward one of the stone lizard's legs, reaching out fast to grab hold of it. Kiwon did the same move again, only this time he kicked with the other leg. So the adventurers finally got this brutal combo. Yajin sat astride the blinded monster's neck, yanking the head in her grip, while Al and Kimin clamped the front paws tight. The hero yanked the stick straight into the monster's eye, and the beast flung its mouth wide to shriek in agony, thrashing hard to shake him off, but it failed. The karateka clamped down tight like a vice, and he wasn't letting go. Al refused to let his clawed paws move yet. Paimon refused to fold. He kept pushing no matter what. The monster shrieked in agony, its mouth foaming as it drooled. Then the karateka spotted a rock barreling toward him. The stone lizard tried to throw him off, then slammed him with a hit from the rock. Then she whipped her tail up and smack, she nailed someone with it. But even with everything fighting back, not a single adventurer backed down or let that monster slip away. Chameleon slammed into the rock again, right beside Yajin. But it didn't get the win. Slowly, the beast's power started to drain away and its breathing turned loud and heavy. The karateka stayed perched on top, and the monster drooled out his tongue in pure exhaustion. Then the battered owl blurted out, "The moment's here, now's the time." Kimin tilted his gaze upward and snapped that it was time to move. Yajin, battered but unbroken, finished it for them, then spun around to face Gonsu. Then Gon slammed up the rock to their right, axe gripped tight, eyes locked with a grim, ready-to-swing fury. The man slammed his axe down with no hesitation. The protagonist, worn out but still smiling, leaned in and begged him to smash through that limit between the levels. The hulking man leaped off the peak and crashed onto the monster, screaming like his lungs were on fire. The enemy's neck suddenly blazed into view under his razor-focused stare. Gon surged forward and viciously hacked the stone lizard's head clean off, the impact roaring through the air. The massive two-handed axe screamed through the enemy, then crashed down to the ground with a brutal, shaking thud. Meanwhile, Gon's claws kept him pinned, stuck on the ground like time itself had stopped. That stone lizard got absolutely crushed, and they had to pull it off or their lives were done. Chameleon's body lurched and swayed like it was on the hunt. The defeated beast crumpled at the man's feet, right after he landed the final, decisive blow. Gauntz fixed the monster with a dead serious stare, like he was daring it to move. Yajin collapsed in exhaustion beside her head, utterly spent. Breathless, he snapped his head up, shocked by what he saw. Collapsed onto the ground, the karateka still couldn't wrap their head around it. They'd actually won. Right there, right beside the stone lizard, a filthy little owl perched like it had been caught in a lightning strike, and somehow it was still staring around in total disbelief. They blurting it out, voice shaking like they couldn't believe it, declared it was their victory. Then one of his comrades rushed up and shoved the words into the air, "Get up now," because they still had to tear into the animal. Kimin was totally fine and he sat right there nearby, watching everything unfold. At that moment, Gaunt's shot his hands out and hauled the Karatka up to her feet. As Kimon fought to bandage Alu's head, Yajin scrambled everywhere trying to find the missing thing. Al demanded what he was hunting, and the protagonist snapped that during the fight he'd lost his knife, and now he couldn't find it anywhere. Al shot back that Kemen grabbed him because he'd lost his blade. The karateka stared in awe at that brutal blow because this whole mess felt nearly hopeless, yet he couldn't stop wondering how that kid even landed a hit on the monster's butt. The moment they found the dagger, its owner recoiled hard. The blade looked absolutely disgusting, and it was coated in some nasty slime. The man loomed over him, furious that his knife had been trashed and smeared with some nasty slime, while Al, totally not paying attention, kept chatting with Gonsi, pitching the idea of setting up camp right here because butchering a carcass is a brutal pain. The kid said he'd heard the rumor stone lizard meat is a real delicacy, and then he volunteered to go hunt down the truth. The meat sizzled over the fire, and when it finally hit their plates, the adventurers lit up like they'd struck gold. After wishing them all a pleasant meal, Yajin and his crew dug in immediately, tearing into the food they'd fought to earn. But then the main character swung to Al, doubting whether it was even safe to camp in the stone lizard's home, until Gons snapped back and slammed his fist into his chest, yelling that he was an idiot and that they'd already beaten the ruler of this place. Gaeon leaned in and told the Karataka, "These lands are ours now, so you've got nothing to fear." Then the man shot up to his feet, stone certain and unshakable. He blared out the announcement like thunder, "Your new king's here," and dared anyone who didn't like it to step out and prove him wrong. Al and Yajin locked eyes over the call, and the silence hit like a drum. And just like that, Simmons, much to the protagonist's shock, rose to his feet too, backing Gon's cries that they were kings. And just as the Karachikas were left stunned, Al crashed into the scene and lifted his sword. Eugene just stared, mouth hanging open, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. And he surged into the joyous roar of his comrades, convinced that right then, right in that breath, they were absolutely unstoppable. The adventurers thrust their weapons into the sky and erupted in wild cheers, soaking in their hard-won victory. The sun blazed in the sky, lighting up everything like it meant business. The very next day, the adventurers marched home with their heads held high, soaking up their hard-earned triumphant win. They strode forward like royalty, slow, commanding, and so powerful it felt like they owned the whole world. The residents stepped aside to make room for them, and they strode forward with loud, proud confidence across the brick pavement. Everyone gasped as they stared at their catch right there in the cart. Everyone, young and old, cheered them on at the top of their lungs and crowded in to congratulate them. The ladies shot them sharp, wordless glances from every angle. Yajin, blushing, asked if that would be bad because they were just now putting on airs and playing the heroes. Al only kept strolling, smirking like it didn't matter. Something snapped the protagonist's focus, and one of his comrades immediately blurted out, "Tell me Al didn't slip a post horse through without us noticing." The girls leaned out the window and bombarded the heroes with a blizzard of flower petals, ripping them loose from huge baskets. The adventurers finally strode off, staring in awe as cheers and congratulations followed them like thunder. As petals rained down from above, Al blurted that he hadn't expected this warm welcome, and then admitted the residents were doing it with nothing but pure heart. Bordeka's thoughts snapped into focus the moment she noticed how things worked in this city. When he was done, he swore it hit him, like the moment had turned this place into his heartbeat. With his comrades gathered around him over cold beer, he let out a relieved grin because there was no replacing his irreplaceable partners. The bar was roaring with life, and everyone was cheering like crazy for the adventurers' hard-earned win. Gauntz yanked Al into a hug, grinning like he owned the night, and chased it down with a mouthful of alcohol. The scarred old man at last threw his hands up and celebrated with everyone too, then tears burst out of him as he sobbed. And Yajin, already good and drunk, just grinned at the whole thing like it was the best show on earth. Flash of a woman with long black hair slammed into his mind. And then the short, light-haired girls. He flashed a shy smile and waved at him. Then one of his comrades shouted at him, but the main character was already out cold, fast asleep. Rage boiled that the karateka was dozing when the night was just starting, and with a grin he clocked the satisfied look on Yajin's face like he was surely dreaming about some woman. The main character flashed this huge, happy grin, then drooled all over the table. Half asleep and lost in the haze, he realized this was what he truly believed in, living just like this. The sky began to lighten over the village. Morning had finally arrived. Rubbing his pounding head, Yajin hauled himself awake in a cozy room, eyes blurry, hangover roaring. He yawned and stretched so hard that his head started pounding, still buzzing from yesterday's wild celebration. Then the main character stepped outside to stretch his legs and grab some fresh air, thinking this city might actually feel like home, but deep down, he could already sense that his mind was about to change fast. With a sharp swing of his fist, the character drove a punch straight through the air. Breathing like a storm, the man threw his usual punches again and again, grinding through the routine. Then the classic karate move hits, one sharp snap and the leg rockets upward like it's cutting through the air. Yajin kept drilling the exercises non-stop, even as sweat drenched his face. Then he sucked in a breath and realized something wild: every step you take makes the hangover fade faster. He looked back on yesterday and realized he'd completely overdone it. After a brutal warm-up, the man stormed into the tavern and got steaming hot soup served right to him. Then the karateka shot him a heartfelt thank you for bringing the food. Meanwhile, Yajin's spotted people collapsed on the floor from last night's celebration, and even after the hostesses barked that they were messing up her work and the party was done, those poor souls wouldn't wake up. The woman kept snapping back at him, even though the reservation only lasted until sunrise, and it was already noon, which made everything painfully awkward for the protagonist, and then a friend slid in beside him with a grin, eyeing the mountain of bodies around them. It was Al. He grinned and told everyone it gave them hope. Then he turned to the girl and ordered soup, and the hostess snapped into a much warmer, more cordial tone. With a razor-sharp grin, Kara took note that the adventurer was already up at the crack of dawn. Clutching his head, Al groaned that he'd probably gone way too far, and his stomach was already churning, and with everything that happened, he figured the others would wake up any minute too. Gansei stormed down the stairs, and Yajin shot him a wave before calling out a warm greeting. Right behind him, and to the main character's shock, Kimin strolled along with his hair standing straight up. The boy slid in beside his comrades at the table, and Gauntz leaned over to ask what was on his head, while Al burst out laughing at his fresh new hairstyle. The main character chuckled again, even as that person was still complaining about their headache. And the laughter melted into a warm smile. Joy lit up his face. Then the karateka snapped to full alert the second he heard a huge crowd erupting on the street outside. The door blasted open with a thunderous slam. They packed the place with guards in sharp, full-dress uniforms, ready for trouble. They snapped into a line right on the pavement. The guards skidded to a stop right before a towering man wrapped in a fur cloak. His belt was cinched tight, the buckle gleaming like pure luxury, and to top it off, he had a sharp mustache. The second I saw his fancy look and that smug grin, I knew this dude wasn't just important, he practically oozed high status. He shot a quick glance over. A creepy man barreled up to him, grinning with wild excitement, his missing teeth and pig nose plain as day, dressed in simple clothes that screamed he wasn't rich. Then he fawned and apologized to the aristocrat like he was trying to earn favor. That fat, rich man demanded where the trophy was, and the peasant pointed straight at the pub, because that's where the adventurers were. Noblemen stared menacingly that way, and the peasants muttered that there were 4 of them. Yajin lowered his head with a heavy, gloomy silence. He snapped his head toward Al, sitting right in front of him, and Al's face told him he knew exactly what was going on. Sweat dripped from his brow, and with pure grit, they somehow got the nobles to finally lock onto them. Everyone nodded along, but you could feel the worry sinking into their hearts like a silent storm. The protagonist was practically buzzing, all fired up the second the aristocrat stepped into view. While the rich man chatted with the guard, checking whether the entourage was ready, Karateka simmered with one chilling thought. No matter the era, knowledge, money, and magic always get seized by the church and the elite. Then the rest of the people are kept working in chains, while he wondered with all the fear in the world whether the most dangerous man in the city had finally zeroed in on them. Yajin's nerves shredded as he worried the nobleman wanted gold and black steel weapons, and if that was the plan, wasn't it way too soon to pull something like this? When his thoughts finally snapped into place, he decided. No more guessing, he had to focus on escaping this place. Then the protagonist spun toward his company and shouted a warning. In moments, 10 people would close in on them and 4 of those would never make it out of here. Al squeezed his eyes shut with tension and demanded his comrade hold on a little longer. Then the karateka snapped with certainty, making sure Al wouldn't hesitate, warning him bluntly that he'd never get out of here by himself. To everyone's stunned silence, Yajin cooked up his own plan. He'd lay into the noble and turn himself into living bait just so his comrades could slip out through the opening. After that, he said it with total seriousness. Living bait is his job, and in that detachment, he's the one stuck doing the bait. Meanwhile, the protagonist pressed on and told them straight up, ever since they took him into their group, they'd fought to keep their pride alive all the way up to right now. Al said, dead serious, that if they so much as touched the noblemen, persecution would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Then the karateka hit them with a hard warning, get ready for what's coming. At that Al hissed, like doubt was burning behind his teeth. But just like that, the young man steadied himself and swore he'd hand the rest of the mission over to the main character. Yajin nodded and flashed a small, secret smile. Suddenly, something snapped the man's focus like a spotlight. Karataka stared as a huge fist lunged straight toward his face. Grim frowning guns stared back at him. And the little fist copied his move and thrust forward, right on cue. Himen stood there wearing an unreadable, stone-cold expression. The three comrades thrust their fists out and promised, we'll see each other soon for sure, and Yajin just grinned back at them. Right after that, he shoved his fist out to his comrades, and at that exact moment, a guard who just barged in shouted to them. Two grim guards leaned in and told them, straight-faced, that they needed to have a talk with them. The main character snapped to attention, some fat, rich guy was tailing them close enough to feel. Yajin looked trapped in a nightmare, but he didn't crack. He launched onto one guard and sprinted across their shoulders in a heartbeat. An aristocrat stared at it in total shock, eyes bulging as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Right before the guards even caught up, the protagonist snapped into action and slammed his arm into the nobleman. Then he smashed the rich man's face with a brutal punch. An aristocrat crashed to the stone floor with a thunderous bang, and blood blasted from his nose like a warning. Palmer looked on with worry, and at the same time Al slammed the brakes on those gons, calming them down before they charged, because the plan mattered. But the nobleman's defenders spotted them and immediately started yelling and cursing. After that, the main character shoots a quick look at the gods, like he knows exactly what they're up to. And the big guy finally took off. He slammed into the brick wall with everything he had, smashing right through it. Meanwhile, the karateka pumped up his comrades in his head, firing them up for what came next. Then he decided he couldn't stay, he had to vanish too. The guards lunged with outstretched hands at the fleeing man, and right then, Yajin spotted someone. An old man he knew when he couldn't bear to lose, begged him not to say goodbye to life, and the main character just nodded back, awkward as hell. In that instant, the guards bolted with swords drawn, swearing they'd surround the building from every angle. Then, from the room they were escaping, he burst straight through the window, shattering it, and a karateka came flying out. Through the window, the defenders stared at him, buzzing and panicking, yelling for a rescue squad and fretting that he'd murdered the count's illegitimate child. Yajin bolted for his life, cowering under the guards' vicious insults, and he tore down the path toward the calm crowd that moved along like nothing was wrong. The furious protagonist sprinted into the night, outrunning three of the noblemen's defenders who were shouting, loud and certain, that he'd never make it out. He replayed what his opponents said earlier, how the count's illegitimate child was supposedly going to be killed, and he couldn't believe it. The ghosts of his past were already screaming through the room. Then the adventurer sprinted straight up to a crowd of peaceful townspeople, right in the middle of their daily hustle. Then it hit him, an idea snapped into place, and the man quickly ripped the wallet free. Then he hurled it into the air. Coins exploded out of him in every direction, and the crowd just stared wide-eyed. Then he blurted that it was a free giveaway, gold coins included, while already realizing he'd have to lie. The money grabbers barely gave us time to breathe. One by one, people crashed onto the pavement, diving for coins and blocking the guards from pushing through, and that outrage lit a fire in the defenders. Yajin kept sprinting straight ahead until he burst into the sewers. He slammed to a stop at the wall, pulled his hood up and started feeling it all over, while behind him, a busted-up shack loomed, screaming that he was stuck in a place that had fallen apart. As he kept running his hand along the brickwork, the memory hit him hard back in the slums. That outer wall had crumbled into ruin, stripped for parts by thieves. It looked like the karateka was hunting for a target he swore he'd seen somewhere around here. Sharp noise ripped through the thin water channel. It was Yajin who spotted the one spot where the wall could give, and when the stones crashed down, they hammered out a tiny hole. Then the man peered straight inside. Then he yanked the last bricks aside, forcing the wall to give. Once it was done, the main character strode right through the passage that opened up. He spun around for one last look, and the karateka thanked Rockcliffe before bidding this place, now his home, goodbye for good. Yajin figured he could stay here, until he realized he had to slam the brakes on his promised city and turn his back on it, while the traveler strode through the rocky ground with nothing but stubborn grit. He hauled himself up the rock and shot a look back over his shoulder. Then he dove behind a boulder, going completely still. Peeking out from behind that boulder, the protagonist's eyes locked onto something that instantly grabbed their attention. Before him, a nasty scene unfolded. At the karateka's worst nightmare, guards poured out of the gates and one guy even strolled along with a dog like they were hunting him down. He did the math in his head because when noblemen get involved, it means he's already a villain to the whole city. Eyebrows locked in tension, he stared at the hostile crowd like they were ready to pounce, and realized he had no choice but to duck into a safe spot for a while until the chaos finally cooled. He started backing off, swearing that once he found a spot for peace and quiet, he'd never let them get him. The aristocrat with the bandaged nose lay on the floor, rage ripping through him, and even with his wound forcing him to speak softly, he kept repeating the same chilling promise: he would kill the intruder. While the waitress chatted with the old man, she pointed out how bizarre it was that they left like that, and both of them stared at the huge hole ripped right through the tavern. Of course, he wasn't pleased they'd smashed through his wall, and just then, someone yelled for the girl. Her brother burst in, grinning from ear to ear, and told him Al had trusted him with the keys to his chest, handing it over right there. The girl and the old man leaned in, hanging on every word. Turns out Al had finally figured out the money from the stone lizard's sale was right there. The boy clocked it somehow. He'd mapped out every step in his head. The old man looked at these guys and decided, without a doubt, everything was going to be just fine. And just like that, he realized they'd carved out their own road, while Yajin kept trudging across the rocky terrain all day. The main character marched through the night without stopping. He spun around, and in the darkness, the monster's eyes blazed like living fire. Karateka tore down and climbed back up those brutal mountain peaks. Yajin didn't slow down for a second. Already buried in dust, the protagonist kept charging upward. He kept marching and marching. No matter how high the stepgrass stood, nothing could slow him down. Karateka stared straight ahead, unmoving and unshakable. Then he slammed on the brakes, and right in front of his eyes, something split open. A massive, pitch-dark forest loomed ahead, and the man charged straight toward it. He burst into the impenetrable tangle of foliage. Like a living forest, it swayed and surged with every gust. Then the adventurer yanked his hood off, like he was done hiding. With a grin blazing across his face, he announced, "This is my new home." As Yajin looked back, a ghost from his past slammed into his vision. Short-haired girl, the one he'd dreamed about earlier. She grinned at him, and Yajin spun away. The karateka shot down into the forest like he meant it. Then the moment he crossed the line, he sprinted hard, and trees blurred past on both sides. The wind screamed over the forest and the rocks, the sun blazed overhead like a spotlight, and then, like it owned the sky, the beast tore through the air above it all. Monsters aren't the only things stalking those pitch-black forests, because a whole new second global arc of a karate survival saga in another world is about to kick off. The boar crumpled with its tongue lolling out, fully wiped out by the man. About 4 more animals lay beside him, and the hunter looming over them let out a breath of relief, finally thinking, "Man, it's been ages since I scored a catch this good." One of them was grinning that they'd pushed deeper into the forest, and the second guy's small mustache, a bit longer hair, snapped back that the low-level adventurers who pick fights at the edge of the woods never leave anything worth earning, so there was zero profit there. Then he swung the praise at the elongated-faced hunter with the short haircut, calling him an amazing hunter for finding a spot like this, and the other man shot back just as confidently, "Nobody knows these forests better than him." The split-lip hunter snapped a question: what were they going to do with the meat before it spoiled? Then the huge bald guy leaned in and said one skin would be plenty since the market value was climbing fast. Meat was a waste of time, so eat everything you could and dump the rest. Right then, one hunter spotted something strange and the second hunter snapped, "What the hell just happened?" A man with an elongated face stared down at the ground, and then he saw it, fresh traces, like something had been dragged through the dirt. Then they uncovered something else, leaf after leaf scattered, with splintered chunks of broken wood everywhere. People got jumpy at once, convinced these wrecks were all that was left of some shattered home. An old-school hunter grabbed one of those bits of wood and studied it with sharp eyes. His gut screamed that the trails dragged supplies, and whoever was here showed up around a week ago, maybe even way more recently. Either way, the evidence shouted one thing: somebody really did live here. Spotting what looked like hoof prints in the dirt, the hunter figured those beasts had wrecked the place where someone lived, and then he hauled all the ruined materials away. At that exact moment, a long-faced man leaned in and started sniffing the leaf, and a mustached onlooker watched him closely like, "What are you doing?" Then he thrust the leaf into his hands, and the man sniffed it like it held a secret. He jerked back in disgust from that nasty smell, and the seasoned hunter just smirked. "Relax, that's insecticide." Then he broke it down. They carve out a chunk of bug-killing wood packed with insecticidal stuff, drop it into water along with smaller wood pieces, let it sit for a full day until everything melts into the water, and boom, it's ready to use. The seasoned hunter kept talking, insisting it only takes a quick spray and it'll work, while the mustached guy stared like he'd never heard of it, already sure he couldn't handle that awful smell. Then the long-faced man shot back that he didn't usually have to use tricks like that, even if he knew them, and he insisted, no matter how you slice it, that it was the simplest way to knock out the smell, leaving the hunter staring, desperate to understand why anyone would act that way. Everyone stared at the undeniable proof that this man had been here, and the veteran hunter muttered that there might be 100 reasons, yet the other guy found nothing strange at all, nothing that deserved a second glance. He snapped to attention, no scorch marks, no flames, nothing at all, yet the place was packed with animals and not a single one touched meat. That contradiction freaked him out. The mustached man stared him down and said, flat out, this didn't look like coincidence at all. Then the man leaned in and asked if he'd heard about that huge incident in Rock Cliff, so the second one shot back, you mean Count Varma. The seasoned hunter kept going, saying the thug who'd hurt the count slipped past his trackers and vanished deep into these woods, and that they'd launched a massive search for him. This all went down about a week ago. The mustached man had a gut feeling, sure enough, the criminal was using that exact trick to dodge prosecution. The seasoned hunter leaned in and demanded, are you serious? Then the split-lip man erupted in protest, because Rock Cliff, the culprit, had been dragged out and executed in full public view. The bald man shot back that the higher-ups cooked up this whole culprit just to save face, and yeah, asterisk they're still hunting for him but only in secret. After a bunch of intense debate, the team finally locked in. If they caught that guy, they'd cash in a massive reward. Then the hunger for profit kicked in, driving them to hunt for it, and they crept through the bushes step by step until they finally reached the reservoir. The adventurers hungrily tracked right behind the seasoned hunter, desperate to see what he'd lead them to next. While everything else was happening, he laid it out. When you build a brand new base, you check the water first, so the criminal would almost certainly be sticking to the river. He figured he'd dodge the downstream mess and charged upstream instead. That seasoned hunter surged ahead with zero doubt and swore he could read everything. Tracks in the dirt, crushed leaves, snapping branches, torn bark, smashed grass and flowers, even a moved stone or a stinkmark latrine, plus game traps and the footprints people always leave behind. Then he grinned and vowed he'd hunt that guy clear to hell itself. Staring at the river from the bank, the man clocked how fast it was and how tight the channel ran, so he ruled out hiding in the water, yet that same narrow current felt like the perfect watering spot. But then, pure luck, an adventurer spotted his trail right there on the ground. The seasoned hunter stared in shock, then grinned, because they were already right nearby and the criminal had just slipped through here not long ago. The crew shifted forward step by step, scanning every corner like they were waiting for something to jump out. No more traces in sight. The long-faced man's worry gnawed at him, then, right on cue, his comrade shouted. From behind a tree, the split-lipped man craned out like he'd finally cornered the answer. Far out in the forest, between the trees, a tiny wisp of smoke curled into view like a secret warning. The adventurer hurries in, spitting curses the whole way. They tore through the campsite looking for answers, but what they found was a total letdown, and it became crystal clear the culprit had vanished. An old hunter studied the setup and knew the criminal was trying to cook charcoal. Then his partner grinned and said, "No kidding, he slipped up, now we'll find him fast." The long-faced man shot back, "It's not stupid, charcoal is made just once and after that you get a top-tier, cleaner fuel with way less smoke," and the culprit decided the gamble was worth it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the first man grinned and said the criminal must have been caught off guard by their look, while the second shot back that they shouldn't push too far into the forest because they were stronger side by side. Then the first man asked, "So what's next?" And the first suggested they set up camp right here so when the sun came back up they'd finally have a real plan. They cranked up a scrappy little fire to cook, then split into shifts, switching every 3 hours so nobody ever burned out. By the firelight, the adventurers huddled close and vowed to strike at dawn. This was their last shot at getting rich, so they were going to track him down no matter what. Someone crouched in the thicket, staring them down like they didn't even know it. The stranger stared at the adventurers for a long beat, then the next second they vanished behind the trees, slipping away without a single soul noticing. Right then, one of the hunters snapped to his feet, ready to slip away somewhere else. The seasoned hunter demanded where he was headed, and the bald man shot back, "I'm going to the toilet." Then the hunter warned him, "Don't drop your guard for a second." Then he bared his weapon with a savage glare and snapped that if the culprit was down at the river, he'd kill him on the spot and pocket half the share. The long-faced man flashed a grin and shot an immediate yes. He stared at his neighbor and demanded, "What's going on? Did you already fall asleep, or is something messed up with that mud-boar meat?" With his knife balanced on the food, the mustachioed man stared at him with heartbreak and said he only wanted his daughter to get that meat. Then the seasoned hunter grinned and swore that once they got back, he'd make sure she ate. Then the man started picturing his daughter's smile, and up on the cliff, a third adventurer kept watch over the speakers. He stared into the distance, every nerve screaming. Then he snapped around to the ones still standing and demanded whether their comrade had been gone too long. Everyone held their breath as the news hit. Then they burst into the forest, shouting Klaus's name like their lives depended on it, only to get nothing back but cold, crushing silence. Suddenly, a stone slammed into the tree, and the man snapped around the instant he heard it. But then, right when he least expected it, someone erupted into a scream. He spun around, and there it was, his comrade bleeding and wounded. Blood poured from the wounded man's nose, and a fresh gash opened on his arm, so the others snapped, worried out of their minds, asking if he was really okay. Then the split-lip man blurted out the whole story, and the second they turned around, a figure exploded from the bushes, dagger raised high in his hand. The second he spotted his own shadow lurking in the bushes, it all clicked. Akaya, the victim, had an idea. The adventurer choked out that terrifying go syllable, and his fear practically leaked out with it. Then his comrade pushed him to try again. Then panic hit him like lightning. He blurted out that it was a goblin right as his comrades stared, and the hunters snapped back saying there was no such thing as big goblins, while the others insisted it could be a brand new species. The stranger, still stuck being mistaken for a goblin, bolted away from them as fast as his legs would carry him. Breathing hard, the bearded man pushed deeper into the forest, terrified something was chasing him, while the adventurers kept firing warnings after him. The full moon climbed high in the sky, bathing everything in bright silver and slicing through the night's darkness. A blazing light cut across the runner's face, and there stood Eugene, stunned, because somehow he'd been mistaken for a goblin. The protagonist thrust his fists up, charging straight into the hunters who came for him. He clutched his sword up in a ready stance, exhaustion still hanging heavy in his bones. He fought to catch his breath. Yajin stood there with a hard, stern stare that made the whole moment feel dangerous. With a sly smirk twisting his face, the main character locked eyes with his opponent. The hunter stammered, completely thrown off, begging to understand how everything had spiraled into this. 2 hours ago, the man kept on striding, his head spinning as he couldn't shake the fact that everyone thought he was a goblin. Karateka kept sprinting, pushing even deeper into the distance. When he looked back, the man quietly prayed the hunters wouldn't track him, and then he knew it was time to switch to Plan B because the clock was running out. Meanwhile, the mustachioed hunter snapped, asking if his buddies were all right, and they nodded back, shaky and unsure. Since he was the only one unhurt, he insisted they'd have to hold out until dawn and volunteered to stand watch over the area while they finally rested. As the split-lipped man kept blurting apologies, the seasoned hunter, soaked in sweat, snapped something into Lloyd's hands and stared hard at it. Turns out the criminal had hurled a thing at him, smashed Vaughn's nose with his fist, and then slashed him with a knife. And that's when Lloyd couldn't help but rip into the adventurer. Once he touched the extended thing, the man's eyes widened. It was a spear carved from solid wood, and when the long-faced man warned him to be careful, he meant it. The tip was coated in poison, weak as it might be but dangerous all the same. With injuries still throbbing, the wounded huddled by the tree, while Lloyd stood guard, making sure their hard-won peace stayed unbroken. The force guard snapped his gaze forward. He clenched his sword harder and held it poised and ready for whatever came next. He finally exhaled, leaned in, and let his eyes drop as his thoughts kicked in. But then, SNRK, something rustled in the bushes and shot out like it had been waiting to strike. Lloyd froze, pure fear hit him like a punch. He snapped his weapon's tip toward the air and caught something strange. The terrified adventurer stared at what he'd finally snagged, yelled a warning to his crew, just as the hunters were trying to steady their nerves after realizing it was entrails. Another thing burst from the bushes and shot straight for them, and Lloyd hacked into the meat with pure fury. Right then, something else came tearing out of the bushes, streaking through the air. The adventurer snapped an oath, then swung his blade and slashed it down too. Then a bunch of extra pieces blasted out of the criminal, and he had no idea why it was happening, because he didn't even get a second to cut them away. Everyone shot up in shock, and Vuon's fear spiked, because he kept insisting it was a goblin, not Klaus, even if the proof looked a little too much like intestines. While they stared, a way nastier opponent was lurking behind the bushes, Yajin. With a nasty gurgle and hiss, the protagonist dropped his hands into the liquid. With pure determination, he pressed the contents to his head and refused to hesitate. Soon the adventurer was swallowed head to toe by it, fully covered everywhere. So he silently logged it all. Now he just had to sit tight and let the mud dry, then rub herbs over his body to throw off anyone tracking him by smell, and with that done, he declared it. All that was left was waiting. Karateka was caked in mud, and he just sat there, stewing in silence as he waited. Right then, he had no idea who they were, but the moment they came for him, he was ready to fight back with everything he had, and he'd do the same to anyone with them. Then the main character couldn't sit still, he had to go do something. Then he froze, replaying a memory of a blazing fire with a pot hanging right above it. The adventurer bolted into the forest with his valuables in hand because he didn't have time to grab everything he'd need, and sure, he'd love to chow down from that iron pot since it beat a microwave by a mile. And right as he ran, the man's nose caught the mouth-watering scent of stewed boar. The second Yajin tasted that mouth-watering food in his memory, he practically lunged for it. With a fierce grin, he declared he was ready to take the win, because this pot was too good to lose. Right then, these anxious adventurers didn't even think about sitting back down. They kept their weapons drawn and ready, and the battle-hardened hunter just clocked it. Klaus was dead, and Lloyd couldn't deny it either. Vaughn blurted, all fired up, asking if they were really sure they didn't want to bolt. Then he pushed the idea that if they rinsed the blood in the river they could get away, but he didn't finish the thought. The long-faced man shot back, totally justified, saying they were caked in guts, so getting out was going to be a nightmare. Lloyd pushed the conversation forward and demanded, if they hit us while we're retreating, what are you gonna do? The man reassured himself he wouldn't be alone, then decided that if it came to a fight he'd hold his ground right by that tree. Suddenly something snaps their attention, both the hunter and the karateka, while the karateka stays crouched in the bushes holding their breath. He clocked them, just the ones he'd been hunting. Then the stench of guts finally pulled them right in, and from the dark a snarling, toothy muzzle lunged into view. Giant dog-like beasts burst out of the darkness, and there were way too many of them as they stormed the humans without hesitation. So the adventurers scattered, wrapped the tree from three sides, and braced to fight for their lives, while Yajin crouched in the bushes, watching every move. The monster let out a brutal roar, then charged straight at him to smash the attack. Right on cue, the protagonist burst out from his hiding spot. He slipped up on one of the men battling the beasts, clutching something in his hand like a secret weapon. After what feels like forever, only two silhouettes are left standing. With a swarm of defeated monsters all around, the main character stood there like he owned the moment, calm and unshaken, while the only survivor, Lloyd, faced him with a sword held straight at his chest. Yuan lay there completely still, like the world paused around him. The seasoned hunter gaped in shock, and then just froze there, mouth hanging open. Lloyd watched the karateka slip in and drop every single one, and Yajin snapped back that he'd pulled this move before. This time, even with them showing up out of nowhere, he'd already set everything up. With a hard, stern stare locked on the enemy, the protagonist started to think it was over, then stopped mid-thought. The hunter snapped that he'd ripped his knee ligaments to pieces, and there was no way he could fight with that leg. Blood pumped from the gash in his leg as he blurted out that he surrendered, begging the protagonist to take everything, until that man snapped, cut him off, and barked, "Shut up." Lloyd blurted out, all fired up, that she was going to miss him. He dropped the bomb on the karateka, telling them he had a daughter, and Yajin's face lit up with pure shock. Tears streamed down Lloyd's face as he swore, "I can't die here." Stuttering with pure excitement, the adventurer shoved his name forward and demanded to know the man's, while the protagonist fumed, stuck replaying how it all went sideways, trying to read whether the guy meant it or it was an accident. Lloyd kept going, sure Yajin must have been starving for company after all that time on his own, and then, to Lloyd's shock, those words snapped the man to a stop. Yajin's mind raced, wondering why he'd done it, and somehow Lloyd's voice made him feel alive again. Clenching his fist, the urge to kill the hunter at once crumbled into nothing. Then shame hit him hard because this whole mess was exactly what he never stood ready for. Right then, Lloyd was on his knees begging for mercy, but Gene couldn't stop wrestling with his own thoughts. At first he wanted to spit it off as lies until the chilling idea hit him. If Lloyd was telling the truth and he really did have a daughter, the protagonist would drag her into pure, hellish torment. Staring daggers at his enemy, the character demanded to know how the hunt for him was going. Lloyd tossed his worries out the window, saying the thug who'd hurt Sir Varm was already caught and publicly executed, and that left the fugitive staring in shock while the hunter pressed on. The lords were too busy clawing for power in the capital, so this explosive scandal had to be buried fast. The man also blurted that the servants were roaming around, that the aristocrat had been slapped with crimes and shoved into a dungeon, so Pamragnev clocked it all in his head. They were going to use dummies, and he couldn't stop feeling crushed for everyone who'd be made to suffer because of him. But somehow this news was a win, because now they'd stop hunting him through the cities. The hero thought, wait, if I do this right, I won't have to tough it out in the forest for a whole year like I planned. With that idea, he could crush it down to just 2 or 3 months, and that's when Lloyd stepped in, pushing in with soft words, basically promising, with legs like that you'll probably bite the dust in the forest the moment they separate. Yajin let out a heavy sigh and his eyes stayed hard. No hunters, no treaties could soften them. He raised his dagger slow, certain, and the hunter met his fate in stubborn silence. With a heartbreaking little smile, his final breath spilled out as a desperate apology to Farah. But Lloyd refused to quit. He snapped back into motion, bracing to strike again, and the protagonist squared up right alongside him. The hunter got absolutely wrecked. Akratika loomed over him, bathed in cold moonlight. Staring at him, he kept blurting out his daughter's name, Farah, over and over. A sharp thought hit the Karatka, his opponent probably wasn't lying at all. But Yazin finally got it. Survival here means adapting or getting crushed, and with a bitter pinch of pity he backed away from the defeated Lloyd. Yajin kicked off his morning with a brutal warm-up sprint up a steep slope deep in the heart of the forest. This time he trained hard with a dagger in his hand. 3.5 months fly by and the main character has changed in a big way, clearly getting stronger with every passing day. With a heavy sigh, the man finally let out a breath of relief. He'd actually forged his very own fighting style. As he battled Al and the others, he couldn't shake the doubt, should he risk learning fresh techniques that mostly revolved around weapons? But in Kurataka's eyes, he was dead wrong. He remembered how karate was the core of his life, and how he couldn't help but show off every new combat move he learned, one technique at a time. So Yajin decided it was time to master the knife technique, because if the enemy's terrified of blades, he can smash in with his bare hands instead. He believed bare-handed martial arts was the foundation, and the moment he hit that thought, he kept sharpening his skills. After thinking it over, the man went, "All right, Nizaki style it is," and practically cheered as he declared, "From this point on, it's gonna be Nizaki style sword fighting." Then he spotted an animal lurking just ahead. That llama-like ungulate just stared at him in dead silence, and it totally freaked Yajin out. As the evening rolled in, the main character struck a fire to life and cooked up a meal in a pot the hunters had handed over. Karatika stared at the dishes with deep gratitude because these meals had carried him for months, and now he was finally eating better than ever. Suddenly, someone slid up to him with a huge smile, relieved out of their mind that he was doing just fine. Yajin shot the man a shocked stare, like he'd just seen something impossible. A battered, seasoned hunter stared him down with those jet-black, terrifying eyes, jabbed at the protagonist's fate like it was his pot. And when it turned out to be some kind of hallucination, the karateka erupted in a full-on scream. Panic surged through him and he couldn't shake the fear. As he crashed down, Yajin scrambled to break free from the ghosts hot on his heels, and with a sharp swing of his hand, he cut them down. As the dust settled, the protagonist kept sprinting, still running for his life. Then it hit him. Shock slammed his chest as he stared at a girl bent over in front of the guy sprawled on the ground. She burst into a creepy, uncontrollable giggle. Karateka froze in shock when he saw the picture, and the girl leaned in and demanded to know why. She pushed for answers. Why would he do this to his own dad? Right then, a defeated Lloyd jerked his head up, staring at his enemy with a face that didn't look human at all. Yajin spun toward Farah with a heavy sigh and admitted he had no choice, because the law says it's simple, the strongest survive. Right after that, the girl's head started ballooning to insane, mind-blowing sizes. Then she tore herself away from the body, and with a cruel snap, she revealed the protagonist's entire life. She sprinted after the fleeing karateka, fury snapping in her voice as she yelled that Yajin was trying to steal her dad's stuff. Farah's scream tore through the room, "Murderer," but the protagonist snapped back, denying every word. After her body twisted into a single, raging black hole, the girl snapped that people like him had no soul at all. With a calm shake of his head, the karateka silently lifted his hand and refused. Yajin jolted awake with tears blazing in his eyes, right in the middle of that same spot again. The man lifted himself up with that heavy, grim stare. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and jolted back to reality in his shelter. The moment the sun burst over the mountain, its blazing rays speared through the leaves like golden fire. Beneath the scorching sun, the protagonist kept charging forward, a heavy load of belongings strapped to his back. And he tore open the map and let the next move unfold. When it yanked itself open, the karateka sprayed drops of blood. It hit him like a punch. This felt way too close to the dream he'd just had, and with a heavy heart, he finally admitted the nightmares. Farah might have been right, he'd been using their things without a care in the world. Yajin tore through the tangled thicket of the forest, pushing past every branch like it was trying to stop him. The main character kicked off toward the mountain, pushing deeper like the summit was calling his name. He kept moving, eyes locked ahead, and realized it was time to make the next move. Right then he spotted a towering tree standing tall in the far distance. After locking in on it, the karateka strained to read the whole situation before making his next move. Then Yajin snapped the moment into place. Yeah, it was time to head back and told everyone, this mountain is the western end of the whole range. The protagonist burst through the last stretch of the forest and stared ahead like, wait, I just crossed the border, did I? As he reached the path, the karateka practically burst with joy, because for the first time in this new world he'd finally stepped onto another country's soil. As he strode down the road, a creaking cart rattled up, and he caught sight of it right in front of him. The rider stared at the traveler with dead-eyed indifference, thinking, so you're the first soul from the Usura kingdom I've met. He didn't slow down. He kept telling himself it'd be fine, that there was no reason to stay biased, because he'd been hiding for ages and everyone probably moved on until he suddenly stopped. Yajin's eyes went wide when a stranger's wallet turned up right in the middle of the road. Looks like someone just tossed it and bolted. He shook his head hard, scanning for who it might be, and then it clicked. He figured it was probably that guy. A twisting road carried him straight to a tiny village, tucked away like a secret. A spider perched on its web stared at someone else's sigh with stone-cold indifference. A spider had strung its web across the wooden fence, and there stood a guard on patrol, spear in hand, yawning so hard it looked like it was pulling the day apart. Then he muttered that he was bored and figured nobody would show up today, because lately, judging by the spider's trap and the guard's endless yawns, this place rarely saw a soul. Then right out of nowhere, someone shouted for the guard. A villager pushed the idea, once you're done, grab a drink with me, and this soldier, weirdly enough, actually agreed. Then boom, he changed his mind with a grin, like a butterfly had already tangled itself in the spider's web. The guards clocked two travelers closing in. One in a cloak urged his partner to stay put at once, warning him that if he didn't, he'd end up setting camp. It was Yajin who shot his fellow traveler a thankful nod, and in his head he went, so that's it, he's finally going to crash in a real bed at last, after all this time. The old man slid over the money with a knowing grin, like he was handing out fate. The karateka shot his hands up in pure excitement, like he was sealing the truth in the air. She wasn't the one for him. As Yajin stormed out of the armory, he muttered to himself that the salesman was an old fox. Right then, someone shouted at the protagonist in shock, couldn't believe he'd failed to sell that weapon. The gatekeeper flashed him a warm smile as the man stepped up. The karateka's heart sank because the deal fell through, and the guard just sighed and muttered that the old man was only using the fact that there weren't any other shops nearby. Yajin reassured him everything would be fine, he'd sell the weapons in the City of Death, then immediately asked where the nearest inn was. The tired guard smiled and pointed around the corner, telling him it was right there. The hotel turned out to be a tiny two-story brick house, and the roof was covered in crows like they'd claimed it first. The main character yanked the door open with a spine-tingling creak, then froze, staring inside in total shock, only to have someone greet him politely. A sweet old lady with a warm smile stepped right in front of him, and the karateka told her he just wanted to stay for the night. Then the hostess demanded a whole pile, 1 silver coin for dinner and breakfast, and Yajin couldn't stop himself from clocking just how massive that price tag was. But the thought of sleeping on the street crushed him, so he yanked a coin from his heavy wallet and pressed it into the woman's hand. The old woman didn't even try to mask the hungry, predatory glare as that purse jingled with coins. As the main character signed at the counter, the hostess pointed out that his room sat at the very end of the hall and asked if she should serve him dinner, so the traveler nodded yes, but the whole time something inside him kept gnawing at his nerves. Yi Jin couldn't stand the woman's look, and it instantly set him on edge. He dropped onto the bed with a heavy sigh, and one terrifying thought slammed into his head: something here was seriously wrong. As soon as he stepped into the room, a sharp stench of blood slammed into his nose. Blood smeared the whole room everywhere, especially splattered across the top beam. After tearing apart the latch's mechanism, he realized it was built to be opened from the outside. Kurotka also realized the doors and walls were built so thick that they still couldn't stop the screams from leaking out. Gazing around the room, Yajin's mind raced as she wondered how many adventurers she'd wiped out. The protagonist couldn't stop buzzing. He clocked the hostess's smile and stare, and it screamed Bandit S about to pounce on his prey, so he made up his mind about this place on the spot. He looked at the rundown tavern and instantly knew this place belonged to bandits. The man couldn't stop asking himself if he should bolt and disappear. But he shut that idea down. His village sat locked behind walls, and that prison of stone would keep him trapped. Then Yajin bolted toward dinner, panic gripping them, because the moment suspicion stirred, everything would fall apart. Bursting out of the room, he collided with a cloaked man sprawled on the floor, and the first thing that hit him was the chilling thought that it was a corpse. As he got closer, a deep snoring hit his ears, and he realized the dude was out cold and fast asleep. The karateka asked, "You okay?" and a heavy sigh admitted his own carelessness. Then the guy finally started to wake up, slow and dragging. A young guy with short black hair and a nasty scar stood up in front of Yajin, and the second he saw him, you could tell he instantly recognized the main character. The man shoved him down against the wall and pressed a cup of water into the boy's hands to cool his throat. Karateka leaned in and asked if he was feeling better. When he apologized and said yes, the man finally let out a huge breath of relief. Suddenly, the young man burst into a grin and giggled like he couldn't help himself. He told me it felt super weird, because you don't exactly run into someone who goes out of their way to chase you. Turns out Yajin chased after him earlier just to hand his wallet back, and the kid looked mortified, said he'd never been taken care of like that before. The young man said the main character helped him big time, because he had to get past to Hawes and it was packed in his bag. The boy demanded to know if that credit card came with a certificate, because if it didn't and the city tax wasn't enough, he'd be hauled into paying some massive bribe, and the man did not take that news well. If he joined them, the edging would freak out. Turns out the protagonist didn't resist at all. He nodded along, and they agreed to meet their new companion the next morning right outside the tavern. After the talk, the young man stumbled off to his room, slurring that he just wanted to sleep, since he'd had way too much to drink, and that worried the main character big time, even if he didn't let it show. Night rolled in, and the hotel's lights glowed warmly like a beacon in the dark. Dinner hit the table as a steaming bowl of stew. Yajin snatched a glass and downed it in one gulp. Something flashed past the mug and snapped his attention. While he took a sip from his mug, the main character couldn't shake the feeling that the hostess, who just served his food, was acting weird as hell. Someone underneath that blanket was snoring so loud it shook the room. Right then someone came charging up the steps, climbing higher and higher. It was the gatekeeper right then, and two armed men shadowed him, dragging behind them a jittery kid and a big, determined fat man. Right outside the doors, the heavy-set man split the plan. He would go after the young guy while the others handled the bearded man. Then the nervous young man begged them to keep it down, and the guard just smiled, saying he'd slipped mixed herbs into their drinks and they'd never wake up. Meanwhile, the fat man slammed down the announcement, declaring the operation was officially on. He blasted into the room with a thunderous crash. Without a second thought, the man drove his sword straight through the blanket. But then out of nowhere, something hit him like a truck. He yanked the blanket right off. Right as the fat man blurted his shocked cry, the blanket was revealed empty. No real person was hiding there, just something that looked like it was trying to copy one. Meanwhile, the scarred guy was out cold under the blanket, breathing easy like nothing in the world could reach him. A jittery young armed man and a gatekeeper dragged up to him, then the door swung and Yajin was already waiting, dagger gripped tight in his hands. Hiding behind the door, the protagonist held their breath and waited until they finally walked past. Catching himself behind the guard, he drove the blade straight into his neck. He crashed down with a brutal thud, then the second one didn't even get a breath in because Koretica lunged in and struck him instantly before he could turn around. After that brutal hit, the nervous guy crumpled and dropped straight to his knees. Both opponents crumpled and right out of the opening, bam, another fighter stormed in, sword already raised and ready to strike. The man lunged at Yajin from behind, blasting a terrifying scream as he struck. The protagonist snapped around in a split second. He snapped into action and drove a kick straight into the attacker's stomach. Then he yanked the stunned, about to collapse fat man by the hair. And then he drove the dagger straight into his own neck. Then he ripped out his weapon. Under Yajin's intense stare, the fat man crumpled to the ground. Pinioned by a ring of fallen bandits, the protagonist stayed locked in his fighting stance. He finally let out a breath of relief like, yeah, that had to be it. Then right then, a strange sound snapped his attention. Karataka totally blanked on the guy snoring in his bed, then grabbed him and hauled him back. Then Yajin shut his eyes and crashed for the night, telling himself he'd deal with all of this first thing in the morning. Morning broke when the crows started cawing like they were warning everyone. The main character sprinted straight to the armory. He dropped the enemy's weapons with a loud clang, yelling that they were the gunsmith's friend's blades, then demanded the price. The old man stared, stunned by what he was seeing. As the karateka laid out the whole scheme, the gunsmith froze in terror, unable to move or speak. Yajin snapped that murdering people for pennies wasn't happening, and that the gunsmith's real work was judging real fighters, not measuring steel blades. If the adventurers don't blow it, the gatekeeper hustles them straight to a nearby bandit tavern. Meanwhile, the old man was still scratching his head, stunned that the main character hadn't been dead yet. Karateka said, dead serious, that he knew nothing about weapons, but the gunsmith didn't know anything about people either, and that left the guy totally baffled, wondering how they'd even made it this far. Then he ripped both hands down onto the counter, and it made the old man freeze in fear. Yajin marched straight up to the crying, shaking face of the gunsmith. Then he snapped face hard with a stern glare, warning them not to lay a hand on him. A sharp whistle sliced through the air. Right now, a guy in a raincoat is posted at the gate, holding his breath and waiting. The young man yawned so wide it looked like he was trying to shake the whole world awake. Out of nowhere, the main character stormed up to him and before he could even react, apologized for making him wait. The guy leaned in and demanded to know whether the man had finally done what he wanted. The adventurer grinned and said he'd already left a message for the villagers, then it hit him. They'd probably already dragged the merchant in and were bracing for the fear that was about to explode. Then the fresh fellow travelers finally clicked, and right away they learned the young man's name, Louis. As Xiaojin turned his back on the village, he told the seasoned traveler, "Ask me anything seriously. Got questions? I'll answer, like how to handle bandits." A lone traveler trudging down the road insisted with full confidence that Haas was the second biggest city around. Yajin shot back that Bot should be better. He was sure he'd catch up fast, but Louis shut him down, arguing that Bot didn't have much open land to work with. Travelers kept chatting while they meandered down the road, taking their time with every step. But right when it shouldn't, a surprise duet bursts out on the way to the Bot. As he looked up, the sky was already swallowing the light and the darkness was creeping in fast. The karateka basically told them they'd be sleeping under the open sky, and Louis snapped that he wanted they'd stayed at the inn for a couple more days. Then Yajin fired back, saying if the inn hadn't been destroyed, they'd never have left, and if Louis hadn't pushed himself so hard and overloaded his stuff, they'd be in town today. Louis nodded, admitted there was no other option, and then scanned the area with jittery eyes, saying they had to stay on guard for bandits. Throughout the whole journey, the protagonist clocked it. This guy was terrified of bandits the entire way, and that fear was just one more reason the young man had stuck with him. After the adventurers pitched their camp, Louis suddenly snapped that bandits had attacked him. The boy went on to say that 3 years back, he snatched the family money and bolted from home in Baada. Yajin sat in stunned silence as the boy finally spilled everything. When he fled, he saw his mother and plunged a knife into her, and by the firelight he admitted he'd been caught before he could even reach the border. Louis said he'd been stuck in living hell for ages. They couldn't mend his broken bone, so his right hand still won't bend his little finger. And that's how it ended. He bolted to escape selling long before they could haul him into slavery. He told the caretaker, "Nobody's tailing me," and the protagonist shot back, "Then why are you even saying that?" The boy blurted, all fired up, that these were the thoughts racing through his head about finally arriving in Bat tomorrow. Yajin clocked that the boy was stuck in something way too weird, then slid him over dinner like it was a lifeline. Travelers dug into the soup in total silence. The protagonists huddled on that rock and convinced everyone that every time Louis finally got to rest, it needed to happen on a strict 3-hour cycle. After trading good nights, the karateka kicked off his watch, eyes sharp and ready for anything. Night crashed over the forest like a heavy curtain. Right then Yajin heard water crash and splash. While thinking to himself about Louis, the main character couldn't shake the question, what the heck was so wrong with running away? He had a hunch the guy wanted to talk, but he swallowed it down and chose not to get involved. Staring up at the moon, the karateka's confidence wavered. Then he snapped his attention to Louis and shot, "You good, everything all right?" He shot back with an excited yes, and reassured Yajin in one breath. Turns out he decided to scrub himself up, all because he couldn't ignore the thought of tomorrow's arrival in Bot, while the main character was stuck there, not realizing they'd be forced to wait for him for so long. Standing in the pond and shielding himself with his hands, Louis looked nothing like a kid, he looked grown. She couldn't help it, heat flooded her face with pure embarrassment. A roaring fire clawed its way through the darkness, lighting up the night like a warning. That fellow traveler, Yajin, was the definition of a gentleman. Bursting out of the trees, Louis told her straight up that he doubted she'd find him there when she came back, and that he figured he'd be lurking in the bushes, watching her. The girl flashed a smirk and dared him to think she was pretty enough for him to stoop to something so vile, and that hit the man like a punch, forcing him to reel in his thoughts. With fake seriousness, the karateka snapped that he should have peeked right in the middle of the bath, then groaned over how he never did, and the girl burst into laughter. Huddled by the fire to stay warm, she leaned in and demanded how long he'd known the truth about her gender. Yejin said he'd seen the truth the second they stepped into the bandit tavern. Louis couldn't shake the feeling that every time she talked to him, he was secretly the one mocking the protagonist, and it sent him into a full-blown spiral. He said it with total seriousness. He'd kept quiet for his own good. Remember, there's a rule worth living by, and it's simple: don't dig into someone else's past. The girl burst out an apology, practically glowing with excitement. She took one look and decided, yeah, the caretaker was right. With her knees pulled to her chest, she finally ripped the truth from her own heart: she'd been a slave in a brothel. Turns out that scar on her face came from a desperate escape attempt, and Yajin clocked it instantly: slavers don't chase unless it pays. Clutching the cut on her cheek, the girl smirked and said it took barely any resolve to slash her own face. That scar yanked Louis straight back to his mother. With a trembling hand, she kept pressing the wound on her face, and heartbreak filled every touch. The main character leaned in and kept listening like every word mattered. Turns out the girl didn't fight for pride, she wanted to claw back the money stolen from her mother, and that's why she threw herself into it, even though she had nowhere else to turn. Louis poured out her doubts. She just wanted to drop the money and bolt, because the thought of getting rejected terrified her. The girl leaned in and demanded the man's opinion, making it crystal clear she refused to let go of the one place she could always come back to. To Louis' shock, Yejin straight up offered to let him go with her, if it came to that. The protagonist admitted he'd always dreamed of fame in a big city, but if his equipment doesn't get sold, he'll storm off to Kurawat. Karateka told her, if they turn you down, come with me, I'm always happy to talk. The man soothed her and she wrapped her arms around her knees, thanking him with shaking relief. Yajin smiled. Then he fired off a question: did she manage to pull off the part Louis had handed her? And it totally caught the girl off guard. She snapped with tears and nodded yes, and that instant of relief lit up the protagonist like a match in the dark. Blazing window of light erupted in my memories. From the bed, the girl leaned toward the window, right where a man's legs lay beside her. She reached out and grabbed onto that light like it was calling her name. His hand lunged toward the window. The girl, naked to the bone, lunged forward, fighting for her freedom. He couldn't wait to tear back toward home. Finally, the travelers reached Bot. Yajin stared ahead with a tight, breath-holding kind of tension. He locked eyes with Louis, who pushed ahead with pure determination. The shy girl inched up to her mom, same scar, same spot on her face, and the moment their eyes met, shock flashed across the woman's expression. The main character nodded and thanked his fellow traveler for easing the heavy burden. After urging her to take care of herself, he spun around and walked out, leaving her behind. Right then, the mother crumpled to her knees and the girl bolted over, snatching her hand like she'd never let go. Tears poured from both of them, and the daughter kept stumbling through apologies over and over, while the mother clutched her hand like she'd never let go. As he stepped away, the man's mind raced straight to the one place he couldn't wait to come back to. The adventurer skidded to a halt, then shot a decision into the air, eyes lifting straight up. Yezin didn't hesitate for a second, he plunged straight toward the place he was determined to get back to. The protagonist has already locked in his plan. First, he dumps all his stuff, then he cashes out and buys himself top-tier gear with that money. He strode into the armory like he owned the place. With joyful screams, he burst out that it was time to head to Kurawat, the biggest city in the northern slice of the Asurda kingdom. Frustrated to the bone, Yajin got pinned down by two guards, one of them already looking way too tempted by a coin. He snapped his head toward them and begged, "Please, this gold coin is all I've got." He pleaded so hard they finally listened, swearing that if they took it he'd be unable to stay at the inn. Then the guard snatched the coin anyway, flashed a grin and waved him through. The main character suddenly found himself trapped inside Kuravat. The guard snapped his gaze off the man as he walked away, then swung it to the next group of travelers. The Caractacus grinned as he slipped away, while the poor defender left behind, furious at being stalled, snapped orders to grab every last piece of gold in that city. Deep in the forest thicket, Yajin screamed like the trees themselves were snapping. Jewels burst into view right in front of him. Standing at the well, he finally exhaled, because somehow he'd managed to get them. Turns out the protagonist had to shove the stones up his ass like smuggled contraband. And when it was all done, he was just relieved he could trade his own stuff for those gems, and buy what he needed. Staring over the city, Karataka felt like he'd scored a win, yet something just as big slipped away and he couldn't tell which sting hurt more. Residents trudged slowly along the pavement. The jester danced with danger, juggling wild objects to the flutist's haunting tune. The men couldn't help but flirt shamelessly with the woman. Yejin couldn't help but stare. Kurabat was massive, packed with people, and absolutely impossible to miss. Up ahead, a sign blazed the words, "This tavern never closes, not even for a second." That anvil didn't just sit there, it screamed forge the second you laid eyes on it. Right here, the main character beamed as they spotted the Adventurers Guild. With grit in his voice, he swore he'd never be the same as yesterday, and he was ready to rip up his life and start fresh from scratch. Karataka shoved those massive doors wide open. Inside that massive building, people piled up in a long line at the counter. The girl smiled politely and told him, "Come find me if you want to join the guild." But Jean snapped his mouth open in shock, then nodded with admiration. Kurabat was the best. Right then, the old man from Rock Cliff jolted through his mind, begging him not to forget him. The main character inched forward in the line, waiting for his moment like it might explode any second. The next fighter was the karateka, until someone shouted "El Machka" out of nowhere. He totally ignored the line rules, strolled ahead with a grin, and happily thanked the girl for the job. The girl at the counter couldn't stop herself from blurting out the rules, but the adventurer brushed her off. Then Yajin reacted. Everyone's eyes locked onto him, and you could feel their disappointment hanging in the air. In Rock Cliff, one slip, weakness, too much pride, or underestimating your enemy means instant doom, and he refused to gamble, stepping forward with zero hesitation. He drove a kick into the adventurer's legs, buckling him forward until he hit his knees, and the protagonist barked that he'd already warned him. It was his turn now. The guy just stared, stunned. Everyone else stared, stunned by what the karateka just did. Yejin snapped into action and started choking his opponent. As soon as the guy hit the floor, the main character leaned in and told him straight up that he hadn't been defeated, he just slipped out of consciousness. Then he grinned and told them, "I'm not from around here," and asked them to finish the registration process. Elma nodded terrified, but she still agreed. As the karateka shoved the last papers into place, he suddenly spotted something that made his heart skip. He realized the stand right there was a monster skinning spot, where you could sell the carcasses for profit. Yajin practically beamed at that news, and the adventurer nodded, saying that on his way from Bat he just cut down a pair of monsters and hauled them straight out of the tavern. Then the main character hauled the carcasses in and dumped them right on the counter. The man scrutinized the goods like his life depended on it. He clocked how strong Karataka was and grilled him on what he could do, especially how he sliced through monsters. Daniel introduced himself on the spot, admitted they were swamped with no extra hands, and offered Yajin a chance to work the cutting room floor tomorrow. With a quick flash of insight, the protagonist decided this was the perfect moment to start making connections, and agreed without hesitation. Daniel felt a surge of relief at the agreement because he fully expected the adventurer to back out, just like that last guy, and when the man laughed, it instantly told him he was wrong. Yajin leaned in and asked the baffled man if there was a library nearby, then told him straight up he wanted to study the laws of this new place. Staring into the black window ahead, the main character got completely swallowed up by who he was. Lolling on the bed, he replayed the months he'd spent in the forest and the levels and skills that piled up from it. Skinning took brutal practice, way more than the sewing skill. Then the karateka couldn't help asking, did every single skill have its own kind of struggle to master? And he collapsed onto the bed, already thinking, sleep, real sleep, I need to recharge. He shut his eyes and decided that despite that little skirmish, it had still been a pretty good day. Night finally crumbled into morning, and today slowly slid in like a new chapter opening. Yajin slammed the door behind him and stormed out of the house. Enlil erupted in praise for his work. The main character is absolutely wiped out. Today they're hunting gray wolves, but every so often, bam, a freak rare monster slithers in, looking like a giant fanged snake. Tunyil leaned in and asked, so you're staying, are you really going to work here? Because this place meant steady days and a calm, unshakable life. The kids cheered because their dad was finally done, and then they rushed toward home together. Karateka stared straight at them, eyes locked. As the married couple walked off with their kids, he stared after them and felt the pull of a steady, peaceful life. Right then, a voice cut through the air and yelled his name. Two guards told him right there that the chief was summoning Yajin to his side. Turns out it all traced back to what happened yesterday. He just nodded in silence when they offered to help take him. The family he'd been watching drifted farther and farther away, like they were slipping out of his grasp. Karateka watches them vanish in silence, like he's locking every move into his mind. Then he spun back with a stern look on his face and told the guards he understood. The guild got left in the dust behind them. Yajin stormed down the stairs with his companions at his side. As soon as he stepped in, he spotted a guy posted on the right side. The guards shoved the protagonist into Gary's presence where he sat at the table, so the karateka clocked him instantly as the ruler of these lands. The giant loomed over him, then a shadow slammed straight into his face. Gary's scar over one eye, beard rough, hair all messed up, glares hard at Yajin. The chief struck up a quick introduction with the karateka while, right beside him, yesterday's victim stood there watching. He spilled everything he knew about what went down while the protagonist was locked in his head, plotting how to present himself. And just as the offended man fumed, Yajin snapped back, saying he wasn't arguing, he was delivering a lesson to some fool who'd smashed the guild rules. He charged the karateka with swinging fists, but Gary shot in and stopped him cold. After locking the attacker down once more, the protagonist broke down exactly how it all went down. He tightened his grip and strangled his opponent with ruthless force. After Yajin let him go, he snapped that the guy had been messing with him and that he was going to straighten him out with some good manners. The chief finally caught the adventurer's side of it. Jabbing a finger at the unconscious guy, Gary snapped that he'd come to him sobbing and begged him to punish the person who did it. The chief swore he'd handle it the Kurobatov way, and that meant hurling insults at the attacker, yet the protagonist just couldn't figure out what kind of trick that was. Gary told them the rules were simple, just one-on-one brawls, bare fists only, and no one was getting killed or holding a grudge. The karateka clocked it instantly. This wasn't some grand battle, just a plain fistfight, and then he loudly pointed out that his opponent was already knocked out cold. Watching this, the leader waved him off, because he knew the troublemaker finally got exactly what was coming. Yajin's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just as the main character was about to walk out the door, someone lunged in front of him and stopped him cold. The man snapped around, eyes locked on whatever just happened. Turns out it was the karateka's own boss, and that lack of discipline hit him like a slap, leaving him furious. When Yajin first walked up to the chief, it was that tall guy on the right who took over. He stared the protagonist down and demanded a fight. Gary snapped around to Paul and yelled that all of it was pointless. He mistook the karateka's silence for fear and tried to rattle him, hoping to knock him off balance. The other guys couldn't contain themselves, cheering for the fight and shouting for it like they were starving for violence. With fists raised, the villagers were begging for a show. Then the protagonist whipped around and heard the chief bark, "Idiots." Then he yelled, full of fire, that he couldn't stand back while everyone was itching for a fight, so Gary told him, "Show them your courage." With a grin on his face, Yajin read their whole plan like a book. Back then, they'd only wanted to publicly humiliate that rude stranger. The protagonists clung to their survival rules, and their leader blasted out the moment their battle would finally begin. He snapped his hand up and shouted for the ring to be made. declaring that whoever won would walk away with the opponent's items. Karateka glares down at the smug boy like he's about to launch into a fight. They faced off across the room, and the crowd ringed them in from every edge like the whole place was holding its breath. Then he shot up, fists clenched, striking a battle-ready stance like he was about to explode into action. As soon as Gary shouted the start, Paul exploded forward and launched his attack without hesitation. Yajin just barely slipped out of the attack. He mentally clocked it, he dodged a lethal straight path. Then the main character hurled his swing forward to land the blow. Karateka gave Paul a quick light smack across the cheek. The crowd watched that bizarre strike land with big smiles, totally clueless about what it was even trying to do. Yajin's opponent swung again, pure confidence in every strike. Paul struck out again. Right then he got another tiny punch right to the nose. The crowd grinned and said he could swing like that all day and still nothing would change. They kept pounding at him, trying to shake him out of his fear and force him to stop hiding and run. Paul lunged again, going straight for the opening without any tricks. The protagonist clung to his tactics and refused to change a thing. His opponent seethed with rage because the karateka kept backing away and refusing to get close. Paul erupted in furious shouts, demanding he stop repeating the same thing over and over again, because it wasn't going to work. Then he swung with fury again and again, yet the hit slipped away. The adventurer ignored him completely and barreled right on with his plan. The crowd instantly got restless, shouting for Paul to stop stalling and finally crush his opponent. But then the guys watching went dead silent, staring in shock. Paul swung again and the hit slipped right past him. Everyone in town stood there, totally baffled, staring at what was unfolding before their eyes. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. The kid couldn't land a single hit on Yajin, and then, right then, one lone drop of blood splattered onto the floor. Paul's eyes swelled up like it was about to pop. And just like that, the karateka were lined up in flawless, unstoppable order. After sizing everything up, the protagonist finally understood now was the moment, because the enemy's right eye was totally blind. Yajin shot to the right and vanished before the stunned Paul could even react. He couldn't figure out where the adventurer vanished to. Just as he was completely baffled, the main character suddenly materialized right in front of him. Karateka slammed in a crushing, no-doubt strike that ended it. The crowd's jaws dropped in pure shock. Paul swung, but the strike never landed. His head snapped back from the impact he missed. The enemy's knees buckled and gave out like they'd just been shot with lightning. Then he crumpled to the ground and blacked out. Dixon stared down at Paul, sprawled and beaten on the ground. Then the protagonist clenched his fist and swore he finally got how to handle things the Kurobado way, and in the next breath he decided it was time to go all in and finish it. With a wild grin and blood dripping down his face, the karateka told them to solve the next problems the exact same way. Then he snatched the fallen man's weapon and made it his own. Then two guys stepped in front of the departing Yajin and cut off his escape. And he shot them a stern look and reminded them these weren't his rules, they were theirs. Then the spectators bowed their heads in shame and made a path for him to pass. The main character couldn't ignore the annoyed stare burning into the back of his head from the man behind him. The head snaps its stern gaze after the karateka. Yajin strides into the forest, eyes sharp. This place is perfect, right near Kuribat, and if things go south he can hole up here in an emergency. Yesterday, the man fought by every rule of Kuribat. But if the other adventurers decide to target him next, he won't slip away that easily, and the hero can only pray they'll show mercy and let him vanish in peace. The hero hears a rustle and snaps silent on the spot. Then from his hiding spot, he finally catches sight of exactly what he'd been hunting. This is a sword-horned deer. He's the handsome leader of the pack, and the whole group follows him into battle. A man stared as deer slipped right by him. Then one careless step could have shattered the moment, with the grass rustling and their ears snapping alert. The lead hunter spots Yajin, and the moment the deer bolt, he doesn't hesitate. He rips into motion, because to beat that beast you've got to move fast, and he charges off with the thunder of hooves right behind him. The hero snaps his knife into a deadly swing, then with a quick squint for aim he flings it downrange like it's nothing at all, and the deer instantly goes on alert, shuddering in fear. The knife screams toward the deer's neck, right on target, then it whips sideways at the last second and slices the animal, landing instead on its leg. The hero stood victorious. Then he heard it, these deer guard themselves with wind magic. He actually managed to land a hit, staggering one right in the leg. Talk about perfect timing, now he just needs a little more. It's time to finish this. Right in the middle of it all, the leader of the pack gets up and steps in to shield the wounded deer, throwing his body right in front of the hero and cutting off his path. The man creeps his hand up with the knife, staring the beast down, ears ringing, heart thudding, telling himself he only has to dodge the deer's antlers and somehow it'll all go right. A brutal gust slammed through the air, antlers snapped into view, and the hero was already up, clutching his wounded shoulder, while that deer a bit farther off kept eyeing him warily. Face to face they lock eyes, while the man's mind races, wondering how that deer pulled off wind magic the instant the attack hit. The beast roars and the hero bolts. You don't waste time when the odds are stacked, because one wrong move and it all goes bad. His eyes lock in with ice-cold focus and every muscle tightens like it's about to explode. Like they're on the same signal, the man and the deer charge straight at each other, then he drops into a squat, tries to trip it, and jams his knife into its leg to catch it. A jumpy deer drops its guard for one heartbeat, and inside the man's mind the order screams, "Hit the heart," while desperation and fury slam through his veins. A clean strike, then blood splashes across the deer's chest. The man gulps it down and only now lets himself breathe. The deer lies still and graceful, and the hero can't decide what to feel. He reels from the leader's desperate attempt to shield his comrade. Then his mind snaps to the hard reality of how to butcher this deer the right way, because hunting these creatures for real is never going to be easy. The hero's mind gets snapped straight into the guild, and while Kuribat's adventurers are way more locked in than Rockcliff's, right down to how chores and roles get handled. At the top sits Gary, and anyone who won't play by his rules won't be landing any decent jobs anytime soon. If you're a loner, the guild charges you way more for the work, but you still have to hunt down tough monsters because cutting and selling hit you harder. So with all that weighing on him, the hero slams through the job and heads straight for the city. When the swordhorn deer's horn flashes into view, the town merchant jerks his eyes wide and whistles. Then, just to be safe, he blurts out whether it's the only creature like this. Yajin nods and confirms the find, then drops a brutal update. He's been hearing how the prices are skyrocketing for materials pulled from sword-horned deer, the horns, the meat, and even the skin. The merchant grumbles that it's been ages since he last handled stuff like this, yet he can't stop admiring it. Meanwhile, the hero just smirks, thinking, even stealth won't work on deer, and keeps wondering how the other adventurers ever managed to hunt them. The merchant clears his throat and flat out admits he was wrong about the man, because the man has absolutely no clue what he's even talking about. The hero totally didn't see the praise coming, then just stood there as someone raved that he's a top-tier adventurer. Like killing isn't merely a knack for some people but something that lives in their very soul. Right as he's about to soak up the praise and admit he was biased too, one of the merchant's workers barges in and cuts him off. Turns out the worker's panic wasn't random. Ray, another worker, had collapsed from sheer overwork and total exhaustion. The merchant lets out a heartbreaking sigh and tells us the cutting shop is drowning in a worker shortage. At this pace, it won't be long before they're forced to shut the doors. At the same time, Paul and his buddy are posted up in the tavern when a server swoops in for their order, and Paul's friend shrugs and orders meat, then turns to ask Paul what he wants. Paul's friend jokes that he'll get meat too, and Paul snaps. He slams his fist on the table and roars that he doesn't care what he eats. And the friend clocks the look on Paul's face and blurts, "What happened?" Paul sits locked in place, glaring ahead with fists slammed tight, muttering over and over that he's going to kill Yajin, no doubt about it. Aisha Jean's cutting shop rolls out a month-long welcome and introduces him as the newest hire, and he can't stop grinning because he's incredibly grateful. Arlo, Nate, and Cyrus welcome the newcomer with open arms, smiling wide the whole time like this is the best day ever. The merchant, everyone calls him the head, lets out a tired sigh and warns that the cutting room is on the verge of shutting down again. In the corner, the man barely clicks his tongue and his face twists with pure disgust. The boss blasts the news, miss the monthly quota, and the shop shuts for good, but here's the catch: you just have to survive one more month because after that, reinforcements are coming. Then the leader kicks off a speech about surviving this brutal time, and a friendly chorus explodes into the chant, shouting work, and boom, that's real team spirit and perfect unity. Yajin kicks off his shift in the shop, staring down an animal sprawled in front of him with a knife gripped tight, then he steadies his breath and dives straight into the work. The hero moves with razor-clear control, steady, confident, and dialed in, like he already knows the exact steps to get the job done fast and right. Cyrus, right there beside him, can't stop watching Yajin's skill, so he leans in and demands to know where he learned it and whether he used to be a hunter. Still grinding through his work, Yajin slings himself back into the past and answers way too much too loosely just to explain that he learned everything from a single hunter. After grinding for a while, the hero finally snags a tiny magic stone, turns it over in his hands and studies every side like a pro, while the other workers stare in shock at how sharp and precise he is. Right away, one of his colleagues snaps a warning to Yajin: if he spots a magic stone, he better hand it to one of them, then slide it onto the shelf. While he's asking which shelf the magic stone should go on, he accidentally steps right into a passageway, and one worker bumps him instantly, then hisses at him like it's trouble. The man who slammed into Yajin came up with the most hateful stare on his face, then barked at him to get out of the passage. Then the man whips around with that same arrogant look and clicks his tongue again. Yejin panics, awkwardly blurts an apology and scratches the back of his head like he can't believe he's messed up again. Another worker leans in, tells a stunned Yajin to let it go, because the guy once chased the same adventurous dream himself. That grumpy worker used to be an adventurer until he got badly wounded and had to hang it up, yet he still carries his sword and shield, and the one telling the tale can't help but feel jealous. Stunned, Yajin tells himself the same truth: every adventurer out there carries a story no one else can even touch. Next up, Arlo strides toward Yajin, grinning like he just hit the jackpot, because this next task is about to blow the man's mind. A giant monster gets slammed onto the floor and Yajin blazes, asking the obvious question, who is it? But the only answer he hears is that it washed up on the shore like some forgotten nightmare. They've got one job: split that animal's skeleton for the exhibition, and they'd better do it with surgical care, because the workers are buzzing that it's a dragonfish, and for some reason not everyone wants to get near it. Yajin's coworkers swear that the fish is insanely expensive and unbelievably rare, and that one bite is so deadly it can drop a person. They only haul it in for the rich while everyone else is stuck with nothing. The grind starts with a brutal detail-by-detail routine, workers hauling huge loads of material like it's non-stop. And yeah, there's room for fun in all of this, like today when one worker starts showing off fisheye tricks and everyone else gathers around, laughing and watching, while only that one ex-adventurer feels nothing but dissatisfaction. Next, they push outside the butcher shop, and under this massive tree, a monster bigger than anything you've ever seen sprawls there, all covered in brutal spikes from head to back. Yajin and the workers twirled relentlessly, yanking the monster spikes free and heaving them into a massive cart. Then they haul those materials off the site on the same massive cart, straight to the shop for the next round of processing. Yajin can't believe his luck. He's thrilled to be part of this amazing team, landing a real, high-stakes job that helps save the shop. 2 weeks later, the protagonist sprawls in a tavern with a cold beer in hand. Then someone leans in and tells him Paul has started acting up. The man finally realizes Paul is rallying people to attack someone, and he also remembers how, back then, Paul was yelling in a bar that he wanted to kill. Then the talk swings to Gary and Eugene realizes, whoa, he's got chaos brewing too. He's been meeting secretly with a guard and you can practically feel the plot forming. The ending is crystal clear: something massive is about to explode across the city and it's coming real soon. The informant is convinced this will hit Yajin hard, so he sprints out of the city right now, while Yajin is stuck replaying one thing he messed up, and he finally thanks the man for the warning. Yajin slips the informant 2 coins and the man blurts out in shock, "Why are you giving me so much?" Yajin's surprise hangs there as the informant explains he has to keep his already dwindling allies standing. They thank him back and promise to keep the intel coming, but they shove one warning in his face: if Gary ever catches wind of it all, the informant will fold instantly. Yajin nods and says he gets it. He gets his brave ally completely, and he'd do the exact same thing too. But now his luck flips on him, turning into pure bad news, and it looks like he's finally going to have to get out of the city. Already inside the shop, Yajin strides up to the merchant and shoots for a conversation, demanding to know what in the world happened. The moment the hero opens his mouth, the merchant snaps his head toward another worker and starts blasting him for forgetting to bring the wool. Rage keeps building in the chief and he starts screaming even harder at the worker, furious that the wool was never brought to the western gate and that he never went to pick it up. The leader tries to take it on himself, but Yajin snaps back, "Let me go." The merchant's fury eases a notch and he demands to know what the guy was after. Seeing the boss's nerves spill all over the place, he holds his tongue and doesn't say what he came for. He just smirks at the traitor, then whips everyone up to dig in even harder. A week later, Yajin lounged on his bed at home, plotting the exact moment he'd say goodbye to his friends and coworkers as their work finally wrapped up. Suddenly, a note slides under the protagonist's door, and when he snatches it and reads it, his eyes lock in with pure, razor-sharp intensity. Yajin thanks the informant out loud for the intel, then freezes, trying to figure out her next move, while revenge has turned Paul into an obsessive, blind storm. The main character strides up to the innkeeper and demands a favor. After a bit, Paul bursts into the inn with a crew of people he's rounded up. The owner hands them Yajin's message and they dive straight into the forest. Paul leads them with a dangerous glint in his eye, like he's got a little madness ready to explode. Paul and Yajin met at the forest's edge, right between towering, battle-ready trees, standing face-to-face like duelists about to clash. Paul struts in like he owns the world, arrogant, unshakable, and fearless to the bone. Yajin's face is hard with seriousness, and the tension practically crackles in the air. 5 stern, focused faces stare back, some shaking with fear, some braced and wary, and others practically itching to throw punches. The hostility between them is written all over every single set of eyes. Suddenly, the whole scene snaps to life. Our hero bolts in tears into the forest, and 4 of them spill into a full chase, hammering to catch up as Paul yells orders for them to get closer. Eventually, they burst up to a massive tree whose roots crawl across the ground, and one of the pursuers yells in sheer. Just as he's about to yell and swear he tripped on a tree root, a knife rockets out of nowhere from the side, so fast it's basically instant, straight toward them. The pursuer twists out of the knife's path, barely, but Yajin's straight gutshot still lands, the impact thudding hard as a heavy half-sigh, half-grown creature lets out a brutal roar. The pursuer doesn't see it coming, he jerks to a stop, eyes bulging with pure terror. Then the protagonist drives a knife straight into him with the hand he still has free, freezing the guy mid-confusion as he stumbles sideways, blood spilling from his neck. With his friend hurt, the next pursuer lunges in with rage blazing in his face. Then Yajin snaps off from a nearby tree and slips around the boy. He twists his body, drives his thigh into his pursuer and slams him down hard, face first into the ground. Yajin spins around and there's Paul, teeth clenched, pure vengeance blazing on his face. Seriously, how do you jump into a fight without first locking eyes in a staring contest? The protagonist drags his sword free from the sheath, step planted like a lock on the ground, fully ready to tear into battle. Right after that, like the scene can't even start right, a knife whistles through the air straight at Paul. He freezes for half a heartbeat, then lunges aside and dodges it. And just like that, the brawl swallows both rivals in its grip. While Paul twists out of the knife's path, a sword slips in from nowhere and sinks into his leg, quietly, cruelly, and without him seeing it. Silence hangs in the air and the stairs don't break, 1/10 second stretches out like forever. Paul's scream shatters the silence and he swings his sword like pure rage. Yajin stares, thinking he's finally snapped, because chasing revenge has marched him straight into a trap. The second the Avenger charges in with his sword up, Yajin's hand snaps to Paul's chest and whips him flying out of his personal space. But he's not finished, he lunges for Paul's other eye, driving Paul to scream, and the whole forest suddenly goes dead quiet. Paul jolts his grip tight, then bam, he collapses and passes out. Yajin whips around to the last pursuer and demands answers, refusing to let him dodge the questions. Once the talks were over, the final witness got wiped out, and Yajin sprinted for the city because time was already running out. Heading back into the city was pure risk, but he couldn't walk away. He had to say goodbye to his coworkers and grab supplies before he left. After the last pursuer spilled what he knew, Paul decided to move solo, cutting out waiting for Gary. Because even though Gary wanted the main character gone, he wouldn't dare without the guards backing him up. Remember the son, Moroff? Yajin gets hailed by the city guard's representatives as they come calling. The very guard who tried to snatch all his money now blocks his path. Then the man lets out a tiny, barely heard sigh and blurts, "What's going on?" A guard points the finger at Yajin for killing Paul the adventurer, and soon more guards crowd in, until a whole ring surrounds him. The protagonist frantically racks his brain to find a way out, because he knows Gary's running the same old trick, and he also knows the last pursuer flat out lied. Yajin is trying to dodge a fight at every cost, but here's the nightmare. He knows the guards are busy robbing too, and that's somehow worse than what the adventurers are doing. Yujin's ready to swing his fists at them, but he doesn't know if they can actually fight, so he won't just let them scatter, he tries to shut them down first. The guard snaps that fleeing won't help, and Yajin shoots back, begging for a chance to ask his question. Without getting a clear yes, he shoots back asking if his arrest was even legal, and when he cites the territory's rules, he argues that guild adventurers can't be dragged into a legal investigation. The soldier freezes in pure panic. Either he totally missed the question or he's drawing a blank and has no idea what the answer is. Yajin hunted down those forbidden pages and uncovered an ancient rule, one created after new guild members snapped and launched a rebellion because they were getting treated like dirt. The guards shot each other quick looks and hissed in whispers. None of them had ever heard of this law. The only reason the guy knew about it was because he'd read it in a book like it had been buried and forgotten over the years. Yajin scrambles to save himself any way he can. This is his only shot, so he pushes through to the end, then blurts out in pure excitement, "How on earth would you not know about a law like this? And why are you arresting me illegally?" The hero pushes this law hard, trying to make it feel sacred, so he snaps that anyone who ignores it is insulting the lords and the king who appointed them and brought this rule to life, and from the sidelines, rebellious cries erupt. The guard is totally baffled. His spirit sinks fast, because he can't make sense of this law, this rebellion, or what in the world is actually going on. Wearing the sweetest, friendliest smile, Yajin tells everyone that we all mess up and make mistakes, then he leans in and says, "All right, if that's true, come tell me." The guard's face burns with embarrassment as he stammers that a real mistake could have happened, and Yajin blurts it to the whole street, then throws himself and the city guard a heartfelt apology. The hero bolts out the door before anyone can blink, and the guards are left standing there, totally baffled. Under the cover of night, Yajin snatches his stuff, pulls a hooded cloak tight, stuffs away food, and steps out as the full moon blazes overhead. He couldn't believe it. He managed to set everything up for his escape without anyone noticing. Out of nowhere, he hears strange sounds creeping up right behind him. But listen, people, tons of them are closing in from every side, and they move so quietly he doesn't even feel the danger until it's already around him. And somehow he's right there with them too. Yajin's mind jolts with a cold shudder. The men form a tight circle, Yajin planted at the center facing Gary, while Gary's barked orders keep his crew standing just out of the hero's reach, then they obey every command to the letter. Yajin snaps to it. This was a trap because Paul would have been easy for him to crush, and while he focuses on that, Gary quietly sets everything up. Gary is ruthless. He thinks 3 moves ahead, weighs every risk, and leaves nothing to chance. He won't cut Yajin any slack just because he's new. He'll smash him, plain and simple, and that ruthless edge is exactly why he rose as the leader. No one could compare to Gary and Rockcliffe. He could seize the leadership role and keep a whole crew of bandit adventurers under control, and that right there should have clued Yajin in just how terrifyingly strong he really was. Gary locks eyes with Yajin and says Paul is dead, like a rhetorical question because he might as well be admitting he already knows every single thing. Gary had planned to end the hero right there and then. Things had gone too far, and once one of his guild gets killed, the rules basically vanish. Yajin is still on the hunt, digging for loopholes in this mess. Chuckling slightly, Gary blurts out how hilarious it was watching Yajin twist those old laws to slip past the soldiers and wreck his whole plan, and now something about the man is starting to get under his skin. Without warning, he throws the hero a shocking deal: be my subordinate, because he's got exactly the man he's been hunting for. Yajin doesn't buy Gary's story, but the more Gary talks, the more it sounds like he's telling the truth, says the man could be his right hand. Then the hero hits back: Gary's own subordinates just hate Yajin. Gary only shrugs and makes it clear, he's the one who feeds them, not the other way around. Yajin hesitates. He doesn't want to end up in some adventurer gang that bullies rookies, but he'll deal with that later. For now, he swallows his doubts and accepts the offer, silently telling himself he'll only follow Gary once he's gotten rid of him. Suddenly, Gary yanks his sword out, and you can tell he's made up his mind. As those forward lunge fists barreled in, Yajin snapped his guard up, then instantly locked in right there in the chaos, thoughts blazing into place. His hands move on instinct, yanking out knives like it's second nature. Eugene hurls the throw, one knife streaking straight at Gary. He twists aside, but it's already too late because Eugene's throw isn't just a blade, a metal peg is lodged in his leg. They face off. One has a stake jammed in his leg, the other is bleeding from a sword wound, and Yajin's secret technique lets him see straight through everyone's act. The torchbearers in the circle start shifting, then they surge in from behind to strike, and Yajin's bleeding hard from a fresh wound, with no time to bandage it while the fight rages. The crew from the circle barrels into Yejin. First guy gets smashed in the stomach by a hard fist, and then the hero clamps onto him tight. Yajin drags the boy up as a human shield to stop Gary, convinced Gary won't dare cut through his own people to reach him. Then the blade slices straight into the boy's shoulder. Gary decides to march straight over his own subordinates' heads, not just to push through, but to make it crystal clear what kind of man he is until he finally reaches Yajin. The guy's screaming like he's dying, the other fighters are shaking with pure terror, and Gary is nowhere to be found. A brutal ambush hits from behind. Yajin twists out of it at the last second and slams down hard on the floor. He swings Gary's knife toward his boot, but Gary snatches it up in a blink. Yajin's strike misses clean. Just as the hero starts to process that his knife got dodged, Gary whips his blade around again, and again he smashes his own soldier. That poor guy yells at the top of his lungs, mostly because he's shocked out of his mind, not because it hurts. There's just way too much of it. The soldier crumples to the ground and Gary rockets forward, sword cocked high above his head at Yajin. Gary doesn't go for the hero at all. He drives his sword into the ground, rips it back out fast, and kicks up a savage cloud of dust and dirt in the air. Yeah, Jane never saw this coming because his eyes couldn't track a damn thing anymore, and in the middle of it, Gary kept swinging his sword again and again and again. Yajin's stuck in a daze. He only catches Gary's silhouette ahead, then strains to lock onto his moves and make sense of what's happening. He shuts his eyes, catches Gary doing something right in front of him, then suddenly Gary screams, and at last, Yajin manages to fulfill every single condition. Only now does Gary finally spot the peg buried in his leg. Gary's heavy breaths and guttural growls echo through the air, because Yajin's forest poison is finally biting hard. If Gary swallows his pride and asks his subordinates for help, then maybe the hero lives, but he can't. This has to end right here, one single blow. Right when Gary is about to fire off a command to his men, Yajin hurls a knife straight at him, cutting off his chance to get any help. Gary snaps the attack aside. He's still got fight left in him. With rage blazing in his eyes, Yajin charges straight ahead. He's seconds away from ripping Gary's carotid artery out. Those knives were never the real threat, just a smokescreen to drag him in close. Suddenly, Gary snaps his head forward, bam, and the two heads collide in a sickening clash. Yajin is writhing in pain, but he still yanks Gary by the neck, and with his other hand he claws through his pocket for one more peg. This is it, his final ace is about to strike. He roars like a beast and drives the stake into Gary's neck, panting hard as the moment hits. Yajin clamps down on Gary by the hair and beard, muscles roaring with tension as he refuses to let go. No way is Gary getting away. With his final shred of strength, he spits out a chilling "This is the end," then whips both hands around, twisting Gary's head and snapping his neck with a bone-crunching roar. Gary crumpled to the ground and Yajin finally tore his hands away, while Gary's men froze in terror, everything going dead silent except the crackling torches. Yajin stared at Gary's body sprawled in front of him, those once strong arms now slack, with the fingers curled up like they were still reaching. And the head snapped at a wrong angle, pitching toward his shoulder like his neck folded him in half. Still not buying it, Yajin thinks he's already won, but just to be safe, he stays locked in, fists up and ready to strike. A minute of dead silence hits, and the soldiers finally realize their leader is gone, and worse, they know exactly who did it. Yejin snaps into action, knowing he has to get out of here. The wounds aren't life-threatening, but they're real, so can he still bust through the crowd of people closing in from behind and to his right. Suddenly, Yaja realizes he's boxed in from every side, reinforcements just hit, and enemies crowd all around him, so he has to scramble for a way out right now. A savage battle cry rips through the crowd. Everyone in the ring is geared up to take him down, every blade lifted high and the whole place vibrating with war. And the reason? He already slaughtered their leader, the one who kept food on their tables. It all whips toward Yajin. Our hero barely clocks it before it slams into something, and then, out of nowhere, another pair of legs drops beside Yajin. The man's shock hits like a punch, then the cutting shop worker, eternally restless, steps in to guard him. He's got his shield and sword ready and his eyes lock in with pure determination. Turns out he's not alone. Every last one of the crew from the cutting shop is right there, and the boss fires off a solid question about what's happening. Yejin isn't on his own anymore, his coworkers rush in to back him up, and the boss even tells him to ignore his official outfit. He just heads straight to report to his superiors about the monthly quota he already knocked out. Gary's boss snaps at his men, demanding to know what Yajin did because he's just a temporary worker and the employer pays the price. The soldiers don't hesitate, the guy murdered their comrade and Gary's got him to answer for. The leader refuses to believe Yajin killed Gary. He bursts out laughing, swearing it's all just a joke. Then, with a straight face, they point right at Gary's body, lying on the ground just a little farther away. While Yajin catches a glimpse of freedom, he finally spots the one way out. But then he spots his comrades and co-workers on the job grinning, laughing, and cheerful, rushing in to help him. The leader strode up to Gary, sprawled on the ground, and at last swallowed the reports from his own men. Then he still refused to believe Yajin did all of it, so he snapped into action and slammed into the crowd, demanding to know exactly what they'd done. The soldiers scrambled to explain that Yajin was the one who killed Gary, but nobody bought it. After all, Gary was supposed to be invincible, so how on earth could one guy take him down alone? The chief keeps squeezing Gary's people, warning them that the city guards have already caught wind of it all and that they'll be here any minute. Then he leans in and growls that even if they spill every detail, nobody will believe them. Finally, in a tight whisper, he tells Yajin to run. The leader keeps firing words at the soldiers until they finally back down, praising Gary as more than some adventurer, his true leader, and then he tears into them again, raging at what they did for murdering him. Suddenly, someone spots that Yajin vanished into thin air, so they sprint to catch him, and the entire crowd barrels after his trail while the shopkeeper quietly prays the hero makes it out alive, and Yajin hurls himself forward with everything he's got. He sprints forward, grinding through thoughts that no matter how hard he tried, it's all the same old disaster. Sure, he's not totally wrecked, but nothing works, and the moment he can't take it anymore, he bolts with his tail tucked between his legs. Right as the thought hits him that there's always another way out, a guard barrels around the corner and charges straight for him. Yajin couldn't swallow the rage anymore. He slammed his fist into the guard's face, and the man crumpled to the ground while the hero kept sprinting forward. So what if it all keeps looping again, even if it's supposedly an escape route? He picked this path with his own hands and he's sticking to it. As he hammers forward mile after mile, all he can think about is how awesome his colleagues were, and he clings to one hope, that someday he'll see them again because there's nowhere left for him to go back to. Yajin trudges on, his mind flashing back, still Nozaki Hitoshi, the one they dubbed Wild, until that name finally became Yajin, and now he's heading straight for Katori village. He marches in to get his hands on the fantastic dragonfish meat, luxury enough for the nobility only, because he's craving the most insanely delicious seafood mankind has ever seen. Yeah, he just got knocked down hard, but now a new goal sparks in his chest and he's charging straight for it. Yajin can't stop asking himself what wild new adventure is waiting for him next. Yajin trained hard in the forest, finally wrapped it up and dropped down to rest. Meanwhile, 3 long days have already slipped by since the battle. He's drowning in loneliness and sadness, but he tells himself, nah, this isn't loneliness, it's solitude. After a lifetime of noise in that shop, he's suddenly dropped onto a silent riverbank. No one in sight, while cats scratch at his heart like it's breaking. Suddenly something massive streaked across the sky like a bird, only way, way bigger. Yajin's eyes went wide as awe hit him because this wasn't some legend. It was a real dragon, the very one the man had been dying to find. The hero's curiosity hit like lightning and he hurried over for a quick peek at the dragon. Maybe it had a nest nearby and he could sneak in and get eyes on it. He pushed a little farther and then the scene hit him like a punch. A dragon sprawled there, coiled tight around a massive snake, jaws clamped down as if it could tear its way free. Staring at the picture that just popped up, Yajin rushes to a conclusion. Maybe this dragon was a mom that built a nest here and vanished, leaving her babies behind, but then a snake shows up, and suddenly protecting her offspring becomes the only move that matters. This brutal fight ended up being the final stand for the mother dragon, the snake, and even the baby it swallowed, yet Yajin can't stop staring at the real mystery. How in the world did a snake catch a dragon that can fly through the sky? Yajin pushes closer to the battlefield, hunting for fresh materials, because there's got to be a ton of them waiting there. Then he searches and bam, the only thing he finds is a living baby dragon, curled up and breathing with a gash on its stomach that spills blood. Now it's crystal clear why she kept fighting on the ground. She fought with everything she had to protect her baby until her very last breath. Yajin stares at the tiny dragon, scrutinizes his wound, and realizes, no way this baby survives for long. The hero starts gutting the dragon and the snake in search of anything he can haul off and sell, meat, skin, the works, then realizes the mana essence is pitiful, so magic stones probably won't be hiding inside their bodies. Suddenly, Yajin spots a wing shifting, like something is trying to sneak away. He snaps his focus to the little dragon, sprawled on the ground, twitching and struggling to move. The hero stared down the dragon as it puffed and blew smoke, and Yajin's mind snapped back to the same terror he'd lived through before. His heart kicked and trembled, because life and the chance to keep living are the most beautiful treasures in the world. He strips off his clothes, drapes them over the dragon with care, then hauls it through the forest, again and again, until he can't carry another step. Yejin yanked the dragon's belly closed and stitched it up tight, relieved that the insides hadn't been torn. Less damage meant less chance infection would creep in, even if monsters usually fought it off at least. Now the dragonfly is back on his feet because everything rides on one thing: how badly he wants to live. Yejin became the dragon's nanny. She brought him clean water, nursed him back to health, and carried him in her arms. Among the branches, he spots a bizarre worm-like insect and yanks it out with his bare hands. Yejin pulls out every trick she's got to force that dragon to take a bite. He heads back to their overnight spot and finds wild boars wrecked the whole camp, mowing down every scrap of soft grass. Then the sky opens and rain starts pouring down. So tell me, what could possibly be worse than this? A lone man soaked by the rain huddles in a sweater, clutching a dragon in his hands and desperately trying to warm it up from the chill. Yajin the hero spots a cave, dives in from the rain and sparks up a fire. Then, out of nowhere, a visitor peers into the glow and a wolf puffs up and locks eyes with Yajin. The man snaps his head back at the wolf. He's been nursing the dragon for days and hasn't slept a wink. Now rage burns in him and he's ready to tear the wolf apart. The wolf bolts with his tail tucked tight and Yajin stares into the void with heavy, sleepy eyes like, I can't keep doing this anymore. Right then, his eyes lock onto the tiny dragon, and the moment he realizes it, sleep just vanishes. Yejin jolts awake to birdsong, and the second he realizes he fell asleep, panic surges. Then he stares at where the dragon should be and finds it vanished. That man can't shake the wolf from yesterday, and dread swirls into nasty thoughts about the dragon. He bolts up and heads straight for the cave entrance. The very first thing he spots in the bright daylight is a baby dragon, totally healthy, zooming around, frolicking and chasing a butterfly like it's the best game ever. Yajin steps up to the dragon, still stunned and almost in disbelief, greets him like it's nothing, saying good morning while he admits he's not scared at all because he's itching to get a look at that wound. The dragon snaps down on his stretched out hand and the hero yelps and snaps at the little beast, then his face crumples because all he wanted was to help. The bite sight starts to scream with unbearable pain. Yajin is writhing in agony, but he clings to one crazy thought. If the dragon's bite hurts this much, then maybe it means he's fine. Yeah, Jean doesn't get offended, he's just a kid after all. The whole thing hits him like that puppy he got bit by back when he was little. And now this dragon needs a name because with those feminine features it's hard not to see it a certain way. 1 month later, Yejim finally snaps and decides to quit the forest for good, dragging his dragon puppy with him. He stuffs his basket, grabs his stuff and tells himself he's leaving today. The dragon grew up fast, fully matured, and ballooned into this towering giant, massive, insanely strong, and built like a walking legend. They got so used to each other that the dragon started copying his daddy's traits more and more. With Yajin leading the way, the tiny dragon shot off into brand new adventures. A man leans beside the bed, gripping the sick woman's hand as she lies fighting for breath. One of the speakers leans in and asks Melgo straight up, so that sob story about his sick wife is real, huh? And is it really gonna take a mountain of money to cure her? He snaps back that it's all true, then promises, I'll take you to the fishing spot. And right as he says it, he calls the first guy Brother Ergo. 2 days later, the whole village starts panicking. Melgo and Ergo are out at sea, gone with no word. Then they spot it, their ship cutting across the horizon like a lifeline. Only one person is left on the ship, and the villagers just no troubles coming, so they lean forward, squinting into the distance, trying to guess which brother just came back. No matter how they shout their brothers' names, there's nothing, no reply at all, just a dark shadow creeping across the ship. On the far side of the sea, Yajin and Puppy close in on the water's edge, ready to see what's waiting. Both of them can't take their eyes off the sea's deep blue mass like it's pulling them in. They were almost at Katori village. Yajin couldn't stop thinking, how long would the dragon stay this tiny and when would it finally start growing into something dangerous? By the roadside, kids were huddled together, flicking pebbles like it was the most thrilling game in the world. As he slips past the kids, Yejin convinces himself he's tucked the puppy away for good and trained him perfectly, while the children huddle and whisper, wondering if the dragon is about to crawl right out of the backpack carrier. The moment the kids clock the backpack, they start hurling rocks at it, because yeah, kids can be brutally cruel sometimes. The dragon can't stand that attitude, so he hurls the lid off his backpack and thrusts his head out like a living nightmare, proof he's a fierce beast. The kids spot him instantly and Yajin wastes zero time scooping up a handful of sand. The man blasts sand into the air, kids start coughing and then bam, their vision vanishes. Right after that chaos, the travelers stride up to the village. The seaside village of Katori looks tiny and the heroes stride into Jacopo's tavern. Right away, Yejin gets served fresh fish and steaming soup. Turns out that fish is a full-on piranha, all razor teeth and teeth everywhere. Then the owner's wife lights up and praises her husband for the effort he put into cooking it. The hero's tongue instantly catches a jolt of magic in this world, sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami, and then something darker, the magical essence that monsters bleed out into the air, a demonic flavor that won't let you forget. Yajin praises the dish, saying its spices hit like a punch and the meat clings to your taste buds. Then he swears the flavor of magic sparks your brain itself and the owner's wife blurts out, "So why are you here, hero?" She figures the man came for the dragonfish and he shoots back with a straight-up yes, then tells her he'll only be there for a couple of days. The girl snapped at him. Dragonfish almost never get caught, and if one's hauled in, it's handed straight to the nobility or sold to merchants for a fortune, so the villagers at the bottom don't even get a scrap. The girl also told him they'd serve dragonfish at the festival soon, but only locals could get in and outsiders were shut out. And that only burned the hero's drive hotter because now he was determined to chase this fish and absolutely not quit. He starts firing questions about the festival, then the owner and his wife both whip around and look behind him. The man whips around and there's the puppy out of the backpack and scampering around, soaking it all in with wide-eyed curiosity. Yajin snapped at Puppy, then shoved food into him before stepping into the tavern, because yeah, that dragon was probably drawn in by the scent. The man insists the puppy is harmless. He scooped her up on the road to the village, she's fully tame and she won't hurt a soul, yet in the same breath he's already plotting an escape if anything goes wrong, and the owner and his wife just stare at each other with crushed, defeated faces. She assumes Yaren dragged the dragon into the village to sell it to the fishermen for festival sacrifice, and she clocks it fast. He keeps pushing to eat the dragonfish like it's part of the deal. Yijun leaned in, eyes sharp, and demanded he spill everything. The girl spun a legend. A celestial dragon crashed into the sea, its ruined wings turning it into a fish dragon, and in their village they carve wooden dragon charms and hurl them into the water, praying their offering will bring them a catch. The girl blurts out an apology to Yajin because she'd totally misread him. She honestly believed the current village chief would go to any lengths to get a living dragon, just like they did back when the sacrifice first happened. The girl snaps at the current head, warning that anyone who dares to get close to him becomes a villain too, and that with the new head in charge, the village is slowly sliding into ruin. The owner tries to cut off his wife midrant and Yajin finally blurts, "So what's the new head's name?" Melgo just seized power, he killed his own brother then stepped in as the new leader. The hero gets hit with a warning, don't let his dragon be found. Panic claws at him as he swears he's in the wrong place at the worst time. He forks over the money, thanks them for the food and starts to slip out, then boom, something explodes out of nowhere. The door swings open and the kid who was playing bursts in right into a stranger's arms and points at Yajin screaming, "It's him." The man snaps at the kid to step aside and haul the hero in for dragging a monster into their village, then the twist hits, that kid is the chief's own son. Yejin looks around and realizes he doesn't have a choice, he has to fight right now. The tavern wall is plastered with battle scenes and Yajin storms in, he takes the men down one after another, never letting them all rush him at once. He yanks the guy's arm and smashes his chin with the other, eyes locked in, like every single fight is a mission. Another guy swings at Yajin and whiffs big time. The hero clocks it instantly. These are amateurs and he'll wipe the floor with them because every one of their moves is painfully easy to spot. The last man gets clocked on the chin and drops hard. Right then, Yajin already has 3 guys sprawled on the ground around him. The tavern owners are reeling in shock, while the chieftain's son slips over to Yajin's backpack and yanks at the dragon, only to hit stubborn resistance. The dragon snaps into the boy's clothes with those tiny, razor-sharp teeth, and the tavern owner's wife beams like she's just witnessed a miracle. Yajin himself couldn't believe what that puppy could do. Another guy leans out the window and yanks the puppy by the neck. Its wings kick like crazy, but it's trapped for now. Pure panic hits the dragon like a wave. Yejin lunges for the dragon's paw, but he's just a few centimeters out of reach. Then, boom, puppy slips out of sight behind the window frame. Yajin bolts outside and starts spiraling in his head, forcing himself to breathe through the panic. Puppy has to be safe, at least until the festival if they're really planning to sacrifice her, and since he knows basically nothing about the village, there's no way he can track her down alone. As Eugene strode back into the tavern, 2 pairs of sympathetic eyes zeroed in on him, clearly hurting that he never found the dragon, and as the men who attacked him snapped awake, they'd bolted the moment they realized what was going on. The man fires off the question, "If I stay, will those guys come back?" The answer hits hard, probably not. Still, the village chief, cold as ice but careful to a fault, says he'll only send them back if they're truly ready. Yajin decides he's going to Melgo for a puppy, so he immediately stops and asks where the kid lives, and exactly how he can get there. The girl fires back, telling him to forget it if he thinks he can reach Melgo, because all the fishermen live on the edge of the village and the second he steps in, the whole crowd will close in on him fast. The girl bites her lip and asks Yajin straight up, would he actually risk his own life for a monster like that? After vanishing into hiding, he finally found her, wounded, drained, barely holding on, and for once he shoved his own problems aside, then fought to save her with everything he had. The hero vows that rescuing the dragon is the only way to save himself, and he swears he'll never, ever leave her behind. She clocks his weird behavior, but she can't help liking him, because he's the nicest guy in her life after her husband, so she's ready to spill every detail that could help him. Yajin demands answers so he can figure out his next move, then trips over his own words, stammering about how the last head got moved. The girl breaks it down how the fisherman's wife fell into a dangerous illness and he couldn't scrape up the money for the pricey treatment, so his brother shows up with a sketchy idea. His brother dragged Ergo out to sea with him, even as the fishermen begged him to stay put. Then Melgo came back alone, empty-handed. Ergo's wife had wasted away because no one tended her and Melgo had swept up the orphan's son and raised him as his own. Then he grabbed the head position for himself, plunged straight into tyranny, and now even the village elder can't stop him. Yajin's mind races as he stares into the distance. Talking to the headman feels pointless until he remembers a clue left behind by the son from the last head. And before he can move, he has to figure out what the fishermen really think about Melgo. The man still has no clue how to save Puppy, so he refuses to freeze. He steels himself and plans for the worst, starting with an escape route, then pushing through the forest toward the fisherman's home. From his hiding spot in the trees, Yajin clocks it. 2 squads are posted at the village exits, blocking every escape route, and the fishermen have already sworn to spring an ambush. The hero is convinced that if he grabs the puppy, the whole gang will just lie in wait for him. But the truth is, they're gonna lie in wait no matter what, puppy or no puppy, and right then the fisherman starts bickering. Men, boys, and young men roar out their defiance, proud of the sea, done with this nightmare, calling themselves bandits now, and they're sick of being forced to obey Melgo. With rage burning in their chests, they plead with Argo, the son of Ergo, to strike back and avenge his father. Yejin snaps to the truth. There are fishermen everywhere who are sick of Melgo's tyranny, and Argo, Ergo's son, has his own loyal crew itching to move as soon as he gives the word. Argo stood in the middle of the chaos and shouted for everyone to calm down, telling them he totally got their anger, because he needed to be alone and think everything through. Argo slumps on a huge rock, chest heaving, replaying how casually the fishermen spill secrets, while the mere idea of speaking up makes fear slam into him because he's terrified he'll be killed, and then, bam, a knock sounds. A brutal hand slams over Argo's mouth while a sword kisses his throat, and Yajin growls that if Argo screams, fights back, or even bolts, he'll end him. Then he demands if Argo wants to beat his own uncle. Argo just stares and asks, "Who are you?" Argo asks again. Yajin pushes the question again and again, until Argo blurts that he doesn't want to bother his uncle. But Yajin won't drop it, grilling him about whether he's scared to declare war on his own family, and Argo only mutters, "And no." The guy boasts that since Melgo's level is 25, he'll never beat him. Then Yajin shrugs and says it's no big deal, but inside he's panicking because level 25 is exactly where you start climbing to insane heights, and he's in serious trouble. He tells the boy that Melgo wouldn't have pulled a basic setup like that if he truly had skill, and the whole mess crashes back over Yajin with a wave of ugly memories. He demands to know if Melgo really swiped every last coin from Argo's last fishing trip, money that was supposed to go to Argo's mother for treatment, and then Yajin snaps, asking why Argo never rose up against his uncle. The boy trembles and blurts that he's terrified, because when his mother was sick he was powerless and all he could do was grip her hand and pray it was enough. Yajin leans in and asks Argo if he still loves his parents. Argo nods fast. Then Yajin growls that he needs allies because something valuable and desperately important was stolen from him too. The hero presses Argo, "So you're ready to take down your uncle?" Argo nods. They sealed the deal. The full moon blazes overhead, the village sleeps like it's holding its breath, and Yajin slips up to the fisherman's house. He leans into the house, and there, Melgo is dead asleep, cradled in the loving arms of not one but two women. Fryajin snapped his focus tight and pushed every distraction out, determined to keep the mission running smooth and silent. Argo told everyone Melgo stashes a jug by the bedside, drinks himself into a stupor every night, then wakes up, downs water in the morning, and uses that same jug to get them through the next day. Before the night's march even begins, Yejin slips in and finds out how many guards are watching. 3, just like Argus said, and honestly they're supposed to be a joke, because nobody's ever broken into Melgo's house before. So yeah, they won't expect a thing. Yajin tips something into a jug of water, and while he does, he's already thinking the puppy isn't staying in Melgo's house at all, it's with the fisherman somewhere else. Even though it's late, the place is packed, so he doesn't dare look around. He begs the puppy to stay put till morning, tells her to hang in there just a little longer, then he slips out into the dark night. Yajin sprawls on the seashore, everything's been set and double-checked, the actors are hiding backstage, the stage is roaring with readiness, now the curtain's about to rise and the performance is about to start. He sits there, stares at the waves and wonders, will this turn into a comedy or a tragedy? It all comes down to the ending. The very next day, Yajin strides into the fisherman's village, and the moment they spot him, the whole place goes on edge like anger is already brewing in their chests. The man swings and clocks one fisherman, he crumples to the ground. The rest scatter, one sprinting for help, but before long Yajin's surrounded by a ring of fishermen brandishing spears. The fisherman sneered and predicted Yajin would die along with his monster, then mocked him for not running yet. So Yajin took a deep breath and roared that he was challenging the chief fisherman to a fight. The others burst into laughter, claiming the leader won't waste a single precious second on a guy like him. Then Yajin steps in and fires back. Since they're storming in a whole crowd, it screams cowardice, and he's heard more than enough about their bravery. Neighbors lean out from their houses, desperate to see what's happening outside, rumors sprinting through town, and Yajin just knows this leader is about to get forced into a fight to save face. The fishermen are totally baffled, frozen on what to do, until Yajin keeps screaming at the top of his lungs and they're shoved into calling the leader of the fishermen, and then it's game on, no matter what comes next. The head finally rose from the shadows and showed itself to the people. He's furious that some idiot distracted him from his important business, and when he glares at Yajin, he orders the fishermen to hoist their harpoons and blast the guest with them. The fishermen are baffled. Why doesn't Melgo just crush the guy like an ant, no cost at all? Melgo shrugs and says sooner or later he'll die, so he's going to make sure it happens the least painful way. Melgo is colder than Yajin ever guessed. He snaps orders at the fishermen to go after the hero. Yajin grins because this feels like the perfect moment to roll out plan B, and right then, a voice suddenly cuts in from out of nowhere, asking what all of this is supposed to mean. Argo burst in to save them, at least that's what everyone hoped, so Melgo barked, "Go help take down the saboteur." But Yajin's fury flared again as he screamed that Melgo was just a coward and a thief who could never beat him. Yajin rages that Melgo snatched something vital from him, then refuses to settle it with a fight and instead demands, "Kill me!" Argo goes along, stunned, while Melgo doesn't even flinch because in his eyes this isn't shameful at all. The fishermen spit protests through tears and rage, furious that they're being led by a coward too scared to face the challenge. So what about the honor of the fishermen? Yeah, Melgo might have once taught his nephew the fisherman's code and tossed in all that history, but who cares? Argo lunges forward and makes his uncle prove his strength because the chief of Katori village has to fight fair and square. Melgo is stunned by how non-stop Argo's chatter is, and Argo snaps, hurt feelings turning into full-on rage at what he just said. Since when did he start letting himself get lectured? Melgo snaps and orders Argo to kill Yajin. There's no arguing a leader's command. Argo's mind flashes back to his parents, his fists tighten, and he grits out that the fishermen's lives are hanging by Melgo's choice. At the chief's order, the fishermen launch onto the sea, betting their lives on every wave, so they need a chief just as fearless, someone who won't flinch at a one-on-one fight just like Argo's father never did. Argo snaps into chaos and yells that Melgo has to prove who he is, win the fishermen's trust, prove himself, and do it all with his own hands. Argo gasps for air after that explosive speech. Yajin tightens up for a fight and the crowd goes wild, cheering and chanting like they can't wait for the next blow. Melgo clicked his tongue and frowned hard, and the look on his face screamed one thing: this fight wasn't even on his radar. But now he's itching for a fight, and Yajin can't help but grin, because Melgo keeps driving forward, closing the gap fast and faster, and he's wide open. Yajin starts to doubt level 25, but then Melgo suddenly surges forward, cranks up the pace, and whips a strike straight for the hero's head. They said Tyazine moved at crazy speed, but turns out the very fast thought in Melgo hits even harder, faster than a fist. Yajin snaps his head up right as the fist rips toward his forehead, and the punch crawls only a single centimeter, like it can't break through his block. With a slick grin, Melgo warns that once he unleashes his full strength, his opponents turn into a bloody wreck, and that terrifies everyone watching, which is exactly why he didn't want to fight. Melgo's grin widens as he boasts that he could grind the guest into dust, and nobody would dare say a thing to him afterward. Yajin just stares, thinking the leader is downright terrifying. All this time, Yajin had been totally underestimating his opponent, smirking at how he only hit level 25 by luck, like he just stumbled into a high-level monster kill. Nope, that guy was genuinely strong, and if Yajin didn't lock in right now, he was going to regret it hard. When Yajin picks his strategy, he makes one ruthless rule: he never attacks first, no matter what, because that's how he ends up getting hurt worse, and he knows it. So he shifts to a cold counterattack game, relying only on the basic techniques he's 100% certain he can land. It slashes your detection range down to just 2 meters, so you can lock in maximum awareness of everything around you. Melgo lunges left, but the shot whistles wide. So far, he still can't lay a hand on Yajin. Mel snaps into a fighting stance. When an attack launches, he dodges on instinct, so even the leader can't move fast enough to land past what anyone can see. Eugene fires off a blistering combo of strikes so sudden nobody can dodge it. At first, Melgo's speed leaves him wide-eyed, but soon he adjusts and starts to handle it. The hero lunges and smashes Melgo right in the face, and Melgo snarls through his fury, yelling at Yajin to stop messing around and fight like he means it, full strength. The guest keeps needling the host with sarcastic questions mid-fight. So what are you even talking about? And Melgo's temper erupts, throwing his aim off as his punches get messier with every burst of emotion. Yajin finally gets it. Mel's going straight for the attack range, and as long as the detection timer doesn't die, he'll unleash his counterattack. He goads Melgo into swinging, slips into the perfect spot himself, and just like that, he makes the attack miss. Yajin clocked it instantly. If he shifted his torso, he could dodge clean, but Melgo got shoved out of position and left himself wide open for the next strike. The hero lands a brutal, no doubt strike to the neck, then follows it up with a crushing blow to the leg. He yanks Melgo by the face, leans in so close their eyes meet, then Melgo shoots back, grabbing him by the arm. Melgo's grip clamped down like a vice. Yajin's face twisted with pain, and the moment Melgo yanked and twisted his arm, Yajin yelped and got shoved back hard. The opponents are trying to shake off their wounds, and Yajin can't stop thinking Melgo healed way too fast and the hero barely scratched him. At this pace, Yajin's going to run out of time in a blink, but that eye-shattering hit is about to start hurting for real. Yajin can't stop thinking. After a hit that brutal, Melgo will have to play smarter, and the whole fight's about to get sharper. But here's the terrifying part. Melgo isn't just faster and stronger than the hero he's built to take punishment, and if Yajin isn't careful, one mistake could get him killed. But this can only crank the hero's excitement to max. Yajin stares at the truth: he's up against a real fighter and their physical strength dwarfs his, so he realizes he can't just hide behind strict martial arts rules. To beat his enemy, Yajin has to mash the martial arts from his own world with the tricks he learned here. Only then can he finally stand on the same level as Melgo, and trust me, for Yajin, it feels like the most fun he's ever had. That long, awkward gap between the blows felt like forever. Yajin stared at Melgo as he stood there frozen, tense as a drawn bow, and it drove him insane. Why wasn't Melgo striking yet? Was he really just waiting for Yajin to move first? Yajin figures the herbs he added to the water jug earlier are the reason, and a solid chunk of the plan clicks. Melgo immediately freezes. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud, embarrassing growl, so Yajin shot a fake "wait, what?" Looked like he was shocked it came from him, and while his enemy was stuck staring at that moment, Yajin slammed straight into the attack. A graceful, razor-precise kick snapped out first, then came a brutal punch that screamed danger. Yajin threw everything he had into it. The crowd swarmed around, completely clueless about what was happening, and Elgo couldn't believe it. Yajin had flipped the fight like a switch and started stomping him into humiliation. Melgo's control snaps. He can't hold back anymore because all he can think about is smashing that bastard harder and harder, hunting for one perfect blow to end it all. As Melgo swings, Yajin snaps forward and drives his fist clean into Melgo's stomach. The hero keeps crawling forward, fighting through the pain, and when he does, Melgo's face drains of color, turning paper pale. Melgo turns even paler. His stomach can't take the pain anymore, so it snaps and tries to purge the excess. People are left absolutely stunned by what they're witnessing. Some people burst out laughing, others get hit with nausea, some feel downright awful, and a few can't shake the shame. Everyone reacts in their own brutal, wildly different way. Yajin is about to wipe everything out, and with it, the world's respect for Melgo, his dignity, and his name. Melgo's chin got nailed as the legs rocketed upward. The fight finally snapped into place, and Yajin came out on top victorious. The protagonist towers over Melgo's lifeless body, and right in front of him stand a few fishermen clutching spears, while NGI throbs in his chest, replaying the sting of their last fight. Yeah, Jean was ready to clock Melgo from behind, but he still needed to play his part, just not the one that mattered most anymore. Trying to cut the tension, Yajin cracks a joke, saying that if only the strongest can be head, then he's basically the new head now. The fishermen explode with outrage at the joke, and the man, now with a stone-cold stare, snaps that if anyone's got complaints, they can come fight him, and he makes it clear it goes for the subordinates too. Yajin drops the line that he'll re-educate them, and the room instantly flips. Some glare with pure indignation, some clench their lips in blazing anger, and others just smirk, even calming down like they've heard this before. Argo breaks out of the crowd and stands right across from Yajin, and the two lock eyes like they're about to explode. Everyone's staring at Argo in shock, terror flooding the crowd, and even some people scramble to stop him before he goes any further. Yajin beams when he spots a volunteer in the crowd, then bam, his mind rockets straight to the forest where this guy once trained Argo to fight, drilling one brutal rule into him. Keep your eyes on those fists and strike at the exact right moment. Another make or break thing in a fight is pure determination. Get scared and you're done for. Argo clenches his fists so tight his knuckles ache, then locks eyes with Yajin, who stares right back with the same grim intensity. Yajin lunges in first, then Argo slips the attack with a perfect dodge. The guy's hand whips up just a hair from Argo's face, then slams right into Yajin's face instead. He rockets back and slams into the ground with a bone-shaking crash. The crowd erupts and rallies behind Argo, and he throws a fierce shout at Yajin like, "You're done." Onlookers instantly assume the worst, believing the man's totally given up, that his legs have finally failed him. With a desperate shout, Yajin flings his arm forward and cracks Argo right across the face, his fist smashing into Argo's cheek. Argo snaps into motion again, swinging with calm intensity. Yajin panted like he was out of breath, barely standing on pure willpower. Then he threw in the towel, surrendered to Argo, and the whole crowd erupted in cheers. The villagers charge up to Argo, gushing about how badass his fight was, but right in front of Yajin, a bunch of people lunge in, calling him cruel, and Argo's left praying he didn't go too far with his words, until out of nowhere someone steps in and shields him. Argo jumps up, backs Yajin, and declares that from this day on they'll never live like his uncle again, because they're proud fishermen from Katori village and cowardice has no place here. Plus he's got mad respect for that hero who wasn't afraid to stand alone against Melgo. Argo drops to his knees before his countrymen and begs their forgiveness, because when his answer failed and his mother died he stood aside, and when the fishermen screamed for help he turned his back. The fishermen shoot back with apologies, link up shoulder to shoulder and spend a while honoring Argo's father. Argo declares, "No more fear, no more running." One fisherman chimes in, "I just want one more chance." Argo swears he'll fix every wrong his uncle left behind, and from this day on Argo's son is the true chief of the fishermen. They're so overjoyed that tears are streaming down their faces. Yajin let out a breath of relief because that kid had his father's raw charisma and he could absolutely take over as the fisherman's leader. And sure, Yajin started the fight, but everyone expected Argo to win, so when he didn't, Yajin's just glad it worked out anyway. If Melgo had died, Argo wouldn't have had it so easy to snatch the leadership, but now the takeover was set, and with Argo as the star, the real comedy was finally kicking off while everyone kept celebrating. Melko slowly clawed his way up from the ground. Rage is boiling in his chest, and he refuses to let things stay the way they are. Melgo wished he could pull it off, like right there in his bones, but that's all it was, a thought in his head. Melgo got disgraced and humiliated right in front of his own subjects, and he refused to let it slide. Revenge was coming, and it was coming right now. Rage floods Mel's eyes as he swings his hand straight for the hero's face. He steps back fast, Meldo's hand slips through empty air, and that sting of failure ignites fury in his chest. Yajin takes his fighting stance and you find out Melgo actually scratched him because now his attack range has blown wide open. Melgo must have had a reason to fling his arms forward like that. Normal people don't, but his old boss never cared about himself and most folks instinctively stop short just to avoid hurting anyone. Melgo's totally abandoned self-preservation. He charges in so recklessly that his attacks are impossible to read, and Yajin has no idea whether he can beat him. Melgo trembles with pure fury and charges back in. Yajin can only scramble and dodge at lightning speed, over and over. He yanked my hand up right in front of my face, so close it was almost brushing my cheek. Melgo has completely snapped. He sprints in like a man possessed, eyes blazing, swinging his arms like a wrecking ball, and it makes even wild animals and monsters look oddly disciplined. Yujin's feet are cramping so hard he clutches on with everything he's got, and the second he gets the opening, he plans to snatch Melgo's face between his fingers. Melgo snarls and charges Yajin fully exposed with zero protection, like he has no idea what's coming, while the truth is staring everyone in the face. The enemy is wide open, you could smash the solar plexus or sink a blade into the throat, but one wrong move and you're in danger. Melgo blasts into the air and rockets straight at Yajin, ignoring his injured legs like they don't even exist, because all he cares about now is that surprise guest still sprawled on his head. Mel's already zooming in close enough that Yajin's freaking out because one wrong move and he'll smash his head. He has to move with ruthless caution because getting caught isn't an option. Suddenly, Mel throws his mouth wide open like it could swallow the entire room. He lunges to sink his teeth into Yajin, then barely swerves out of the way and misses by a hair. The hero drives a strike into his neck, cracks his stomach, then slides back a step to reset. Yajin is shaking with terror, because he has no clue how to take down the beast in human skin standing in front of him, and the worst part is that the guy still hasn't even recovered from the fact they tried to bite him. The hero can't prep for the strike because those moves don't even exist in his combat stance. This isn't martial arts, it's pure improvisation, so to beat it, he has to land under maximum concentration while fighting for every last inch with his evasion. The man-beast lets out a brutal roar and charges straight toward him. He whips his leg forward again, yet it misses, and just like that the hero pulls out a knife and locks into position. Argo clocks Yajin whipping a knife straight into Melgo's leg. With that first knife still jammed in the leg of the clueless Melgo, Yajin yanks a second knife out of his clothes like he's about to end this. The hero lines up his shot for the second leg. In the blink of an eye, the second leg gets hacked clean off. Melgo, totally ignoring his legs and knives, lets out a terrifying roar as pain rips through him. Yajin realizes this isn't a fair duel anymore, so he drops the instinct playbook and uses the weapons and the element of surprise to take control. What separates a man from an animal? Brains sharp enough to think, and hands skilled enough to use tools. Yajin towers over Melgo and declares it's finished, then it hits him hard. He's turned into a savage because even though he swore he'd act by instinct, he can't bring himself to use the tools of civilization. A crowd of people closes in on the main character, one guy especially, gripping this huge cage like it's a weapon. The little puppy stays inside and clamps both paws onto the bars, gripping them tight. Every ounce of this world's pain is trapped, staring back at you in her eyes. The cage creaks open and the little creature inches out step by step, then Yajin shoots his hands forward and reaches for it. He scoops his companion into his arms and gently crushes him to his chest, like he's afraid the world might steal him away. The puppy shuts his eyes like he's instantly being hit by a powerful dose. The hero shoots the animal an apology in his head. He's kicking himself for not being careful earlier, and now he realizes they've gotta start truly understanding each other like, for real. The puppy suddenly starts glowing in a weird, eerie way, like something bright is burning from deep inside its tiny body. A weird, chilling dread hit Yajin out of nowhere, and he snapped his eyes wide, frozen between shock and terror. A wild, unfamiliar feeling slams over him from his head down to his toes. Once the blur faded and he finally snapped back, he couldn't stop staring at that wild obsession, because it hit him so hard his head spun and it felt like something was being yanked out of his very body. The hero's weird condition didn't go unnoticed. Argo leaned in and fired off, asking if something had happened. He thanks her for listening and tells her everything's okay, then admits he got what he came for, even if he still lost the duel, and swears to himself he'll have to check the status later. Argo shoots back that the villagers finally get it. The blame is on them, not the dragon, so it's only right to hand the dragon back to its rightful owner, and Yechin quickly asks how Melgo's doing. Melgo lies on the bed, breathing slow and steady, looking totally at ease, like nothing's wrong at all. The hero shoots a worried glance back at him over his shoulder. The boy insists his life isn't in danger, but even after he recovers, every step will still sting like hell, and Yajin can't help but blink in shock. The man tells Argo, from here on out you've gotta pull in people who back Melgo and bring them to your side. Then the confused guy blurts, so what do I do right now? Argo shoots back, the villagers are boiling with agitation, so calm them by banding them together. Argo leans in and demands to know exactly what he's supposed to do, because right now he clearly has no clue how to act. Yajin halts mid-step, then flashes a mysterious smile like he knows something you don't. He pitches the idea of throwing a huge festival to welcome the new head of the fishermen, and for the celebration they light a massive fire. Its flames shoot straight up toward the sky. The celebration's over and people spill out into the night, clutching flower decorations and animal horns like trophies. Then they grin, laugh, and ride the joy all the way home. The hero drops to the ground and stares at a status window blazing right in front of him. The man studies every change like it's a clue, while the puppy peeks out from under his companion's clothes, watching right along. Eugene's sitting at level 20 packing karate, throws, a wild knife style, detection, stealth, 5 sense enhancement, poison and paralysis resistance, plus sewing and skinning, and his titles are straight up terrifying. Monster, new goblin species, and M-shaped baldness in progress. He clocks the new skills and the shiny title, but then he spots something way stranger. A soul contract stamped here saying the agreement is made with a puppy. He's scrambling to figure out what all this is really saying, because the words soul and contract hit him like something huge. Yeah, Jean leans over that calm little animal, eyeing it like the perfect contract option, because the puppy refuses to budge an inch and Jean can tell she's terrified. The hero spots someone closing in fast. He whips around and demands to know what the unexpected visitor wants, then the guy jerks back, flinching hard. The visitor is Argo and he practically beams that they finally found the right man. Someone even saw him heading toward the beach, but Yejin isn't buying it for a second and he shuts it down, demanding they stop. He tells you it won't work to take your life, so it's not even worth trying. His fears aren't imaginary at all, because that guy's really got a knife hidden behind his back. Argo sits there like a snare, tightening, tense, breathless, and clearly out of options, like he doesn't have the power or the guts to make a single open strike. At last, he finally blurts it out. Once he saw what his uncle became, panic hit him hard and he couldn't stop wondering if the same nightmare would swallow him too. Yajin figures it's not such a terrible plan, wipe out the only witness and the secret stays locked away. Plus, that guy's probably been burned by betrayal again and again. Argo mopes that the man's about to kill him, asking like it's already a done deal. The hero scowled, furious at how pointless this cruel stunt was for him. He just wanted to chow down on the dragonfish and get back to his peaceful life. He tells Argo, "We're comrades in arms, so I'll forgive you this time." The boy keeps repeating those words about comrades in arms like he's pressing for an answer again, so Yajin nods and asks if the other guy sees it any different. The man just says the truth. The boys always held a special spot in this village, and having an equal friend would mean everything to him. The knife slips out of Argo's grip, clunks to the ground and just lies there, waiting like a silent threat. He blurts out that he can't swing a dagger at his friend. He suggests they head back, swearing the holiday prep is already done, but the man just freezes mid-step, refusing to share the happy buzz in the air. Then he looked down, swallowed hard, and hesitantly nodded, agreeing at last. While Yajin watches the pair, he's convinced the first one to rip out his blade wasn't the other guy at all, it was him. As he stared up at the sky, doubt clawed at him. Did he really go too far? And in another world under different stars, maybe they could have ended up as friends. People are huddled around laid-out tables, plates piled with sweet treats right in front of them while candles flicker and glow like the night's about to explode. Right in front of the hero on a silver plate sits a just-cooked dragonfish, garnished with fresh greens like a challenge waiting to be devoured. Realizing this moment mattered, the man swallowed hard, saliva going down like a countdown. After just a few seconds, the fish is gone, only a handful of tiny, see-through bones are left behind. Yajin rubs his belly and grins, saying that food was absolutely mouthwatering. But right then, regret hits because he already chowed down everything, and now this guy's begging for more. He glares at his neighbor with wild, spinning eyes, watching him still chew through his meal, fork in hand, skewering another bite and shoving it straight into his mouth. Suddenly, it hits the hero. This guy isn't just eating, he's chewing up his dragonfish. He jolts up in full panic, desperate to stop this blatant injustice, because that fish is his and his alone. With a violent grin, the man thrusts his hand toward the unsuspecting boy, ready to clock him before he even knows what's coming. Suddenly, it's like thousands of razor-thin threads pierce my mind, and a voice snaps, demanding I stop right now. Yajin halts in his tracks, taps the top of his head like it's a mystery, and blurts, "Wait, what was that voice?" But when she presses for answers, he only throws out broken words, just enough to make it clear, this guy is plain strange. The hero whips his head toward his companion, stunned beyond words. He's left frozen when a sudden scream of puppy cuts the air, like everything he heard was just one big act. Yajin squints at the dragon, and suspicion flares in his gut. He exhales, utterly baffled. The hero can't stop wondering, what kind of voice was that? Was it really a puppy talking? He's stunned, but deep down it feels like he's begging for a clear yes. Argo rushes to ask if the man's okay, and Yejin jolts out of his daze. He opens his mouth like he's about to speak, then steadies himself and insists everything's fine. The man reels from what just happened, still stunned that one lousy piece of dragonfish could have him ready to straight up attack a person. Like, even now it feels utterly insane. Yeah, Gene can't stop wondering what's in that fish meat that pulls him in so hard, so he starts guessing maybe there's some weird toxin hiding in it. As he replayed that moment, it felt like lightning cracked inside his skull, and then an instant jolt of hunger slammed into him. He keeps firing off question after question, chasing the single most important answer, because if this is an addiction, he needs to know what his brain is really addicted to. Is it the dragonfish meat, or is there some sneaky trigger nobody's noticed yet? But nah, hold up, that's not the point at all. Yajin's mind snaps into focus. This isn't about the meat at all, it's the magic he just touched, and what he's really craving is the taste of mana. Because the higher the monster's rank, the more mana it hoards, and before the man could even wrap his head around what was happening, his mind got hijacked by a brutal rush of mana's taste. The hero fears this can genuinely hook you, but it's not like alcohol or drugs craving in your bones. It hits more like wanting food, except it's way stronger, so the pull won't quit. Still, he knows the mana taste can't be that intense, because it's not the mana doing the trick. His skill, **5 senses enhancement, sharpened his sense of taste so hard that everything hits way stronger. Yajin decides to lay off anything magical for now until he figures out how to control it, only to learn the hard way that even good food can turn deadly in this world, and a tiny clawed paw already hooks onto the fabric of his shirt. The puppy rides on the companion's shoulder. The hero stares at the little furball and his mind races. What on earth would have happened if she hadn't stopped him right there at the worst possible moment? He tenderly rubs the dragon's head and pours out his gratitude for saving him. The sun drifts down past the horizon, and its last blazing rays splatter the water with dazzling reflections. Night drops like a curtain, and the villagers watch Yajin as he sets off down the road. Argo breaks into a smile, shoves him a parting gift, and thanks him for all his help. Then he swears that next time they meet, he'll do his best to prove just how much he's grown. He snatches the gift, tells the man he'll accept it with gratitude, but inside his head he flips the meaning fast. This isn't a goodbye present, it's his prize for toppling Melgo. That guy had already aimed his blade at him once, so Yajin couldn't ever trust him again, no matter how heartbreaking the reason sounded. And when it was time to talk, Yajin nodded, said he agreed, and told Argo to take care of himself. He throws himself into the journey, and the villagers keep waving as he's pulled away. The man clambered along a brutal cliffside until the path split in two, then he stopped cold, stared hard at the road sign and studied it like his life depended on it. Yajin drinks in the view and yanks Puppy into it too, saying they probably won't get another shot at the ocean. Then the animal pokes its head out of the box on his shoulders and stares on, perfectly obedient. Out of nowhere, something Yajin never thought possible snaps his attention to it. A colossal, snake-like monster blasts out of the water, hurling itself several meters into the air. In the sun's blazing glow, those glittering drops make the whole creation look absolutely breathtaking. He's locked in, staring like his life depends on every detail. With a thunderous splash, it vanishes into the water, spraying a massive cloud of mist behind it. The man and the dragon stare in shock, mouths agape and eyes bulging, as the incredible spectacle is suddenly unveiled. They don't even change their faces, just lock eyes and stare each other down. And just like that, they snap their attention back to the water's surface. Yajin stares at the ocean's perfectly calm surface and asks, "So this really is a dragonfish?" Because what he's seeing makes zero sense since those monsters usually haunt the crushing depths. The man flashes a smug smile, like he just won everything. He swings his hand and calls out a final goodbye to the dragonfish and the whole Katori village. Now his road cuts straight through a thick, impenetrable forest, so vast it looks endless even from way up high. A boar-like creature slinks into the forest thicket and freezes completely, like it's daring you to come closer. It's weird, like the person doesn't look real. Right across from him stands Yajin, tense as a drawn bow, eyes locked on the animal like it's about to strike. After holding his breath for the perfect moment, the man shoots a signal, and the puppy springs into action. In the thick, tangled thicket, the dragon's eyes lurk in the dark, then flicker, barely alive with light. That little puppy explodes forward and launches into the attack at breakneck speed. She swings her mouth wide right beside the animal's tail. Then he clenches his jaws and hangs on by the tail, thrashing, snorting. The boar fights with everything it's got, trying to shake him loose, but the puppy tightens his grip and makes that enemy work for every inch. The beast snaps its head around with a violent jolt, furious as hell, frothing at the mouth and snapping its teeth. Right then, a man slams a brutal blow into his side, and the dagger sinks into the flesh almost to the hilt. Late at night, the crew huddled up in a small cave, shoved up their camp, and lit a fire to cut through the dark. Right beside Yajin sits a wicker basket where the dragon curls up to sleep for the night, and the man can't help but shower her with praise for how great she's doing. Once she's settled in, Puppy shuts her eyes and lets out a long, peaceful breath, and Yajin leans in, saying, "Keep doing this and you'll get stronger for sure." A lone, empty plate sits on the ground, and the hearty dinners finally run out. That incident changed everything, so he's flat out refusing to use the feeling enhancement skill ever again because the last time almost broke him. After crushing Milgo, the hero can't just celebrate, his victory still feels unfinished, because even though Milgo was only level 25 and the hero was labeled the strongest of the small nations, Milgo was just a fisherman, and if a real professional fighter had been in his spot, the hero would have been done for. And you've got to swallow that truth because there's always someone bigger and stronger out there, and the man keeps telling himself to stay on guard like a little hunted animal, always waiting for the predator to strike. Yajin keeps thinking, and he tells himself this doesn't mean he'll just flee society. Sure, there's nothing wrong with soaking up the slow life out here with Shinitsuka tucked away in the wild, but deep down, he can't kill that itch to belong among people. He finally hit level 20, now it was time to level up his adventurer rank and push even higher. But solving it isn't easy. At the city gates, the guards flat out demand a bribe, and once you're inside, trouble could strike at any moment. As the hero watches the little puppy sleep, he can't stop thinking, maybe even those village peasants who hate outsiders have to learn to open their eyes to the fifth-rank adventurer, because if they finally change their attitude, maybe nobody will try to steal his friend away. To rank up, you've gotta smash through the level 20 wall, and that takes rare treasures you can only hunt down in a church or in the massive collections of big cities. He's been locked out of the Great Bath for good, so now they set their sights on their next target. Holton is the richest, most booming city out of all the small nations. Right before Yajin's eyes, a goblin village sprawled out, cluttered with tiny, crude huts. He keeps his eyes locked on the settlement, sizing up every last detail. Turns out there are around 30 monsters total, and they're not just hanging around. They've got some kind of strict, rule-driven setup with a hobgoblin calling the shots. Thick branches of a nearby tree are crammed with human bodies, and Yajin's gut tells him these aren't random corpses, they're adventurers who once took the job to wipe out goblins. Too many bodies to ignore, and it hits him hard. Goblins aren't just a nuisance here, they're a full-blown problem, the kind that makes this village one of the toughest, most warlike spots around. He started thinking the spot could be their training base, but now he's certain these two won't stay put. They're going to have to move. The hero spots a toy animal with its paw ripped off, and a chilling thought hits him. Moving forward suddenly doesn't feel like the smart play anymore. He can't stop thinking about what fighting style would shred a whole pack of enemies. Maybe this is finally the moment to test it. Goblin training sounds way easier than going up against humans. Next to the toy, there's a pair of human skulls, one big like an adult's, one smaller. Then the man nods like it all clicks, muttering that people are always trouble, and deciding he has to get real experience fighting crowds. And it'll crush the goblin threat in the nearby villages too, so you'll wipe out two disasters at once. The first day of training kicks off. Goblins, clueless about the trouble waiting around the corner, happily carry on with their usual chaos, completely unaware of what's about to hit. And now one of them is getting swallowed alive in the swamp. Yajin stands right on the edge, staring as the monster's hands sink inch by inch beneath the water. He crouches in the bushes, scanning for threats, plotting every move and going in slow and silent, because the moment he's spotted, it all falls apart. Then he starts taking the goblins out one by one. He's gotta suss out where to hide, line up the targets in the right order, and stay razor-focused on every little thing around him, because his gut instinct keeps pointing him straight to where monsters are lurking, again and again. Day 2 kicks off, and in a low, rustling burst, our hero hauls a fresh goblin behind a tree and into the bushes, then clamps its mouth shut tight, killing any chance of a scream for help. And now he's vanished deep inside those thick, tangled thickets, gone without a trace. On the third day, a huge beast burst out of the bushes at breakneck speed and sprang straight into the clearing where the village sits. With a thunderous stomp, it barrels straight at the nearest goblin. The monster freezes mid-breath, stunned by the sudden chaos, and just stares at the object racing toward it. And right then, the beast slams him to the ground, like it doesn't even notice him. The goblins surge forward, clubs raised, ready to smash the uninvited visitor, while the man vanishes behind a huge tree trunk, cradling another poor fool who's gone limp, stuck in the exact wrong place at the exact wrong time. Yajin grins to himself, realizing just how smartly he lured that monster into the village, and he did it by using all his hard-earned experience as bait. Day 4, the goblin spots something weird, and pure amazement hits his face instantly. Turns out that odd thing is a long, silky tail, teasingly slipping out from the tangled thickets. For a little while, he stays perfectly still in the grass, letting every eye pass him by without drawing a single ounce of trouble. But right then, everything lurches to life and starts moving. The goblin tears through the bushes, hunting for the owner of that tail, while a man creeps up on him, silent, slow, and way too close. With a violent crunch, he crushes another monster, and the victory hits hard. By the 5th day, the goblins start to feel something's off, and they scramble to warn their more influential brother, hoping he'll finally listen. Yajini lurks in the bushes, staring as they move, and you can tell he's convinced it was only inevitable. The monsters would sniff out something was off in their village. One goblin sounds extra furious. He's basically snarling at the leader, accusing him of negligence. A hobgoblin bears his displeasure and smashes a brutal punch straight into the accuser's face. The man realizes this is how it works. Using his power, the monster isn't just acting, he's trying to shut up everyone who still dares to complain. The hero finally decides it's time to land the finishing touch. The 7th night has arrived, moonlight spills across the sky, and the hobgoblin lies still in his bed, throat torn by a fatal wound. Another goblin lands the final strike right on the back of his neck and he crumples face first into the dirt, while off to the side, another monster lies there too, staring lifelessly into the darkness. Yajin quietly takes down another goblin, one brutal hit at a time. He can't stop wondering, are they finally done with him, or is there still more trouble headed his way? Right at the base of the tree, he spots a hidden hole stuffed tight with blankets. He snatches the mat and snaps it up in one swift move, balancing it high on his outstretched arm. In a grim pit, a goblin sits frozen in place, still alive, cradling a tiny cub in his arms. He hisses in rage at the troublemaker. The man stares at the horrifying sight unfolding in front of him, and pure dismay hits like a punch. Yajin grips a knife in both hands, yet his arm won't move. He can't land the blow and then it hits him. Al once told him that in a big state there's an underground guild hiding beneath it all. They handed dirty little kids from the slums poison blades, warned them to stay out of trouble, and then made it sound like trouble would hunt them down no matter what. The man snaps to it. If he spares this cub out of pity, he's going to regret it hard later, and then he won't stand a chance of surviving in Tolton. He clenches the hilt of the blade. Yajin clenched his resolve, scowling hard as determination surged through him. The goblin's pupils slam shut to pinpricks as he gapes in pure horror at the man standing right in front of him. When it hits him, he sees what's coming, and his face tightens into a sharp frown. The hero lunges forward and lands the strike. Then he strolls away, calm as ice. It hammers the sky with a blazing glow, one burst after another, until the whole village that was thriving yesterday gets swallowed in flames. Blood splashes from the blade, and that man doesn't blink, no regrets, not even for a second. If a single monster slipped away, he'd track it down and carve out a whole new settlement later, treating the fight with that group like priceless training, and Yajin keeps repeating it, hammering the words into his own head. Even though that goblin and its little cubs still stare back at me in my mind, the fear in their eyes as they size up the stranger is so sharp it makes my chest tighten. It's brutal to choke down, and you can't miss the way everyone's putting a goblin cub in the same box as human kids. So the hero can't help but wonder when, if ever, that ugly moral line will finally disappear from his life. Suddenly, the image of the kids from his dojo hits him, and he can't help wondering how they're doing right now. The little puppy dozes off peacefully, head poking out from under his shirt's collar. All right, it was time to head back, because tomorrow they'd go hunt the monster Yajin uncovered the other day. Night slips away, and the sun blasts the forest wide open with blazing golden rays. On the ground sat a huge pile of leaves, and smoke curled up from it like something was about to wake up. It hits like a bitter, choking punch, and the man coughs hard, throwing his hand up to shield his face. They keep watch over the beast in its lair while a puppy crouches at the entrance and the hero hangs back, a little blade lifted. He leans to his companion and warns him to be extra careful, because once the smoke hits, the hunt will be forced out of its hole. He tells her to throw her focus his way, bite her like they always do right on cue. A giant little hair, big body, tiny frame bursts out of the hole, its horn tips curling like deadly hooks. He bursts into a leap. Yajin's face gets shredded by the animal's spinning horns and the shock hits him, because it's way too fast to even react. In the blink of an eye, he just barely jukes out of the way, then the horn's razor edge whips past his neck, nicking the skin by the smallest hair. The plan lands perfectly and the monster drops dead on the ground like a punchline. The hero stares at it, shaking because he knows he barely survived. If he hadn't dodged at the last second, that blade would have sliced his carotid artery and he would have been gone for good. He rubs his neck, staring off like the forest just proved a point. Yeah, this is exactly why you never let your guard slip out here. One wrong step and you're dead. Yajin strides right up to the carcass. He sprints after the monster for that stolen paw and spots how crazy popular killer rabbit gear is with adventurers. Then once the rabbit's skinned, the whole crew can finally push on toward Tolton. He pushed deeper into the forest and boom, he spotted the goblin camp he'd wrecked the day before. The hero looks back. Yesterday he was hit with sickness, his head throbbed like crazy, yet now he stares at this and feels completely numb. Looks like that experience either hardened him up, or he just simmered down after yesterday. Either way, he's dead set on believing everything's fine now. And in the end, that's exactly what he craved, because this world at last finally felt like his to adapt to. Yajin finally makes it to his destination, and Tolton welcomes him with jaw-dropping fortress walls packed with all kinds of buildings. A roaring crowd pours toward the city gates, swelling with anticipation. They're all shoved into this seriously impressive line, one that stretches for dozens of meters. He spots separate gates, one for carts, one for regular pedestrians, and one reserved for nobles, and each group gets its own line to march into. The hero peeks out from behind the crowd in front of him and spots it. This line is painfully long, and with a heavy sigh he can only hope he'll still manage to get into the city today, even if it's just the simplest entry. Against every fear, things are moving fast, people keep thinning out one by one, and that long-awaited entrance is finally getting within reach. And now the man strides through the gate, while right behind him the guards are tearing into the next newcomer's belongings, checking everything before anyone gets inside. Yajin swears he cleared the streets way faster than he thought, like this place is the most civilized city around, and even lugging that puppy wasn't a single problem. You only had to prove your companion wasn't going to swing first and stick to every precaution like it mattered, because honestly you wouldn't even need that pre-planned bribe. The moment he steps onto the city pavement, his jaw drops, because the trade that flowed from the Imperial Megadot's hegemony has brought a whole new, wonderful culture to life. A wild mix of products and all kinds of people collides into something that feels dangerously electric. That's why folks call it Tolton, I guess. A city of desires where every dream has a price and every secret feels one step from exploding. Yejin can't stop wondering, what secret wants do people here all share? Striding along the city streets, the man spots one wild detail in the way the whole town is laid out. These buildings are total chaos, but Jean's still dreaming up a clean, organized metropolis with streets laid out like a master plan. And then whoa, the stench hits like a punch, and the man realizes he's dropped straight into a slum. Yeah, he's 100% right, this place reeks of shit and rot and rats slink around every few seconds, so you'd better not stay here a second longer. A scrawny kid in tattered, worn-out clothes slips right by the man as he passes. He's almost slipped through, but the hero yanks his hand hard and barks at him to stop. Even though the man won't let go of his hand, the boy doesn't flinch at all. There's raw, reckless determination blazing in his eyes. Yajin tells him straight up that every coin he has was carved out of hard work, so he's not about to let it slip away that easily. The boy scrambles to act like he didn't steal a thing, but his answers come out sharp and rude, like the man just snatched something from his pocket or grabbed him out of pure nowhere. The boy yells for help, Geyser, and the hero stares at his own hand, still clutching him from the very last second while the kid looks so frail he can barely stand. The man figures the kid's got no money for food and that stench hits like a punch. Yajin can't stop wondering when that little thief last even washed himself, if he ever did. The man steals himself, pity has no place here. If he lets this pickpocket slip away, they'll brand him as an easy mark for good. The hero thinks a shattered arm would be the perfect price to make the thief pay. He drives himself so hard that he starts hurting himself. But he just can't bring himself to hurt a kid, because all he sees are the faces of the children in his dojo screaming in his head. That moral dilemma gets shut down from the outside, wham! A wooden club cracks the offender in the back of the head so brutally it explodes into splinters on impact. The boy crashes to the ground, landing hard like everything just went silent. Yajin stares in stunned disbelief, frozen on the spot as everything unfolds. An elderly, balding man swung that blow like a thunderclap. Now he stands over the collapsed thief, staring at him with a shattered baton gripped in his hand. The hero can't help but stare. Who is it? He didn't even spot the man coming, he was too caught up in the wild moment taking over everything. The man snaps into a grin and with slick charm gushes about how unfair it all is. The old man swings his foot at the guy sprawled on the ground, grumbling that all these tramps and homeless folks around here have nimble fingers. Then he turns and needles the boy to give back what he stole. He squints with a sly grin, then the thief clenches his teeth like he's about to strike. Yajin gapes as the old man slashes the boy with ridicule, swaggering through the return of the stolen goods like it's all a ridiculous stage performance. The hero clocks the whole act, the sideways looks, the careful strikes that land just enough to hurt but not enough to seriously damage, and he realizes this guy is the mastermind behind the pickpockets. Yajin fires off a call and the question hits hard. Did he step in because he thinks he's too clever and too soft to handle a kid? Yajin rams a brutal hit into the trickster's cheekbone. He winces hard and drops the stolen goods on the spot. He drops hard onto the ground, hitting with a brutal thud. A heavy bag of coins crashes to the ground with a brutal clang right in front of the boy, still sprawled there on the pavement. The old man thrusts his hands up in a defensive show, demanding to know what he's doing, while the hero snaps back, cold and unshakable. Don't you even think about taking my things without permission. Beggars and vagabonds crowd around, watching this brutal lesson play out, but nobody steps in to stop it. The sermon on morality cuts off with a sickening bone crunch, then a booted foot stomps down on the injured limb and the old man lets out a sharp, agony-struck squeal. The man snatches the purse of coins from him, flashes fake shock at how heavy it is, then smirks and tells the one-legged guy that with this much money he'd better start running. Yejin keeps insisting, "Next time take my life, not my money," while the old man crumples to the ground, clutching his wounded leg to his chest and clearly has zero interest in any moral lecture. The man whips around, ready to snap off a warning to the little pickpocket. The boy springs up in a flash, snatches the bag of coins off the ground and bolts into the distance. Realizing there's nothing left to chase here and feeling zero pull to go after them, the hero turns his back and moves on. He strides through the city streets in dead silence, like the whole world is holding its breath. It rushes past the windows, right in front of the stunned local residents. SCP, take one more step. Every step of the journey is swallowed by total inner silence. At last, the man's mind snaps back to that failed thief, and he can't stop wondering how brutal the boy's life must be in a world that feels foul and cruel. Yajin swallows. He forces himself to snap back, fighting for control, determined to feel better and strong enough to shut that thought out for good. He's convinced he's got to dig deep and go all in, because if he wants to survive in this brutal, unfair world, that determination isn't optional. The guild's secretary snaps her gasp, claps her hand over her mouth and stares at Yajin, asking if he truly wants to throw in a promotion application. Everyone in the same room as them starts swiveling their heads, trading weird looks like something's about to snap. Now every last ounce of their focus locks onto the ambitious adventurer. A man stands by the counter, hands folded tight on the tabletop like he's bracing for something. The hero fires back that everything checks out, so yeah, that's exactly why he came to this city. But the moment still leaves a sour taste in his gut, like the promotion didn't need to be shouted off the rooftops since it's personal info. Even if the girl got blindsided, it was obvious this wasn't worth the effort. She's the Adventurers Guild's worker, but honestly she's not that competent. The secretary then says first Yajin has to test his level using a special sphere at the church. She says she'll fire off a notice to the church about the man's arrival, and all he has to do is reach out to the person who'll be taking applications the very next day. He stumbled back home, collapsed onto his bed in pure exhaustion, and blurted out that today had been brutally tough. He shuts his eyes and the little puppy plops down on the floor right by the bed. He rushes in and apologizes for leaving her alone in the room, then admits he's not trying to flex his companion all over this city yet, he just wants a stronger foothold first. Right as Yajin's eyes start to droop, he can't shake the feeling tomorrow's gonna be brutal too. Night crashes over the city, plunging everything into shadow. And just like everyone knew it would, morning finally rolls in, the sun's bright rays spilling over the house walls and rooftops. A guy shows up at a tiny, spotless church, and the moment he steps inside, someone greets him right away. The one in charge of judging the stakes drags the hero to a secret church-owned sphere meant just for this moment. The man slaps his hand against a glass ball. Inside the sphere, the blurry mist sharpens into symbols Yajin recognizes, and he immediately tells the man in charge what he's seeing. Later, already inside the Adventurers Guild, the secretary slams a grateful smile onto his work and tells him it's time, now she can finally judge the level. Even so, they still can't register the man as a 5th-rank adventurer, and the girl delivers the news with a heartbreaking, downcast look. The hero leans in and demands, "What is this impossible thing even tied to?" The secretary snaps her gaze away and tells you, straight up, that to climb ranks you don't just confirm your level, you have to contribute to the guild too, like it's really a trial to see if you can handle requests on the level of rank 5. And she snatches a chunky folder and pulls it toward you. She slaps a stack of paper onto the table, all packed with writing, and tells him, "I'll take requests starting at rank 5, win those, and you'll finally show the guildo you're worthy of a brand new rank." The secretary shoves the request sheet right up to Yajin and tells him, "If you ace this and your guild contribution hits the target, you'll earn the title of a 5th-rank adventurer." The man leans in and reads every word on those sheets of paper, like each line might unlock his next move. While he reads, the words slip out of him in a low mutter, caught between shock and clarity as real understanding finally clicks. After checking everything, the hero realizes it all boils down to this. Every request here is a setup with no payoff. Either the reward's laughably small for the work, or the task is so brutal it's basically impossible to finish, so no smart adventurer would ever choose it on purpose. Turns out the secretary is using the promotion as a smokescreen, trying to corner the man into taking every money-losing request nobody else could, or would, handle. Since nobody spells out how many levels each request earns, the guild has to decide how many quests you'll grind before you're allowed to level up. But Yajin decides to ditch that worry for now. He picks out a few names and locks them into memory. His eyes lock onto the mission to find the Herb of Glory, and the man realizes he's never heard of a thing like it in his life. He turns to the girl and fires off questions. What does it do? What does it look like? Then the hero leans in and admits he'd give anything to see a real example or a botany book with an illustration. The secretary apologizes, no glory herb in stock, not a single one, then tells Eugene that the illustrated books sit in the library but only nobles or folks who already paid can even open them, so Eugene snaps. Then what am I supposed to do? I can't collect a plant I've never even seen. With a sly little smile, the secretary says it straight. If you want to be an adventurer, you've got to master the art of gathering intel. They lock eyes for a few intense seconds, like the whole world holds its breath. The man cracks first. He admits defeat and even concedes the girl's right, no matter how painful it is. Then he straight up tells her he's got it all handled, and he'll take on her request the moment he's sorted out the other things. Now Yajin's fate runs straight through the bar. With the room quiet around him, he cracks open another mug and starts piecing everything together. The crowd swarms all around, yet he's planted there alone, quiet, and watching everything like it's all just passing by. The hero storms out onto the street, raging about yet another failure, his fifth place he's checked, and dread creeps in fast, whispering that he's pushed his luck long enough and it's time to quit for today. Still, his legs keep hauling him to another bar, and as he takes a happy sip from his mug, he surveys the room like he's hunting for something. Yejim leans in, eyes locked hard on every other visitor. He finally tracked down someone who's perfect for the job. The lone man slumps at a table by himself, staring into the silence like it's about to snap. The adventurer closes in and blurts out that he wants to buy the information from you. He drops into the next chair like it's the only safe place left. They fall into silence, and the supposed informant just stares into his mug like answers are hiding at the bottom. He swears he has no clue what the guy's even talking about, and right after that, he told Yejin not to act like they're trading anything. He cuts him off cold and says, "I'm not here for empty talk, I came to do business." The informant stares him down, then bursts into laughter. Then he leans in and demands to know what the adventurer really wants to find out. Yajin drops a coin on the table, shoves it toward the other person, and declares that settles it, case closed. The informant goes pale in an instant, panics and begs, "Don't flash my gold," while the hero realizes the others are so hammered they're busy drowning their senses and nobody's looking anyway. Yajin kicks things off by telling the adventurer what he wants to hear, and at the adventurer's request he lays out the key details, which medicinal herbs to look for, how power really works in the city, and the unwritten rules everyone follows, only for the other person to shrug and say, "You can find all of that anywhere." The informant blurts that only a rich adventurer would shell out gold for intel like this. Then the man fires back, "Do I really look like I've got money?" The guy freezes for a second before finally admitting, "No, I don't." Yajin declares this coin is the life-or-death price he paid with his own blood, no rich nobleman throwing money around just to have fun. The informant blurts, "So why would you pay a fortune for basic info?" And the hero snaps back, "Because I don't want to die." And that only makes everything messier, so the other guy presses again, "Then what did you mean by that?" The adventurer leans in and tells you straight up, this knowledge is what keeps his life standing, and if you don't do exactly what he demands, you'll get your freedom yanked away. Mess up the city's power structure and you're walking into disaster, maybe even a grave. And if you violate the unwritten rules and the wrong people label you a problem, the underground guild will erase you. The informant clocks that the man finally understands just how valuable the info is, so Yejin smirks and says, "That's exactly why I'm paying you so much." The informant grins and says he'll do everything he can to make sure he doesn't just meet expectations, he blows them out of the water. Rage burns in his chest as he snaps, dead serious, "This isn't some petty little trifle. The hero lays down the rules for the deal, paying up front and demanding the exact info back. Because if even a piece of it turns out to be a lie, he tightens his grip on the knife handle without hesitation. The informant trembles and begs him to calm down, then swears they'll do absolutely anything he demands. The man thinks that attack finally cracked the smirk off the guy's face, so now he can pry out the real details, while the informant swears he'll spill everything he needs to tell right now. Night's rolling in, but the bar windows are still blazing with lights. Inside, the party keeps roaring, and even outside you can still hear pure joy bursting through the doors. Yeah, Gene shoots to his feet and declares the talk is over, just like that, and the informant nods along, thanking him for the payment as it all wraps up. He finishes every last drop from his mug in complete silence. Right after that, he darts out of the establishment before anyone can stop him. It looks like he's finally sprinting back home. The man is stalking him from the shadows, crouched out of sight around the corner. The hero starts mapping out where he lives because informants aren't exactly loved, and half the time, shady organizations are the ones propping them up in the shadows. He knows that kind of person won't leak anything that could hurt his defenders, so the only way to check the info is to bring in someone from a different organization. Yajin J hands. He snaps, "That's enough for today," then heads home like a mission's over, ready to catch a real night of sleep. Morning burst through the windows, and outside the birds were singing at full volume. Yajin and Puppy are knocked out cold in their beds, sleeping like nothing in the world could wake them. A dazzling burst of light floods the room, then, at last, the man pushes himself up to his feet. At the well, he drenched himself in icy water, scooping it straight from a bucket. Then they nail a killer warm-up first, just to get everything firing. Alright, it's showtime, time to step out. Then the man whips his gaze to the table packed with his gear. And now he's back on his feet, staring down the doors of the Adventurers Guild again. The hero slams his palm against the door and shoves it open. The secretary clocks him the second he steps in, no hesitation at all. The man snaps that he's got the info, then grins now he's ready to climb ranks. The secretary spreads a stack of requests before Yejin, all aimed at boosting his guild contribution, and then she leans in, asking which one he wants to grab first. The hero scans them and instantly feels like he's cracked the whole mystery, like he already has everything he needs. So now he's ready to unleash his knowledge and map out the perfect, no-wasted move strategy. The man tells them to clarify one thing: those herbs have to be delivered within 5 days of receiving the request, and Yajin can't shake why that weird limit exists. Why mark the deadline the second the request lands, especially when they haven't even accepted it yet? The secretary hammers home that the herb of glory has to be fresh, then says the moment the application gets approved, the guild will tip off the pharmacy, who will start making the medicine the second the herbs finally show up, so she begs them to sprint and track it down fast. He weighed the risks in his head. If he refused, they'd slap him with a fine. So before he even agreed, he pushed for one thing: could they let him gather the herbs first? That way, if it all fell apart, he wouldn't have to cough up the money. But the girl will swear the pharmacist needs time to prep, so the answer is basically staring them in the face. Yajin just doesn't know if they truly need to be ready ahead of time, or if the guild is quietly trying to shut down adventurers by threatening sanctions. So yeah, they already planned for this, because the man's still wondering whether other adventurers thought the same thing, and when it comes to it, he agrees, but only to take 2 requests. The hero must claw his way up to rank 5, and to boost his value to the guild, he's got to take a dangerous shot, because trust isn't given, it's earned through hard work. Secretary narrows her eyes, smirks at the same time, and tells him with a grin to watch himself. The man strides deeper into the forest, all confidence and zero fear. His first job was to hunt down glory grass, the key ingredient to cure a deadly illness called the 10-day fever. Then his next mission was to track down geo mushrooms, a magical stash used in powerful brews. Both plants call the deepest part of the forest home. As Yajin pushes deeper into the forest, the air thickens with mana, so dense it feels like the trees are pulsing, and with every step the monsters get stronger and more dangerous. The man halts mid-step and stares hard at the massive tree trunks looming in front of him. Then he whips his eyes down to the roots and grass pressing under his feet. After what he just saw, the hero snaps to the conclusion: a dense forest is waiting just up ahead. Even though he can't see a border anywhere, that threat hangs in the air and bears down on him. Darkness is creeping in behind him, and the adventurer sprints into the unknown. A tiny puppy pops its head out from under the hood like it's sniffing out a mystery. The The man leans in and asks his companion, "Do you feel it too?" As evening creeps in, Yajin pitches camp and double-checks everything he'll need because the next stretch of the journey is about to hit hard. As the sky dims into twilight, the already hostile forest turns downright terrifying. A man scales a tree, straps himself tight to the trunk with a rope, and prays that tonight he finally gets some sleep. The hero gets it. Up here in the trees is still safer than staying on the ground, but it doesn't make them untouchable. Even in the branches, danger lurks, so he and Puppy will have to trade sleep and stay on guard in shifts. Once he finally settles in, the man dives into his real mission, getting the glory herb for medicine. It's a consumable ingredient and everyone wants it, but that request took forever because nobody had the guts to go and fetch it. The informant swore that the place where you can harvest glory grass is also crawling with wild wolves. Normal wild wolves sit at rank 3, but their pack leader is a rank 4 nightmare, so if Yajin's level 20, he just might be able to go toe-to-toe with that rank 4 beast. But this ranking only holds when you face the wolves one by one. If monsters come in packs, you've got to bump their danger up a whole rank, so wild wolves, including the pack leader, land at the 5th level. He knows he can't win this fight if anything goes wrong. Sure, the Grass of Glory can pay out big, but a run-in with a rank 5 monster is a gamble he won't touch. But wild wolves aren't the only nightmare stopping adventurers from going deep into that forest, because there's a creature people fear even more. These creatures are ants, small, ruthless, and everywhere. They don't just poison him, they hit him with a deadly, heavy-duty toxin. Nobody would ever want a dose of poison and then, weak and trembling, stumble straight into a pack of wild wolves, not even their worst enemy, which is why this kind of request never really caught on. Still, Yajin wasn't fazed. He knew he could pull this off. He didn't accept the job out of arrogance, and he wasn't chasing luck either. No, he already had a plan. First, he'll slather mud and tree sap all over himself to dodge the ant bites like a living shield. Then he'll lean on his presence-sensing skills to sneak past the forest wolves, and finally he'll race to snatch up both glory grass and geo-mushrooms before the day slips away. The hero has finally cracked a safe path through the thick forest, and even though he's lived among these trees his whole life, the familiar grounds now feel dreadfully wrong. Still, he's got every reason to believe he'll come out on top. Still gripping the knife without letting go, Yajin fights to rest for even a second. Morning bursts over the forest, blasting the darkness away with warm, blazing rays. The man snapped into action, dragging his plan forward as he carefully slathered himself in mud. The protective mix doesn't just shield the body, it coats the hair and face too, and out of one frantic lump of dirt, the only things that still stand out are the eyes. Yajin refuses to die. He's hellbent on coming back alive. And even the deepest, thickest forest won't stand a chance against him. The forest slams shut on the traveler like a living wall, roots knotted tight, rotten stumps lurking, and mossy snags grabbing at every step. And somehow those bright meadows felt downright cozy. The man darts back up the tree like he's chasing something he can't afford to lose. He leans in and scrutinizes the area below, searching for every possible detail. The hero decided, if I have to, I'll take the longer, safer road. Then he crept along the tree branches, firing off presence sense to spot and dodge every monster in his path. Only someone who knows the forest like it's home, like Yajin, could dare take this route. Luckily, deep in that dense forest, the branches huddled so tightly together they were practically built into secret roads. Yeah, you'll have to sweat your way through all those tricky twists and turns. Stick to the plan. He springs up and clambers onto the next tree trunk. He sinks into his seat a little more comfortably, then swivels his head around until something fascinating snaps his attention. It looks like the forest opens up into a clearing right in the middle. The moment you look out, the world unfolds like pure magic, so enchanting it almost takes your breath away. The hero leans down and says it looks like crimson paint exploded and spilled across the ground. He's certain this is it, the exact spot where the geo-mushroom grows, and the ants are right where they should be. There's a whole raging swarm of them packed in here, like an anthill exploded. The edge creeps down from the tree inch by inch, like it's hunting for the next move. He stands at the edge of a wide open space, and across from him sit a bunch of ant hills, spaced out almost evenly like traps. No threats out here, just the ants. He measures the gap between the free plot's edge and the next side, and with a heavy sigh realizes there's no shortcut, only one way across, going by land. But the ground is alive with poisonous ants. Everywhere you look, they're crawling, swarming, and waiting to strike. The hero clocks it. The informant wasn't bluffing. Those ants are the real deal, totally normal, and as long as he doesn't poke them himself, they won't come swarming for his head. The adventurer tiptoes forward, moving slow and careful toward the trees across the way. The ants keep marching along like nothing's there, pretending they haven't spotted the man, at least not yet. Some of them are heading the wrong way, while others are tied up at a distance, stuck in their own business. Yejin keeps moving, and then he spots a whole parade of ants streaming past him. Nasty little insects are crawling everywhere, sometimes so close you wish you hadn't looked, and it's like the universe dares you to accidentally step on them. Finally, you're at the route's finish line, and the saving trees are right there, practically within reach. The man slams on the brakes and stops right beside one of the tree trunks. He exhales in pure relief, and that jittery knot of nerves finally loosens, draining every last ounce of strength from him. Deadly territory got crossed, and they made it through. Yajin finally made it to the other side, and now he's pressing on, slipping through the trees and following that ancient route like it's stitched into his fate. Over here, they're totally different, barely a hint of their brethren from the other side, and the adventurer can't stop wondering if that kind of wild contrast is just normal in this strange world. He remembers the geo mushroom is growing somewhere at the base of the trees, so he scans the ground with intense focus. A little farther off, the hero spots exactly what he came for, right where it should be, a mushroom sitting at the foot of one of the trees. This is exactly what I needed, right on time. Now you better look real closely, make sure no ants are crawling around. After checking that everything around him was safe, he snatched the mushroom, and now the only thing left is to hunt down the rest to finish the job. Yajin scrambles up the tree again, springs onto a branch at full height, and throws his arms wide like he's ready to take on the whole world. The adventurer whips his head left, right, and down, scanning every inch of the ground until he spots another mushroom. He yanks it off, one, then another, tearing through them like it's nothing. He keeps hunting for mushrooms until his whole bag is packed to the brim. He figures this is plenty. Then Yajin slings the bag onto his belt and declares it's time to go snatch the grass of glory. He stays on the same winding trail, pushing deeper along the branches, inching through the forest like he's hunting his way to that gap between the trees. Closer and closer, like the moment was sprinting straight toward them, till it finally bursts into open, free air. Soft glowing clearing opens up, round as a spotlight. The trees whisper as their leaves rustle softly like they've got nothing to hide. No fear, just calm, while the grass sways to a gentle breeze. Butterflies whirl above a little patch of white flowers, and the whole place feels unbelievably calm, like nothing in the world could disturb it. Still mostly out of danger, the adventurer cranes their neck and scans the clearing from a safe spot, just to be sure. When the hero spots an open meadow drenched in flowers, confidence surges through him, like this is exactly where the grass of glory is meant to bloom. Yejin spits the words to himself, I did it, I did it. He drops down from the tree and scans his surroundings with sharp, wary eyes. With no danger in sight, the man backs away from the life-saving trunks and tiptoes out into the clearing, taking his very first cautious steps. He strides toward a tangled thicket of white flowers. Their jaw-dropping presence hooks you instantly. Seriously, once they're in front of you, you can't look away. The hero takes a breath and realizes their scent is irresistibly sweet. So calm, so nostalgic it feels like a memory coming back to life. Those flower eyes with their black cores stare at him like they're ready to swallow him whole. He freezes mid-step, mouth hanging open like his body just got hit with lightning. A terrifying calm sinks over him, his eyes turn glassy, and the life drains out of them like nothing inside is left to mean. After a stretch of mindless staring, his whole body starts to shake, like thousands of invisible threads are driving straight into his consciousness. Puppy looks like he's about to blurt out some big secret to him. Yajin snaps back to his senses and realizes something's seriously off. Just moments ago he was reveling in the scent of flowers, and now his head feels sickly empty. A guy stares at these beautiful plants like he's seeing them for the first time, and then a wild hunch hits him. What if they're poison? The adventurer tips the flask and drenches the cloth like it's mission time. And he snaps it on like a mask, cinching it tight over his nose and mouth, so he can block at least some of that deadly smell. He snaps in his own head, this forest is deadly, then fights to find grass fast and bolt out of here before it swallows him whole. He spots the perfect plant, closes in fast, and digs it up from the earth with its roots still attached. Step by step they scrape together 2 almost full bags. Now it's the last handful and Yajin's nerves are on fire. While hunting for the perfect plant, he stumbled on the remains of an adventurer's gear, rusted weapons and torn scraps of cloth, already swallowed by grass. Turns out these flowers don't just bloom, they feast on the remains of adventurers. While those hooked adventurers were cowed by the flower's poison, someone else swooped in, killing them and snatching their lives away until the flower's beauty kept fading, swallowed by the awful truth of what they were hiding. Finally, he grabs the very last sprout of the grass he needs, just enough to seal the deal. He's ready to bolt, but he doesn't get the chance. His senses flare, something's closing in on him from behind, and it isn't anyone he recognizes. The hero whips his head toward the forest, and right between the trees, hidden in the dark, animal silhouettes suddenly loom out of the shadows. Step closer and you'll see it clear as day. These aren't just wolves, they're wild ones, and there are 5 of them right here, like a whole pack about to descend. Looks like they've finally found Yajin's trail and are closing in fast. Dense wolves thunder forward, and the grass ripples as their quick steps slam the earth. The flock stampedes in a furious frenzy straight toward the next potential meal. Yajin's got a little time left, but the monsters are charging in fast, and the gap is shrinking by the second. No second thoughts, he follows his first plan and rockets straight up the tree. Meanwhile, the wolves were right on the edge of catching the trunk. The hero braces himself on a tree trunk, leans in for balance and stares down the wolves, while the wolves lock eyes back, daring him to move. The man panics. What's he supposed to do now? Sure, they can't possibly climb the tree, but should he just wait until they're worn out and walk away, or should he strike from above with a dart? Either way, that's the real question burning in his head. One of the wolves snaps off a furious bark, and his eyes blaze like they're fueled by pure madness. Yajin lifts his hand, a dart gripped tight between his fingers, eyes locked in as pure focus takes over, ready to launch it the instant he moves. The monster sprints forward and launches itself into the air, leaping like it's unstoppable. Even with trees the size of giants, the wolf slides close enough to snatch the top spot without mercy, crushing the dream of a no-fight victory. Then the man whips a dart straight at him. The projectile slams straight into the monster's eye. With a dead, dull thud, the wolf crumples onto the grass and rolls onto its side stunned. The hero spots the jump landing perfectly, then slams the truth home. He can't dodge that dart once it's already flying through the air. The 4 remaining wolves start closing in around the trunk, circling it like they've got a plan, and at first the man's totally lost, just staring as their moves click into place. Then right in that one instant, all 4 of them explode forward into a full sprint. The next second they're all right on his level, closing in fast, ready to slam him down and rip him apart. Yejin calmly swings, then bam, the moment he tries to snag the ring, it hits him like a jolt, startling and scaring him at once, because suddenly he has to wonder, did they really decide to attack from every side all at once? Another perfectly placed throw slams another monster out of the game, blasting it backward through the air, while the puppy in the cap swings his mouth open, teeth small, sharp and deadly. Then he snaps his jaws shut on the wolf's throat, right as it closes in on the hero from behind. So it's down to the final 2 wolves. A man has to act fast to keep from getting crushed between 2 jaws, because 1 second late and it's over. In a flash, he drives his fist into the first man's throat, sends him flying instantly, and whips around to slam the second. Whoever's last gets clobbered right on the top of the head with a massive fist. The monster dives out of the sky, and Yajin glares at it with pure disdain. He heads down into the depths and finally lays eyes on what his work brought forth there on the grass. All 5 dense wolves lie sprawled out like lifeless carcasses. At last the man finally exhales, then a tiny, clawed paw plants itself on his shoulder. The hero blurts out his thanks to the animal for pulling him out of danger, then realizes the dragon isn't just back, it's somehow stronger than before. He declares the job's finished, the plants are bagged and ready, so it's time to head home, though they'd better watch their step. Later, back at the Adventurers Guild, the secretary slams the paperwork down and confirms they've brought in the glory grass and geo mushrooms, saying the quest is officially done and good work, like they earned every bit of it. The man thanks her for the praise, and inside he's finally celebrating because he just nailed this hated request while still keeping a sharp eye on how the job is going to boost his rank. The girl just stares, silent, like she's deep in thought, and Yajin can't shake the weird feeling that something doesn't add up because he's met every requirement, yet that pretty face still somehow stays gorgeous even in that expression. The secretary studies him up and down, spots no injuries on the adventurer at all, and then presses the question, can he handle this job on a regular basis? The man freezes in shock, then snaps back that yeah, he can do it. The girl goes quiet again, eyes locked as she crunches numbers in her head, then finally she blurts it out. Once this request gets done 10 more times, she'll be able to bump Yajin's rank straight up to 5th. The man can't help but wonder, what kind of wild, strange proposal is this supposed to be? Even with all the chaos the ants bring, it's still a goldmine, so stop overthinking it. The trouble's already started, but that offer is still way too tempting to ignore. No one has any idea how many more tasks are coming or how brutal and dangerous they'll get, so you'd better accept it. The secretary presses him for what he plans to do with this proposal, and he grins, saying his standing in these negotiations is getting stronger, so he should push for even better terms. He says he wants to get the Adventurers Guild involved, so his requests hit harder, stay safer, and never fail. A gorgeous stone bridge spans the river and people stroll across it slow and easy, like they've got all the time in the world. The guard snaps that Yajin clearly took the wrong route because the workshops are on the far bank and those ragtag troublemakers aren't allowed in there. Then he grins and tells the guy to leave on his own before they have to drag him out by force. But that authenticated letter of recommendation from the Adventurers Guild snaps the stubborn warrior out of his stubborn streak. He straightens up, apologizes for wasting their time, and urges them to move on. The hero shoots past you, and in the blink of an eye they're gone. He stares at the crafting zone rules. No one gets in unless they're cleared to stop trade secrets from getting stolen. And of course the guild pulls strings like they always do, because he even notices this stretch of the river looks spotless. Yajin closes in on a 2-story building marked by a forged sign, Benjamin's Workshop. And the moment he reads it, he's like, of course, asterisk, this is the best shop in Toulon, so it should have been even bigger, right? He shoves the door open and blurts out, is anyone home? Dead silent, he stalks through the workshop, then realizes the place is empty. Out of nowhere, the door across the way bursts open with a nasty, chilling creak. The plague doctor mask stares straight at Yajin, like it's hunting his next move. The mysterious master stared at the hero through tiny eye slits in a beak-shaped mask, like a predator watching its next move. He swings a weird-looking device toward the man and demands to know what the hell he's doing here. Yajin squints at what's right in front of him, a man in a plague mask like the whole city is crawling with an epidemic, and in his grip is a weird tool that looks like a knife at first. It's not a weapon at all, this thing is a tool with 2 wooden handles and a wicked curved blade. That mysterious guy reeks of tanning solution, and it screams one thing, the hero's about to tangle with a leather craftsman. The man shoves a folded paper into the other man's hands and says he's come on an order. This here is his letter from the Adventurers Guild. The man leans in, eyes locked on every word like it's about to change his life. That letter feels real in his hands, and the mysterious master yanks the mask away. Yajin stares hard like he's trying to figure out right now what kind of face is waiting underneath. Behind the terrifying bird key, a surprisingly pretty face pops out, a short-haired blonde with a sharp, confident grin, and the master steps in, saying he's glad to meet you before introducing her. Her name is Emma. The girl and her workshop guest sit facing each other across the table. Emma drops a bombshell about a monster called Sirenia, an ocean-dwelling, 5th-rank nightmare lurking in the deep. Sirenia is so massive and his skin is so brutal that nobody can even survive facing him, one meeting and it's basically death. And when he hunts, he sinks ships and drags his enemies straight down into the dark depths of the sea. Sirenia leather is a rare gem you can barely track down, and it's built in 2 wild layers. The first is so tough it might as well be steel, while the second is wildly elastic, and it even lets moisture slip from the inside straight out. Yajin's jaw drops at the wild specimens the world of fantastic materials sometimes offers, because this leather's properties sound like a literal cheat code, and the moment the man shows it, he blurts out the only question that matters. It's the price for a full set of armor made from it. It felt reckless to think it'd be cheap, but the master's quote for 50 gold hit like a punch, utterly shocking. He slaps his hands over his face. 50 gold pieces is basically everything he scraped together through sheer hard work, but this is his only shot to get a custom set made by a craftsman this skilled. After wrestling down his feelings, he nods and says he's got it, then begs to do anything it takes. Emma blurts that she needs to start taking measurements right away. For the next few minutes, she leans in close and meticulously measures Yajin's body stats that matter for building the armor. She tells me her brother is the best blacksmith in town, then swears they'll forge the finest gear, so yeah, I should be wary, but I can trust her and him. He can't help but smile because a brother and sister are both hustling in the same workshop, and with that kind of skill he can sense another presence in the air, so yeah, it has to be Emma's brother. Yajin can't stop wondering what the town's best blacksmith actually looks like. Like, surely a real master must swing around a massive hammer with muscles like steel, and in his head, the only image he can land on is some dwarf-shaped, Daruma-like beast of a smith built purely out of raw power. From the other side of the door, a dinner question gets shouted, and the girl's shocked at how fast her brother suddenly feels just like him. The door creaks as it swings open and the blacksmith snaps, asking if a client's shown up, so Emma nods right away and tells him she's already checked his letter of recommendation. A young guy bursts in through the doorway, nothing like the image they just showed, yet he's eerily like her sister. He steps forward, introduces himself as Ben, and grins like he can't wait to meet her. A bright, cheerful laugh bursts outside, and inside the house the air crackles with lively voices arguing and joking back and forth. Emma leans in and asks if anyone's got ideas for those super voluminous bundles, and Ben shoots back that they might pull it off with some alchemical reagents. The hero blurted out, stunned, "Wait, what are these alchemical reagents?" Casual conversation just tumbles out, effortless and smooth. Morning sunlight spilled in after the long night and the man awkwardly scratched the back of his head, admitting the dinner was ridiculously tasty, then confessed he'd even stayed with the masters afterward, too. Emma snapped that there's nothing to worry about because you're not allowed to leave the workshop area at night, and that rule doesn't bend. Ben's already hopelessly stuck on wanting one more chat with the guest, and the blacksmith looks awkward as he admits it's because Yajin's stories are just insanely interesting. The craftsman swore he'd ping us the moment the prototype is done, and right now, the guy is about to walk out the door. As he backs away, he throws a loud wave to his fresh acquaintances, and they shoot back waves just as fast. He can only get back through the market. So the hero's heading home and boom, he stops to grab a souvenir for his puppy, right? He snapped out a question and right away someone demanded, "So you're the adventurer Yajin?" He whips around and there they are, two young guys staring back at him. One of them claims he's from the Guild of Healers and straight up asks if Yajin wants to join. The man can't wrap his head around it. What does the Healers Guild even have to do with this? He's not one of their healers, he's an adventurer, so why would they need him there? Without waiting for an answer, the guy tells the hero he'll show the way and demands that he follow, because fake politeness won't fool him. He's smart enough to spot the coercion, not the invitation, and still he follows. They stride down the street and it's clear the guards are basically escorting the prisoner. One guy who talked is up front, while his partner hangs right behind him. He suddenly feels four more people hovering nearby, close enough to flank him but far enough to stay out of reach, slipping through the shadows like a single unit, so precise it's scary, and he can't figure out why they're taking this so deadly serious. The forced companions shoved him into the guild building and marched him down a dim hallway. They skid to a halt in front of the doors and the same guy who started the chat swings it open and gestures them in. "Vice Guildmaster William S. waiting for you inside." The man reckons the Healers Guild is the biggest next to the Adventurers Guild, and that a Vice Guildmaster spot is insanely rare, so the hero can't help but wonder what kind of monster of a person holds that role. The door swung wide with an eerie creak. The guest gets greeted by an elderly man with a face carved in wrinkles, and William's got an absolutely foul look, so harsh you wouldn't dare trust him an inch. He shoots the newcomer a quick question, "Are you Eugen?" Then pushes, "All right, let's get down to business." And the Vice Guild Master claims he's heard the adventurer was out there gathering the grass of glory and geomushroom. He leans in and demands to know the exact method the guy uses to collect those plants. Now their true purpose finally clicks into place. William tells him, "Say what you know, don't beat around the bush." But before the hero can answer, the two guys who brought him to the office creep closer and finish the sentence without a word. Yajin finally realizes his achievement is way bigger than he ever thought, and it was written all over the secretary's face the moment he handed over the request. He berates himself instantly for being so blind to what it really meant. He refused to spill the secret of how to collect the grass of glory because it was the only thing keeping food on his table right now, and even if Yajin talked him into it, there's no way they'd simply let him walk out. Honestly, it'd be a dream if this turned into an official deal, but if not, then he was screwed. He can't shake the feeling. he's gonna have to gamble everything and smash through a wall or the floor to get out. That tense, wordless standoff gets yanked apart when someone outside blurts a question, whoever they are demands, "What is all this supposed to mean?" Yajin whips around, eyes snapping toward what's behind him. A man draped in noble finery steps out through those massive open doors, and all around him, knights stand rigid on both sides, frozen like statues. That nobleman leans in, demanding to know what kind of meeting William has cooked up here. The vice guildmaster rockets out of his chair, like he's been yanked by a live wire. Horror takes over his face. He greets the newcomer as Lord Astor and immediately starts flattering him, pressing for an inspection and a reason for it, while the adventurer clocks the name and realizes this informant once swore he was the head of the Healers Guild. He hails from a royal blood noble line older than the kingdom of Aslat itself, the third son of Count Astor. William's composure shatters, tears spill as he drops to his knees begging for mercy, swearing he'll never do it again. Even as the knights yank him across the floor into the outside world, he keeps clawing for mercy, begging like his life depends on it. Yajin and Lord Astor are still stuck alone in the office, the silence pressing in on them. The Lord declares him a good man, and that praise lands like a brutal burden on his shoulders. The hero glances down and tells everyone, "Don't worry about it," and the Lord just pauses. With nothing but flattery in his pocket, the man tries to slip out, but Lord Asher snaps that he has no choice and must keep him here. He beckons him to step aside for a quick word, flashing what might be the gentlest smile in his whole arsenal. The exit for Yajin isn't guarded by healers at all, it's slammed shut by knights, and he's trapped in an even worse nightmare than just minutes ago. The nobleman slides into William's spot at the table, folds his hands neatly in front of him and flashes a smile like he's already won. He even apologizes for the wait blamed on that official introduction, and then the man finally steps forward and introduces himself, Edward Astor, the healer guildmaster standing right there in front of the hero just as he expected. Yajin blurts out that he should have apologized for the late introduction, then jumps in and introduces himself. Lord Astor, just like William, wants to cut right to the chase because his offer hits harder and pays better. He says the Guild of Physicians wants to accept the man as an official member. Now the hero finally sees the trap, someone's trying to yank him away from what matters. He used to believe only doctors and apothecaries could join, but if the guy stops overthinking it, they can grab the materials themselves. Lord Astor even says the new guild member will get a pay raise bigger than the current one, no question. Yajin blurts out what he'll be forced to do, and a storm of thoughts crashes in his mind. Joining the Doctors Guild could earn him real respect and power in the city, and landing a strong patron might finally lock in a steadier life. The guildmaster tells him your life won't really change, your job is to make sure the grass of glory keeps showing up on schedule, but then adds, and once you take this role, Yajin can't work with the other guilds anymore. The man suspects they're trying to drag him into being their personal adventurer, and his gut screams that the Adventurers Guild won't stand for it. Lord Astor then turns to the hero, demands what he thinks, and right on the spot adds that this offer is actually pretty tempting for him. Yajin thought, sure, the Healers Guild could just steal the secrets to the Herb of Glory and then cut loose the adventurer, and that would be the end of him. He weighed it all, then told them, "Thanks for the offer, but I'm not taking it, I have to refuse." One of the knights blurts out a curse, trying to spit out that this offer is way too good for a man like him, but he never gets the words out. Lord Astor slams his palm on the table so hard it echoes, roaring for him to shut up. The guildmaster snaps up from his seat and shoots his hand out toward the offender. The man stares back with wide, stunned eyes, and Lord Astor quickly apologizes for how wild his guard's enthusiasm got. He drops his head, apologizing like it's the only thing that can save him. Yajin is absolutely terrified by that gesture, like, there's no way someone as high-ranking and noble as them would ever sink so low and do that to a common nobody. Even an outsider would feel the shock in this. An adventurer can't miss how wild and wrong it looks from the outside, and to everyone standing here that attitude feels downright disgusting. Lord Astor admits he gets the hero's motives, and it's crystal clear he would never stab the Adventurers Guild in the back after they trusted him, so if that's how it is, the Healers Guild will just pull their offer. But there's still one big thing we've got to talk about. The guild master tells him straight, while he's doing this to protect the Healers Guild, he can't ignore the truth. That man is the only supplier of the Herb of Glory. That's why he stepped forward and told the guild members exactly how to gather herbs, because the way they wanted to thank that adventurer, let's just say they weren't about to hold back. Lord Astor holds his breath for the reply, then locks eyes with Yajin like a blade, staring him down until he answers. After a tense pause, the man nods and admits he gets it, so he'll follow every order. But even as he says it, dread hits hard. He knows, deep down, he won't be able to refuse. Yejin's mind races with the fallout. Meanwhile, the nobleman drops his head, and Yejin knows that refusing right now would be an insult to honor. And if he won't play along, he could get punished on the spot, or worse, snatched later for more serious methods. Once the guildmaster gets the answer he wanted, his eyes shut off like a switch. He's done with that conversation. He cuts in with a quick thank you and turns to walk away, and the hero can only swallow it, thinking, guess I lost, I've got better things to do than keep chasing this. They tell him they'll reach back out again to hash out every last detail. The man storms outside and drops onto the ground, fuming, because he knows the moment the herb collecting secret gets out, his job is over, and if things go bad, Yajin might even be cut out of the picture before he spills it to anyone else. The man stared up at the sky and decided to burn the time until the gear was ready, because once everything was done, he'd have to leave the city for good. Yajin barges into Benjamin's workshop and Emma rushes to apologize for snapping him out of nowhere. Then Benjamin just grits that his mood has been spiraling worse and worse lately. So when he heard the craftsman had wrapped up the prototype, joy lit him up, and he rushed over at once. Emma flashes him a playful wink and grins that the moment he sees what she and her brother cooked up, he'll be totally stunned, no doubt. Ben barges into the room and flashes a smile at the hero, and the man fires back, saying he's genuinely thrilled to see him. They shove him to a table where a prototype design sits right there, and the girl blurts out that she used the exact method Yajin told her about. She adds, just tell me what you want, I'll craft the gear to match your request. Then she leans in and says, we only need to hammer out the details. He points to the two side pockets and says that's exactly where the bow shurikens will go, and he swears it's perfect, because tucked into layers, they'd be almost impossible to spot. Emma argues they don't have to just bulk up the chest. She wants armor shoved into the knee area too, because a tough striking surface there won't slow them down much. Ben grabs his sister's idea and pushes it further. Why not work the same magic on the shoulders and elbows too? But Yejin shuts that enthusiasm down fast, saying he just wants to keep his movements light and effortless. The masters keep the debate going and the guy blurts, so what do we do with these gloves? The girl smirks and says, if you want to keep it light, just leave the knuckles on the back of the hands. The debate keeps dragging on until the clock screams late night. The crew huddles around the table, still locked in a heated debate about production, and Eugene leans in to explain drum dyeing. Boom, the craftsman's eyes light up and the whole idea grabs them. Emma immediately ponders, how fast can we really move? The craftsman grins and says, with the right solution, we could knock it out in a single day. Emma snaps that there's no way you can tan it all in a single day, this has to be some kind of joke. Then Eugene grins and says, if you can do it, the craftsman should cut the price by the exact amount you saved. Ben turns to his sister and says, come on, shouldn't we at least hear them out for what they're offering? The girl snaps back that it's pure nonsense, and the guy calmly nods like, yeah, you're right. He takes a sip from his mug and realizes this random fact was something he accidentally caught on a TV show, and now it's the first time since arriving in this world that he's actually using it. Seconds after the denial, the brother and sister pounce on him, demanding every detail of the method with the same fierce intensity they just used to dismiss it. Night finally broke, and the first warm sunbeams streamed through the windows, flooding the houses with light. Yajin lets out a big yawn and pops his head up off the countertop. He suddenly wakes up right where he crashed the day before, in the exact same spot he'd been sitting in. He perks up, metal clanks and rattles echo through the air. Still half asleep, the man follows the noise, steps into the right room and demands what the craftsmen are doing here. Then Ben greets him. Craftsmen huddle by their tools beside a wooden vat, and the guy shoots back that he couldn't stop thinking about Yajin's story from yesterday, so he's decided to build a prototype of drum dyeing. The man smirks and thinks, of course, these two are just natural-born engineers at heart. The hero gets asked, got any plans for today? And he shoots back, I'm heading back to my inn first, then I've got a few quick things to wrap up at the Healers Guild. At the Healers Guild, the man got greeted by the treasurer, Roger Wilda, and Roger told him straight up that the guildmaster had handed him the job. he was here to negotiate with the adventurer. Roger snaps that we've got to nail every detail about how to collect glory grass, then shoves a sheet into Yajin's hands packed with the schedule. The hero strides down the street like he's on a mission no one else can see. He maps out his next moves, then kicks things off by slipping out every 5 days to scout and secure the route. Only after that does he start training the guild's healers, and Yajin can't help but feel grateful fate didn't make it all happen overnight. He figures if the doc starts grumbling, he can finally push for the secret method of harvesting the herb of glory, and get the real locations of those rare herbs the guild swears by. All that's left now is one brutal question. How long will it take to finish the gear? Right beside the hero, a hulking giant, like a mountain that dropped out of nowhere, suddenly materializes. He marches up and demands, "So you're the adventurer, Yajin, and you can already tell this is about to go horribly wrong." Rage simmering, the man snaps, "Who's calling my name now and what disaster's coming next?" The hero sizes up his new, forced acquaintance, and the vibe is instantly suffocating. Broad shoulders, razor-sharp features, and those deep wrinkles make him look anything but friendly, like a storm cloud that's already weighed down with trouble. A young boy drops to his knees right in front of him while the thug and that unwilling guest stand back with wide eyes, locked in to watch every second. The second he clocked who he was dealing with, his stomach sank. This creep's name was Mden, a cold-blooded money lender, and the hero could have sworn he was at the very top of the list of people he absolutely must not contact. I still remember that bar conversation like it happened yesterday, the informant's whole story hitting me like a punch. He told me that in Tolton the underworld runs on guilds, massive power with their claws in everything, split into 2 factions, the Reds and the Greens, and Mden's the big shot among the Greens, pure cruelty in a crown, making sure nobody dares get in his way. Meanwhile, the boy throws himself at Mden's mercy, swearing he'll pay back double, then triple, because it looks like he borrowed the money and just couldn't make the deadline. Suddenly crack, something horrifying snaps with a crunch. Mden grips something in his hands, and a sickening thin thread of saliva drips straight toward the boy's head. The man drops the object and it smacks the floor with a nasty wet thud. Yeah, it's a jaw. The mutilated boy trembles, his eyes roll back, and all that spills from what's left of his mouth is broken, choking noise and harsh wheezing. Mden snatches a metal object off the table and whips it wide like a weapon. That single punch seals the fate of the failed debtor, ending his grip on the earthly world. The moneylender looms right beside them, silent as stone with a face that gives away nothing. Tiny drops of blood splattered onto his face and shirt, and they chilled fast, like time itself turned to ice. The assistant shoots him a reminder, "You've got a guest." The money lender whips around to Yajin and calls him by name. Joy flares at the man's arrival, but the hero clams up, tense silence swallowing every word. Mden throws down the demand and orders the man to kneel before him. In Yejin, he's terrified of the moneylender, and even knowing this disaster was coming does nothing to steady his nerves. He can't forget that horrifying scene. It felt aimed right at him, like a warning about what happens when you pick the wrong path, because if your choice doesn't match the preferred one, then it's wrong, and the worst part is that cruelty had no point at all. The hero realizes this is way too brutal for a recruitment pitch and that it has to be dodged somehow, so he decides to build a battle plan and map out escape routes. But time is running out fast because he can't stall for an answer, and now all that's haunting Yajin's mind is pure fear. The man goes to Bo, apologizes through the roof, and still admits he can't join their organization. Mden isn't buying the answer, so he fires the question again, and you can tell it's not because his hearing's failing. That pressure hits the body like a punch, right in the flesh. The moneylender towers over the hero like he's seconds away from firing him straight at the debtor, and the guy's panic skyrockets. Under Mden's brutal stare, he starts to stutter, his words catching in his throat. The adventurer promises he'll cooperate, then quietly clocks it. The moneylender's obsession with the grass of glory doesn't feel like a money thing, it reeks of a plan. This guy isn't after the herb for the price, he wants to use Yajin as leverage to squeeze the healer's guild. He knows once he slips into a crew this big, quitting won't be easy, so to dodge the deal he has to talk Mden into seeing the brighter side because there's no other way and he's got to make it happen. The hero says, "If I ever slip into the healer's guild I'd be way less suspicious, right up until the fact that I'm tied to a criminal organization too." The man laid out every explanation in dead, breath-holding silence, while the moneylender stayed completely quiet too. He looked like he was stuck in thought, but the longer he took, the heavier that decision felt, like the suspense was squeezing the air out of the room. Finally, Endin smirks and tells them Yejin's at least got a little brains, so if he stays obedient and keeps doing his job as the organization's partner, he'll live. In Tolton, first up is the Adventurers Guild. Next up there's the Guild of Healers. In plot twist, the criminal world has not one but two guilds, starting with the first, the Greens. And just like that, their rivals, who somehow lucked out, have turned into Yajin's enemies, the Reds. The adventurer feels like he's trapped in the middle of a brutal turf war between giant monsters. One careless move, and that tiny, easy-to-miss person gets crushed before anyone even reacts. Lone wit spot will be all that's left. The hero sprawls on the grass with his arms stretched wide, while heavy tree branches loom over him like a shadow trying to smother him. The man can't help but question one terrifying thing: can he survive the trials that have already wrecked his life? Tiny puppy scrambles right up onto his chest. The adventurer shoots out an apology, admits he got a bit distracted, and pushes to wrap the break, then his eyes lock onto something. The dragon locked eyes with him, unmoving and unblinking, while tears poured from its tiny eyes without stopping. These tears cling to the adventurer like old friends, wrapped around him with 1,000 threads he already knows. The puppy's emotions crash over the hero like a tidal wave. Yejin clings to the heartache of a little companion, alone, quiet, and praying for her fate, until this huge, powerful man bursts into her life. When I finally fell asleep, I curled up right against him, arms wrapped around each other. She stared through the cage bars with eyes full of heartbreak. Yajin leaned in, peeked inside, and flashed a smile at her. From the puppy's eyes, this man was basically a super strong, always their comrade he could count on. They carved out a cozy spot on a cliff, wrapped in a wild sea of thick, tangled trees like nature was guarding them. The hero thanks the dragon for handing his self-confidence back, and with a warm grin he tells it the little creature always shows up when he needs it most. Yajin softly rubs the puppy's head, soothing it with every gentle stroke. The man grins, and you can practically feel his good mood crawling back into him, one heartbeat at a time. Finally, the hero flashes a grin and declares he can't keep drowning in sadness, then steps up, ready to act, and waves his partner over time to get down to business. The adventurer bursts into the forest at full speed, then a dragon unfurls its wings and proudly perches on his head, and you can bet they'll make it through anything that tries to stop them.